and basically they're bouncing signals off of retroreflectors.
Yes.
And they're estimating the distance to the moon based on that information. So
they're doing the calculus. You can't deny it either. The calculus.
Yeah, I'm not denying they're doing calculus.
Yeah, we don't deny
calculus on a beep.
All right.
Beep, beep, calculus.
So
what's your line of attack?
Bro, can I just finish? It begs the question, what is the medium between us and the moon to guarantee that light is traveling at that speed?
What do you mean guarantee? It's called causality. Like what the medium is can only distort or change it, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. Right? You shine light through it, it doesn't distort, or it distorts in a way you can calculate. It is the calculus. That's what space is. It's the dynamic of what you see when you hit stuff. Yeah? And just get a reading, man. Welcome to the scientific method in space. Light. Long-range sensors. Yes.
You think calculating is science?
Taking measurements of phenomenon is literally the crux of it. What did you imagine her doing? Magic? Or like making theory all day?
Category error. You're talking about math. And
I have a master's on the floor. I'm not categorizing anything incorrect. I earned that degree. And I published papers to do it. So I had to use the scientific method.
I get it, but what's the independent variable?
But we're back to high school again. You remember I told you I don't go there?
You don't manipulate any variables, but yet you think you're doing natural science.
Yeah, I somehow published a paper without knowing that. See how silly you sound?
Well, that's the problem, man. You ended up in a system that allows you to do that. We don't allow that here.
What system are you in?
Yeah, we're more conservative. You're extremely liberal with what you call science.
I'm letting you try to fulfill your claim of like refutation, and you're stumbling.
I feel like flat Earth is a really liberal position. It really upends the systems.
Let's not do this. Nobody cares about your categorization. So if you look in side chat, I posted the passive method too. Did you miss that while you skipped over back to retroreflectors? Because I told you can do it without them, and I even posted how they do it without them.
All right, well,
is that the last thing that you posted?
Yeah, just making sure you don't have an argument on purpose.
Right, so how did they keep the laser light from hitting the retroreflectors?
How did they keep it from hitting it? Man, they're pretty tiny on the surface of the moon, bro.
Right, but what does light do? The inverse square law, it spreads out?
Yeah, I'm quite aware of that. Electrical engineering is my degree. So you know how wide the beam is when it leaves Earth? It's meters wide. Because you're playing games, you never even looked up how wide it is. It narrows. It narrows, actually. Yeah, you thought
light narrows?
Yeah, you can do things with light.
Diverge, so you're going
you never heard of concave mirror? You never heard of any of the ways you manipulate light so that it converges at a long distance? Ouch, man, that's high school.
230,000
stop playing games, dude.
miles, you don't think the light diverges?
They have a technique of making sure it converges, bro. Where have you been your whole life while you've been playing games with physics?
So you think that the inverse square law doesn't apply to these lasers? Why did they get such a weak signal?
I'm sorry, it does. It does. That's why the beam is meters wide on the ground, and by the time it hits the moon, it's super narrow, bro.
It actually doesn't apply to lasers.
Oh my god.
He doesn't understand the beam narrows.
No, the inverse square law doesn't. The inverse square law is for like omnidirectional lights. It's not for directional lights.
Yeah, you can try to collimate the light, but guess what?
Light is collimated in lasers, bro. You're just saying stupid crap, not knowing anything.
So you don't know about the inverse square law light? Can you tell me about
bro.
it? Okay, tell me about
we're done.
It's just the derivative of the surface area formula of a sphere.
Sure.
Because as the omnidirectional light grows, it's like an expanding sphere as the radius increases, and so if you just differentiate that, you get like the fall off or the dispersion. But like that doesn't apply to lasers because they don't have that.
So you believe in collimated light?
Well, I mean, you can just do the derivative for a laser, right? It's a constant.
So you guys believe in collimated light then?
Yeah, that's what allows us.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Have you heard about lasers, or you just...
Hold on. So this is why I don't like discussing this complicated stuff. Yeah, so the light converges, bro, due to the collimation. So both of you don't know what you're talking about. That's the problem. Yeah. You're over here referring to the inverse square law. He's playing games not knowing collimators. They both factor in, gentlemen. Welcome to Big Boy Physics.
So, let me get this straight. You think the light comes out of the laser, and the diameter of the light, it gets smaller as it goes towards the moon, like
Yeah,
a magnifying
no.
glass.
So here's me looking inside chat laughing at you right now. Yeah. You see the moon, bro?
Yeah, it looks like a picture of a laser hitting the moon.
Seems you can see the light. Yeah. Going at the moon. Now, I have a question. Can you with your naked eye see it not hit the moon? Since you want to play games with what you can see.
Dude, what is your obsession with games? Are you like a computer programmer or something? Like, I don't get it.
Buddy, I have the knowledge in my head because I have the degree there. Now, for brevity and just getting the text, I can use a bot to just say what I already know to be true, bro. Like, again, we're playing games.
Well, I think you're playing a game and projecting it onto me because you're denying the inverse square law and how light
I didn't
spreads
deny
out.
it. I said they both factor in. Okay, I posted a picture just so we stop playing games with words
How
and
does the
your
picture
understanding
help
of
us stop playing
collimators and
games?
everything else. Huh?
How does the picture help us stop playing games?
Yeah, it's simple. That's a pretty big laser, right? The beam is meters wide, bro. Like, little do you know while you're over here talking. So it's really big, wide. And as you look up, you can see it narrowing, right? You want to play naked eye games, and then I'm asking you the question, can you see it not hit the moon? Not hit the moon.
Can I see the light not hit the moon?
Yeah.
I don't... Can you reword that?
You're wanting to claim the light doesn't hit the moon and come back, so I'm wondering how you claim it's
That's
not
not
even hitting the
what
moon.
I'm claiming. I'm claiming, how did you miss the retroreflectors?
Because they're small. You have to aim at them, bro. The
Right,
moon's
but the
pretty
light
big.
is big. The light that's leaving your laser?
The light narrows as it goes out, bro.
So
I
then
said,
how
you're
come
just denying it. You
if
could
it
even
didn't-
see it in a picture.
You think I can see that in a picture that the light is narrow?
Yeah.
Do
Yeah, are you
things
blind?
appear to get smaller the further they get away?
If you make the beam really wide, you can definitely
Are
see
the
it narrow.
laws of
If it's really
perspective
narrow, you
true?
can't see
Are the
it.
laws of perspective true, sir?
Oh my god.
It's a yes or no.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so when things get further away, they appear to get smaller, right?
You're using the inverse square law on light. Yeah, it doesn't work this way, though. You don't know what
The
you're
inverse
talking about.
square law of light doesn't work?
Nah.
Is that
Light
what you
moves in a
said?
straight
Like,
line.
what?
Where's it lose energy? When does light lose energy? It only loses energy when it gets absorbed and
Every time
what are
you
on about?
double the distance, it loses
Light
energy.
does not lose energy. No, it does not. That's how it
What?
travels from yeah, it doesn't.
Do you
Over
think
distance?
You can listen to a radio station from like Milwaukee in Texas. Like, does
Oof.
light not lose energy?
I am shocked with what you guys don't know and correct. No, it doesn't.
Can I ask a question quickly?
Just to be sure, you're saying that every time you double the distance from the source, the signal strength does not drop 4 times.
No. Man,
You must
that's
not
for
know why
dude, that's for matter, bro. This is for matter.
No,
Like, what are you
you
on
don't-
about?
Why
Can I
would
get-
do
I'm
this?
just going to post this in the chat
This is
real quick.
what are we doing here, man? Like,
Can I
Why
get-
would they have
less than high school.
Can I get in here quickly? I just wanted to ask something about.
Here's the thing, I put a lot of faith in a person and I run them to their limit, and then since you're at your limit, I'm done with you, bro. It's, like you guys, like, you can't play with
hold
the
on.
truth and then want
Hold on,
the deep
hold on
truth
first,
too.
hold on.
Like, don't go hand in hand.
Relax.
It's an issue with institutions, right? They play with
Relax,
the
bro.
truth and they also have a little bit of it,
Relax, bro.
like pick
Relax.
lock.
Relax. I just wanted to follow up on something. So Larry was asking you about the inverse square law and lasers and stuff like that, and you're saying they don't apply to lasers because light is focused, right? It converges, right? But is it not the case that if you do have light that is converging, it's converging to a focal point? What happens to the light after that focal point? It reaches a certain, let's say you focus light in, a couple meters in front of you, right? That focal point where everything is as narrow as possible hits that distance. What happens afterwards? It diverges. Thank you very much. So the inverse square law does apply here. It just depends on where you're looking at that light. So I don't say it doesn't apply. It's just a matter. It's just there's an extra bit of information in here that's not being spoken about, or has yet to be spoken about. Okay, come on, man, don't talk shit. Go ahead, Larry.
I mean, I just watched the guy expose himself in front of everybody. He doesn't think that the inverse square law of light affects light.
I'm just no. I think
thank you very much.
This works both ways. The door. So like when you play games with humans, you're playing games with yourself.
I just got back. Did I hear him say that the inverse square law does not apply to radio stations?
Yeah. No, I'm playing with you guys at this point, man. It's like 2:37. Whatever.
Pickle tried
You're over here asking me high school questions after I told you 7 times not to.
Pickle tried to pull some Jedi mind trick bullshit,
answering the more complex
saying
thing.
that the inverse square law of light does not apply to lasers because lasers are collimated or the light is being focused and therefore it need not apply. I called him out on his bullshit that lasers they converge to a focal point. And after that focal point, they diverge again.
Right, so I just posted this link, the inverse square law of light. Let's see. For any such description of the source, if you have determined the amount of light per unit area reached 1 meter, then it will be 1/4 as much as in 2 meters. So if you double the distance, it's 1/4 the signal strength. So if the light is spreading out from the source, which is the laser, and if it's spreading out over like a small area, like the apparent size of the moon, then it's going to spread out a lot over 238,000 miles. How many times if you double the distance? So that's why you're not getting very much light back. Like when you're counting the photons back, it's not very much because of this inverse square law. So if the light is diverging and spreading out, then you can't be for certain that you miss the retroreflectors, which you're claiming to do when you bounce light off the moon without hitting the retroreflectors. I don't know how you could be certain that you're not hitting those retroreflectors, which was the whole premise that you came up with, that you're bouncing light off the moon without the retroreflectors. That's what you started.
You're done playing with the inverse square law. This is good. So we're back to the retroreflectors. Like, you need them to be the reason why it bounces off the moon and comes back. Why do you keep needing to rely on these stupid reflectors, bro? Because you claim they didn't go to the moon, so you don't believe they're there.
You brought it up.
Yeah, and then I immediately told you the passive method is underneath. So you're a grown adult. If you're at a job and I posted 2 things and you kept avoiding one of them, I'd fire you, bro. Like, you're not blind. The passive one is there.
Hey, could it be possible that, I mean, I agree, you're shooting the laser and there might be some methods that will make it, not... going towards where you're trying to shoot it at, where you're shooting it at. Could it be possible that the distances are not that far, and you actually,
claiming a reflector accelerates the thing, man, like substantially or something, and changes the calculation? What?
No, I'm saying that we have the observatories, the lasers on the ground, and they're being shot to the sky, and. But the distances are not.
Bunch of different countries, instruments over 50 years. The instruments have advanced. The staff has changed.
Yeah, but the distances, the calculations on the distances.
Yeah, but immediately, I think there's an absurdity, which is claiming all these people can't do this basic thing you can buy a stupid device from Home Depot with. The only question, right, is the distance. Is this actually able to be done over a long distance? That was the whole point of these people getting together and making big instruments and testing them over time. It started off as smaller instruments because they couldn't afford the big observer. Yeah, bro, so like, please, as an adult, like, you come on. Man, and it's on the ground, bro. These aren't satellites.
But yeah, the laser will work. I even gave you
something on the ground.
The laser will work and do the job, but I'm saying that what will be the difference if the distance to whatever is hitting is not 300,000 miles? What if it's, 100 miles, 200 miles, 3,000 miles?
Well, that's the funny thing is this is why this whole argument and basing a belief or off of playful stuff like distance Yeah, if it were half the distance, I even asked this at the start, a quarter, triple, double, 1,000 times, it wouldn't matter for the sake of this discussion. So this is why you can't play with it, bro. The stuff up in the sky, playing games with how far it is, come on, man, we're not in high school. You better have a narrative for that stuff up there, man. This
are you
idea.
getting paid for each time that you say games in high school?
Yeah, because I put it some time with you guys, right? So like it's day 4 or 5. Yeah, I worked through this stuff. Like, so I worked through it. I'm back here. You've been on this for years. I have every right to be critical of how much you seem to know about this stuff. It's your belief, bro. I cut through it in 3-4 days.
I think this is the first time I've ever talked to you. So how did you cut through my?
Well, here I am. I got time too. Easily. I took your core beliefs. I drove you to give me the details. You see? Because it takes a lot of time. I'm trying to explain the answer to you. I'm done. Like, that's the thing. This is why I'm talking to you like this. But do you want to know what I did? If not, talk about it.
No, I want to know how much does a dream weigh?
Wow. Less than a feather.
Really? I built a house. I built a skyscraper, a Trump Tower.
It's your synapses firing, right? So while you're dreaming, they're firing, right? If I take the kind of mass conversion that's occurring when, boom, boom, boom happen like pistons, I can measure how much your dreams cost you, bro.
Oh, it's almost like the archetype isn't the idea.
You put stuff in your body, it comes out, not all of it, and it gets used for your consciousness and stuff, right? So that's any system, input, output, and consumption.
Or like the schematics aren't actually the building.
I'm going to skip this conversation. Yeah. Okay. I put the passive method in side chat. I don't know what you gain by denying any distance to the moon.
So
obviously,
wait,
there's a
you
distance.
were about to tell me how much a dream weighed.
Break
I'm sorry that I broke that. Could you go through it again?
This is irrelevant. I don't want to have.
No, it's perfectly relevant. It's beautiful. You're about to answer me. What does a dream weigh?
How could that possibly be relevant?
See, he doesn't want you to talk about it because it matters. What does a dream weigh?
It's you guys' room. I feel like I'm gonna get muted if I keep talking with him.
Well, you haven't been muted yet, so you've been doing great, I think.
All right, so Larry,
it's been a bit painful, man, because reality sets in at some point, and hey, man, I know this for sure, man. The moon's 238,000 miles, man. I know it. Well, we got lasers, we got universities.
Most people don't think about it because they're on flat Earth just like you on a daily basis going to work.
We got measurements, we got all kinds of things, man. But the fact is, man, none of us have actually been to the moon to check it out, man. None of us. Yeah.
Do you think the average American even thinks about the moon in any serious way?
No, they don't. The average American don't give a fuck all about the moon or how far it is and nothing.
And where are they on a daily basis? Flat Earth. They don't even think
man. They're just hanging out, doing their jobs, going home, feeding their kids, getting to work.
Yeah, they don't think about what's up there at all.
No, they don't think about it.
We're paying an assload of taxes so people can shoot lasers at the moon and tell them.
Hold on. So wait. So the average plebeian, all throughout human history, never really looked up at the sky and formed a narrative. They've all, they're too big. They don't many times have the brain capacity, to even make some of the.
How do you know that, man? How do you know they didn't have the brain capacity?
Because all throughout human history, they didn't.
Were you there, man? In 1492, when Columbus. We don't know what the brain capacities are, man. They were great. They were thinkers. They're out there just like you and I.
Yeah, look at the average pyramid builder. You
guys are giving a lot of words to something that I'm not changing my mind on. Dummies didn't do this in history ever. They
built
don't
amazing
do it in the present
buildings,
either.
Pyramids and all kinds of crazy
thinking, the calculus, the math, guys, the math. Inverse square law. Inverse square law. Can a dodo-head idiot who's illiterate in Rome, like 80% of the population, can they derive the inverse square law?
They're still working thousands of years later. Can you do that? Can you build an aqueduct that works for thousands of years?
Simple things I ask you, you try to avoid it, talk past me to address something else. This is telling, dude.
Well, it's telling that you think so low of your ancestors and so highly of yourself.
I am referring to data points. When you then have words for data points to the degree you do, you're almost being manipulative. And I'm not a fool, so I'm not going to let you whisk away data points.
Talking this whole time, doing an end zone dance at the 50-yard line.
I've been trying to get you to be an honest man about your beliefs, is what I've tried to do. You've never heard mine.
So what are your beliefs? Let me guess, exactly what they told you in college?
You haven't been forthright with me, and you've been, why would I be this way with you?
I didn't deny the inverse.
You've played game. Okay, so... Dear God, shooting lasers at things and getting a little reading back. A grown adult who understands physics enough to argue about lambda CDM should not be denying this, bro. That's the absurdity about you.
Did you ever
positioning?
Hear me deny it? I'm just asking questions.
So laser has hit moon, and there is a reading, bro. Like, this has occurred. You just don't agree with what they got. And then I ask you the question, hey, if it's 1,000 miles away, 1,000 times, a fourth of the distance, a tenth of the distance, what difference does it make? You have no answer. So I wonder why you make a big stink if you have no measurement in distance. Somebody has a...
How do you know it's not hitting something before the moon? How do you know that? How do you know it absolutely 100% hits the moon every time you do your measurement and reading?
Yeah, because when I am in my house and I'm trying to measure a room, I don't play video games like you and pretend.
No. Hold on. Maybe you didn't hear the question.
ChatGPT, and that's what ChatGPT said.
Maybe you didn't hear the question. I'm going to say it a little bit slower because it's clear, right? I'm going to say a little slower.
Maybe your ears don't work because I answer you.
So check it out, Pickle. Listen. Okay, so listen. How do you know that for sure it hit the moon and not something before the target that you think you're hitting? How do you know 100%?
Because ChatGPT said so.
So, like I said, when I'm in a room and I want to measure my house with that $10.
No, dude. You're hold on. When you're in a room and you shine something and you know, and you can physically walk up, touch it, feel it, smell it, taste it, whatever, bro. We're talking about you're looking at something in the sky, which you do not know the distance to. You shoot something to it, and you go, yep, it just bounced off. How do you know that you bounced off the thing in the sky that you're saying you're bouncing off of? How do you know that?
So you seem kind of slow, so I want to really help you out with this.
Dude,
right?
That's the projection right there.
It's not slow. You asked it 3 times, and there's not a single answer.
You're talking. Yeah, so if me and my friend want to shine a laser on something up in the sky, right? I can do that with the laser, binoculars. He can stand at an angle, look, right? A bunch of other people can do this. Do you see the light bend? Did it hit something? It hits. The light is going in a straight line, bro. Light travels straight. Yeah, it's not hitting anything, fool. I can see it. So stop playing video games, man.
Stop playing games. With the binocular sees the laser on the surface.
En route. Do I see it change direction? No, I don't, fool. So it's
All right, so listen, bro. Listen. Let me explain.
We're not in high school, guys.
Let me explain something to you, dude.
Now you're trying to explain shit to me.
Listen. Let me explain
basic bitch questions. All right.
Okay, so check this out. I understand that you don't understand what I'm asking because you just
I answer your ass, bro. Don't play games with me, man.
Just listen. You reiterated the same point. You just threw a friend in this conversation with you. So let me ask it one more time, okay?
I can't have a friend with me, Dodo head. I can't have my fucking friend with binoculars next to me. Now you're gonna be fucking retarded.
I'm gonna give you a little scenario real quick. Okay? Let's say, right? I'm gonna put you on a football field at the 50-yard line, okay?
Yeah.
But then
I play defensive end. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. So then I'm gonna put a big ass plexiglass that's 10 yards before you, okay? Now then I bring out some idiot like you. I say, hey, come here, check this out. Shoot this light at him, and when we get it registered back, a bounce back, you're going to tell me how far he is, okay? Now, he doesn't know that you're 50 yards away. He doesn't know that distance, but he can see you, okay? And he doesn't know that there's a plexiglass.
All this complication, man. I'm just going to have my homeboy grab some binoculars and look up in the sky, but your dumb ass is adding 3 or 4 more fucking variables because you're stupid as hell. Motherfucker, you're trying to trick me. How about you shut the fuck up, bro?
So check it out.
You ain't as good as you think you are. You're adding shit in here like a fucking idiot.
So then what happens?
Trying to act smart.
So then what happens? That guy that's like you, an idiot, he shoots it, right? And then he comes back and tells me,
all this jibber jabber bullshit.
So check it out. He comes back and tells me, oh, He's 40 yards away. Okay, great. Perfect. Awesome. Now, he's going to live the rest of his life thinking that you were 40 yards away, but he had no idea, even though he thinks he bounced it off you, but he hit something before. So let me go back to my original question. How do you know you're hitting the moon and not something that's in between you and the moon? For a fact. How do you know that for a fact?
I'm not a retard like you who overcomplicates things, right? Tries to pretend physics isn't physics, right? And when my homeboy gets a binocular and he's looking up at the same shit I am, I don't pretend he's seeing random shit. So I just got a brain that works, bro. Unlike you.
The more you don't answer,
that's it.
Dude, you're telling on yourself, dude. You're exposing yourself, dude, of how much of an idiot you are. I even broke it down to very simple where fucking a kid could understand what I'm saying. You can't. You don't care to address that because you understand now, okay, yeah, wait, hold up. I can't fucking 100% sure say that I'm hitting the moon because there might be something between me and that moon, and I'm getting this registered thing, and it might not even be that. That's how fucking retarded you are, dude. But you're so bricked and stuck. So be it, dude. You can be the fucking pussy that you are, dude. I don't care. I'll shut up now. Someone else can fucking handle this lightweight, bro. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, well done, Apocalypse. This is like, it's Dunning-Kruger personified.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Dude, there is so much confidence that all of it can't be like earned.
Yeah, think about it like this, Larry, man. If that guy was so smart and he knew everything, he would present it like a professor would at a college or something, right?
And
he wouldn't call you guys retarded.
As much as
he wouldn't do all these, like, you know, you guys just are like in high school. I mean, you guys don't understand. Why am I even here? I mean, it would be different if you knew your shit, bro. You would just come in and go, hey, let me talk to you about fucking rebuilding pianos, man. I know a shitload about it, man. What do you guys?
Yeah, but he sounds like he's still young too. So maybe he'll.
And he's young, and he thinks he knows it all, and it's sad, man. But at the same time, man, if he really had all the evidence, man, he would present it like a professional, and we would move on and go. Okay.
And I doubt he would come in here sounding like he just shot up a fucking needle of like heroin or something, you know, in the process. Like, come on, man, focus.
So what I did.
This is the third day I've heard him in here, and he sounds like he just like ripped a huge bong, took a huge bong hit right before he said anything. Every time. Fucking pathetic, bro.
Yeah, it's pathetic, man. But that's why I come in here, because I hear that kind of stupid, crazy shit. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yo, Jedi's gift just made me laugh, man.
I know, bro. I know. We're here watching it over and over again.
I just saw.
So I took the Zetetic approach, right? Asking questions, probing questions. And I just let him expose himself, right? Because he was so cocky. I just took the student position and let him have the, you know, the parent role, right? Is what they call it. So, you know, I took the child role,
Socrates,
right? And I just let him expose himself. Like, he doesn't believe in the inverse square law of light, but he's going to tell me what light's doing on the way to the moon and back, and that's how we know the distance to the moon. But he doesn't understand the physics of light.
And the funny part is he conflated how lasers work with.
Wait, didn't I tell you I was like, since you kind of like were playing mirror? No,
you know, because when you focus light in a laser, you're collimating it, i.e., you're creating a very, very narrow cone. Let's say, right? You're not, bouncing light off of a convex mirror, unless there are highly sophisticated ones that do this, but more traditional lasers are really just really, really narrow beams. They don't focus in and then diverge out after a focal point, you know. So it's like he's conflating all these things. He's all fucked up.
He said light travels in a straight line, so I guess he doesn't believe in the solar eclipse model.
And you're falling for the bait, just like you sit here and play games with other people.
Do you believe in the solar eclipse model? Did I just post it?
Hey, you're an older male adult,
yes,
right,
or
who
no?
has a brain. You talk to me a certain way, I'll talk to you back that way. You play with me, I'll play with you. You say stupid things to me, I'll say them back to you.
Do you believe in
I'm answering you the same way you seem to want to answer me, bro.
Yes or no? It's yes or no.
I don't, bro. I don't.
It's yes or no.
I don't.
So I mean, either light travels in a straight line, or it doesn't. Right? That's a true dichotomy. So do you believe in the solar eclipse model that I just posted? Do you believe it to be accurate?
I'm gonna inform you, you're wasting your time right now. Right?
Because you're not capable of answering truthfully without contradicting yourself.
I think
that's why I'm wasting my time.
Oh, I think you're deceitful. So like, I'm just
asking questions is deceitful. So deploying the Socratic method is deceitful. Is that why they wanted to kill him? Because he was deceitful by asking a question? Can you define deceitful and see if that lines up with Socrates?
Wait, I have a question. I have a serious question for you. You're up against AI, like, in all honesty, for like years, even going into the future. You're continuing to deny what humans seemingly are doing productively. The AI is even aligning with this and capturing. Over time, there's going to be nobody believing in what you believe.
Yo, this guy would ally with AI against the humans, man. This guy's a
Can you answer the question? Does light behave like this in the solar eclipse model that I posted in the side chat? Are you capable
now that I can see
that?
the future, I'm not interested.
Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd run too. Tuck tail, bro.
This guy would let the robot. He would let the robots enslave us, man. He would be the slave to the robots willingly.
He said light travels in a straight line, so ipso facto, he doesn't believe in the solar eclipse model. Therefore, the shadow from the moon cast onto the Earth is only about 100 miles in diameter. So that means that if what he said is true, and he believes light doesn't bend, travels in a straight line, then he believes the moon is only about 100 miles across. And because he refused to answer, I'm only left to assume, based off of what he said, that this is what he believes.
And he also disagrees with basically every single person in the world that recognizes that light reflects and refracts, and there's like the Fermat's principle of light, and you know that all these things happen where light doesn't just go straight.
The shadow of the moon in a solar eclipse can be smaller than the moon because the sun is a bit larger, right?
Well, when you see the diagram of the eclipse, is the light traveling in a straight line or is it converging?
Well, the sun is not a point source, right?
Right, but that guy said the light travels in a straight line. So if it travels in a straight line, what do you mean essentially? Why are you qualifying it? Either it travels in a straight line or it doesn't. According to Eratosthenes, it goes in a straight line, right?
There's a half a degree of divergence, right? The angular size of the sun. It's not a point source.
Well, if there's half a degree of divergence, what he said is incorrect. Do you see?
That's not true.
Wait a minute.
That's not true. Because the light goes in every direction from the point source. It could go every direction in a straight line or it could curve.
The sun is not a point source.
I know, I said from the point source. Every point source, the light would be going in every direction from it.
Well, also, if he doesn't believe in, the light, doing anything but going in a straight line, then he doesn't believe in Snell's law and refraction. So when we can see too far, then he would have to accept that empirical evidence. So if he truly believes that... I was
more curious about this eclipse thing.
Oh.
You posted this diagram. You're saying that the moon would be 100 miles wide if the eclipse path is 100 miles wide?
Right, because if we're going by what Eratosthenes says, the light travels in a straight line, right?
Continue.
Then this model of the eclipse can't be true. So you get to either keep the measurement of your Earth or the measurement of your moon. You can't have it both ways.
No, you can show geometrically that if you take the Earth and the sun and put them where they should be, even just you draw a straight line from the top of the sun, the bottom of the moon, or the top of the moon, and a straight line from the bottom of the sun to the bottom of the moon, you get about 100-mile path. I think it's like 90.
Okay, so you're telling me that when I saw the eclipse and recorded it live, I was in the path of totality, and the sun was completely blocked out. You're telling me that if I was in like Georgia or California or something, that we're going to use the penumbra to measure the size of the moon, or the umbra?
I didn't mention either of those. That's not what I said.
Right. So I'm asking.
Well, you
it's not
said
me straw
right,
manning you. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm asking a question. If we're going to measure the size of the moon from the shadow it directly leaves on the Earth from the sun, how would you measure it? The partially cut off point, which is not a very good measurement tool because you're only getting a partial shadow, or the totality shadow, which is the actual moon itself creating a complete shadow by blocking out the sun? Which one would you measure if you were trying to determine the size of the moon?
I'd actually like to know both, right? But the size of the totality shadow will depend on the geometry of the situation. So like I said, if you take... It all
depends on the geometry.
Of course. So like I said, if you take an Earth and a sun and a moon, and you put them in an actual, like the scaled distance that's claimed, right? You can see that the ray that passes from the top of the sun, the bottom of the moon, and vice versa, creates the path of totality, and it is 100-ish miles wide, even when the moon is scaled to the 1100 miles or so that it's supposed to be. Just geometrically with straight lines, right? So there's no contradiction there, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, if you think that Eratosthenes, said that the light is traveling straight, and if you think
I'm talking about straight lines.
Right. If you think the light traveled 93 million miles away, what other path would it take other than straight lines?
I am talking about straight lines, yeah.
Right. So when I'm looking at this eclipse diagram here, it doesn't look like straight parallel lines. It looks like converging lines.
Well, there's difference between, we're talking about straight lines, and now you've introduced the corollary that they must also be parallel. It's the first time you've mentioned that word, right?
Well, it's 90-degree straight lines of light from 93 million miles away, right?
90 degrees to what? Like, where are you getting that from? You brought in this parallel thing that was not mentioned a second ago, right?
Well, how else would light travel from 93 million miles away? Would it take a zigzag path? It would take a straight path through a vacuum, right?
Sure.
Right. So if the light is coming down in parallel rays, because early in the flat Earth thing, we used to say that, the crepuscular rays, was showing a close and local sun, and then we realized that it was due to perspective. And we stopped saying, hopefully we all stopped saying that.
People say it all the time, unfortunately, but I understand that you understand that. It's no problem.
Right. So if the light is coming down parallel, then this, Eratosthenes thing doesn't line up with the solar eclipse model. They're contradicting each other.
Well, let's talk about the solar eclipse model, right? So if you can, like, every piece of the sun is emitting isotropically, right?
What do you mean by the same?
In all
Isotropic
directions.
meaning the same?
Isotropic meaning in all directions.
Okay, thanks.
So you can imagine, just to pick like a single photon, right? A single ray, if you will. Visualize one that goes from the top of the sun, right? Like to the, if you're looking at this in like a 2D, and it just barely goes over the top of the moon. And then another one that does the same from the bottom of the sun and the bottom of the moon, right? So these are not parallel, but they were emitted as all rays, a bunch of rays being emitted in all directions. These are the two that just sort of define the path of totality. Does that make sense?
Yep, I'm with you so far.
So that, like geometrically, that creates like 100-mile path of totality. They're straight lines.
Okay, so now take that same light coming from the sun and put it with Eratosthenes' observation.
Yeah, it's no problem because this is only a half a degree of divergence, right? So it's completely within the bounds of his experiment. No problem at all.
half a degree in divergence. So you're saying the light
Well, I guess
only
it's
bent through the atmosphere at like a half a degree from the sun,
No,
from
I'm
the
saying the angular
heliosphere to
size
the
of the sun
vacuum.
is half a degree. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're talking about the apparent size of the sun.
So, I mean, really, I guess what I'm questioning is exactly what you're trying to show with this little solar eclipse diagram you posted, right? So these lines are straight, and they create the path of totality. But you seem to be claiming that the path of totality should be bigger, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Yep.
Why?
Because that's how I'm measuring the size of the moon. Because when I saw the moon go in front of the sun, and I know that the path of totality was from like Fort Worth area to like Tyler, Texas area.
Okay, actually, I can show you. Can I stream something for you again real fast?
Sure.
All right. Let me know when you're looking.
Yep.
Okay, so this big yellow ball is the sun, all right?
No, it's a model of the sun, but go ahead.
Sure. We're going to say that this big yellow, anyway. So we take a ray from the top or the bottom of the sun, right? Yeah?
Yep.
And then one from the top, okay? And as you can see, I'm using the actual numbers here, right? Big exponents. And so somewhere in here is the moon. 250. Anyway, there we go. There's the moon. So the top one comes from the top of the sun, right? The bottom one from the bottom of the sun. With me so far?
Yep.
And then that creates the path of totality, and it's like 90 miles wide.
Okay, go back to the moon.
So hard to find things at this scale.
Yeah, no. It's ridiculously large.
There you go. There's your moon.
All right, so how big is that moon?
It's to scale.
So it's 1/4 the size of the Earth? Roughly?
So the radius here is like 1,100 miles, I think. I've rounded a tiny bit, but generally speaking, the numbers are,
Gotcha, close enough, right?
I haven't rounded by much. You understand the principle.
Yeah, I'm not going to split hairs over rounding.
I appreciate that.
Can you zoom out a bit? Zoom out.
So the light is converging like the moon is acting like a magnifying glass in your model.
No. All we've done, so this line is it is a line drawn from the top of the moon to the top of the sun. That's it. Because this is what defines the path of totality, right?
Right.
And it's 100 miles-ish, as expected. So perhaps, I guess the idea here is that an actual scale diagram compared to the cartoon that you posted may be a bit more enlightening as to how that works.
It is. It is enlightening. I'll give you that.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah, I think it's affecting.
So the light is converging because it's not a point source.
Yes, exactly.
Around the moon to create the umbra and penumbra.
Yeah, I actually have the penumbra on here as well, but I had it turned off because it's not what we're talking about. That's just the inverse, right? So that for that you draw a line from the top of the sun to the bottom of the moon and vice versa. And that defines the penumbra.
I met this girl on the weekend, this chick named Luna. I asked her for.
You broke up, bro. You asked her for her measurements? You're breaking up.
Man, screw this. I didn't even say a joke. Like one single joke.
So how are we going to come to consensus if we're seeking the truth here? How are we going to come to consensus? So you bounce light off the surface of the moon, or you hope that it's the moon and not another surface behind it or in front of it. And that tells you the distance. And you look at the umbra and penumbra, you modeled it out, and that tells you the size. But if your radius doesn't line up, your whole model falls apart. If dark matter isn't real, then you don't have the gravitational effects to create spaceballs or protoplanets or any. What? That's not true?
That's not true. No.
So if gravity doesn't work, then you can still make gravitational spheres?
So no model, lambda CDM, MOND, etc., right? Would say that the formation of planets, protoplanetary disks, things like this, doesn't work how we would expect it to. Right? This is very much in the small mass approximation at which Einstein and MOND both reduced to Newtonian anyway. So they're not relevant.
Try to understand what I'm saying. You globe earthers, and I'm stereotyping, and I apologize in advance. You globe earthers come in here and say, "Oh, you believe you're on a disk flying through space?" No, that's actually you guys are the ones that believe in protoplanets. We don't actually believe that. It's like, oh, why don't you fall off? Well, you think you're living on a ball that's spinning, flying through space. We live on a flat, stationary plane that's not moving. Wouldn't you guys be the one to fall off? Oh, well, where's your edge? Where's your geometric horizon? You see where I'm going with this?
Perhaps, but I mean, you know that I've never asked you those questions. I come in here and I mostly just answer questions, right?
That's why I apologize in advance for
I mean, I feel that generally I'm actually extremely polite in here.
And I haven't used any fighting words with you either, have I?
No, I'm not mad at you.
Right, so how do we come to a consensus? How do we figure out what the truth is?
Weigh the evidence.
Each individual person has to weigh the evidence, right?
Well, that's a very interesting question. Like, genuinely, right? You know, how does any one person, like, where do you set the bar? And it has to be different for different things, right? So it's a very interesting sort of personal question, but it's also in the realm of philosophy, which is not really what I spend my time worrying about.
Oh, come on, bro. We've been talking about philosophy all night long. Every time I try to bring up any kind of science whatsoever, you guys are like, oh, no, dog, I don't want to talk about high school science.
You're conflating me with this other guy. I do not.
Okay, once again,
I don't appreciate that one.
I apologize. You are correct. You're not a typical, what we call, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to use those words, but yeah. That's the difference between you, who are obviously from academia. I believe that you are, anyway.
I'm a PhD student, yes.
Right, you're from academia. I don't know your status or whatever, but...
Well, now you do.
And then there's other people who I don't think that they are in academia, because you guys don't call it morals, you call it ethics, right?
Yeah.
Right, so you have ethics. Because you haven't broke any ethical boundaries so far. Because if I asked you about the inverse square law and does it affect lasers, you would say...
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It's just a fact. There is a proportionality constant, so it's not quite as simple as it would be with an isotropic source like a light bulb, but it certainly affects lasers, yes.
Well, I've played with lasers, and if you shine it a foot away, the diameter is about a number 2 pencil, right? But if you shine it 100 yards away, it goes to like the size of like a basketball or a beach ball, depending on how good your laser is, right?
Yeah. And obviously, very expensive lasers can be very, very well collimated, but no one will dispute, right? There is no such thing as a perfect laser.
Right.
And as soon as you get past the what is it? The Rayleigh distance, where you stop being in Gaussian theory or whatever, Gaussian beam theory, then yeah, it's diverging for sure.
So how come more people like you don't come in rooms like this? You guys are rare. We get a lot of the other type.
I like listening to it. It's very interesting to me. Like, genuinely, it actually is. You know, just someone comes in here.
You know why it's interesting to you?
I do.
Because
Wow.
this is how philosophy actually works. You question things, you weigh things out, you debate.
Well, I'm not necessarily
you discuss.
talking about the discussions that are in here, although sometimes those are interesting. But what's really interesting to me is when you have someone come in here, and they're confronted by some difficult things, and they often react very poorly. That's interesting to me. Like, you take the average person, right? I would say the average person off the street is completely incapable of defending, the idea, like why we think the Earth is a globe, which I don't think is unreasonable. There's a lot of things that the average person doesn't know how to do. Make the fucking CPU this in their phone or whatever, right? You don't have to know how everything around you works. It can be interesting to you, and that's fine, but whatever. Like, I don't think it's an unreasonable position for the average person. I'm not saying to not know the basics, but to be able to stand up in a Discord full of people who are, let's be honest, right, very, very, very well versed in some talking points, right, and to be able to refute them all off the bat. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation. I'd be very surprised, right, if the average person could do that. But what's interesting to me is when the average person comes in here and then they are confronted with those talking points. And they don't have anything. Like, you walk them through the thing. You're like, okay, well, if the globe is a geometric sphere of this radius, blah 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 blah, then you can work out how far you should see. And here's a picture farther than that, right? And they go, huh, that's crazy, right? But as an average person, they have no idea how to talk about this.
Right.
Whether they don't. A lot of people will just say, well, that's photoshopped, right? Which of course is not true. And so if they insist on that particular route of questioning, then they're eventually going to be humbled because they are real photos. But it's like to see these people sort of like spiral and cope about it is weird because I think that for the average person to get in here and then they're confronted with these interesting ideas that they haven't heard before, if they were to say, well, I don't really understand how that photo is possible, but I really do think that scientists are telling the truth. That's a reasonable thing to say, right? And you obviously can disagree as whether or not that's true, or whether or not it's a thing you would do, right? But I don't think, like, from just sort of a general standpoint, that's like an unreasonable position to take. Like, to say, well, you know what, you're right, it is essentially just a belief, but I do believe the scientists, my phone works, my computer works, all this stuff, I'm just going to take their word for it. I don't really understand how you got that photo, but it is what it is, right? I think that's reasonable, but almost nobody I've ever heard come in here does that. Almost ever. Right? That's interesting to me, is why everyone who is, very poorly qualified to take on this position, which is fine and very reasonable place to be, refuses to cede it, right? They don't go, well, you know what? I don't really get it, but I take the scientists at their word. Almost never have I heard that. And that's really interesting to me.
You've never heard that people take the scientist's word?
I do that.
even scientists don't take each other at their word. That's the point of the peer review process.
But normies take the scientists at their word. Like, most normies just hear the word science, and they turn off all critical thinking because they've learned about science in the past, and to them, there's no more concrete inquiry method than science.
Right, and it could just be a salesman in a lab somewhere working for some millionaire to produce only what's needed to be produced for whatever outcome he needs. So, like, in that aspect, who's a scientist doing what type of science that helps you out?
And when you say salesman, that's exactly what the lobbyists are doing at the government, right? They're selling their science. I think I heard Rand Paul talk about lizards on cocaine running on treadmills. That's something our government paid for. Like, what? Like, why do we need to know what lizards in nature are going to be snorting cocaine and what happens if you put them on a treadmill? Like, that's not science. None of that is, like, based in nature. So how could that be science? It's like just some weird hairball study to where, like, hey guys, you want to get paid? I sure do. As a matter of fact, like, let's just call it science. So to my educated friend here,
lizards can be found in nature. Cocaine can be found in nature. Running is a natural thing.
Cocaine is a man-made process. Cocaine is synthetic. It's man-made.
You have the plant. What about the plant?
They can eat the coca leaves. I agree.
That makes you high.
Yeah, but it's a little different than, what do they call it? The white pony?
Yeah, it probably isn't as like concentrated as a.
I think the leaf, because I got a friend who lives down south, right, and he told me about it, and it's like totally different. Anyway, you should know that refined sugar is totally different than the sugar cane.
I like the scientists. They've treated me well.
But my question was to Itar. What is his name? Itar?
I pronounce it Itair, but you can really say what you like. It's not my real name, obviously, so I don't really care how you say it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Do you think
Probably some name from like the character in like an.
Sorry, I couldn't hear your question, Larry.
Sorry, bro. Do you think it's good science to put lizards on treadmill high on cocaine?
I don't know, man.
Is that natural science to you? Like, does that, study of the natural world?
Well, as lizards and coke are both real. I don't know, man.
But
only if they consume it in nature, like a cat eating catnip in nature. You can do some experiments on that. So yeah, they have to eat it. They have to consume.
Sounds entertaining to watch, though. At any rate.
Yeah, I bet those lizards were hauling ass, like scooting. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what kind of lizards were they?
I think they were iguanas. You want me to pull up the
Oh, damn, iguanas are slow. That would be funny to watch. Can you imagine a fast iguana?
Anyway,
it's like watching a fast.
I'm going to go back to work.
I'm just wondering, where's the line of demarcation between science and philosophy? If not the experiment, the hypothesis test, where would it be at?
When you test your hypothesis, that's the demarcation.
It's experimentation. You have to have experiment for.
So Newton didn't have a hypothesis. Einstein, did he have a hypothesis? Nope. So where is the science? Biochemistry? Would you consider that? Like that's a real natural science, right?
Well, Einstein certainly had a hypothesis, right?
What was it?
Essentially, his hypothesis was that the laws of physics should be the same for all observers, regardless of their motion. That was like the basis of his whole thing. He was like, "Damn, what if that's true?"
It's not really a scientific hypothesis.
Well, there are
independent variables. What? Sorry. I didn't hear you. Can you say that again?
Who are you talking to?
You. I talked over you. My bad.
Oh, I said there's definitely some contention tonight about science and hypothesis. Stuff like that.
Well, what's Einstein's dependent independent variable?
I mean, in this sense, yeah, you're using a little colloquially.
Yeah, it's just literally not a scientific hypothesis.
All we're asking is if we're too conservative with our idea of natural science, then explain to us why you can have a scientific experiment without causal mechanisms being demonstrated through independent manipulation of the variable. Because, I don't know, have I ever given you the mechanic analogy before?
Several times.
I have?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so one's a pseudo-mechanic, charging you $500 for theories, and the other one got you back to work for $500, which you're glad to pay for his expertise. You don't give a shit that he fixed it in like 15 minutes. You're not paying for his time, you're paying for his expertise. Because he manipulated one single thing, your starter fuse, and now you're back on the road so you can pay your mortgage. Right?
I think the real answer to your question, the actual question of like where do we draw the line
Mhm.
of manipulating things, right?
Mhm.
I don't think that anyone would say that observational sciences don't require a higher sort of balance of evidence before you say, hey, I think this is true.
Yeah, there's no such thing. No such thing.
Yeah, you said observational sciences. That's like saying I drive my starter to work. It's the division fallacy.
I mean, you can disagree with it, but it is, a term people use, and it's, if I was able to get to the end of my thought, right? I don't think anyone would say that observational sciences don't require a higher sort of standard of evidence than some lab experiment or science where you were able to directly manipulate the variable. But I think that that meaning scientists or just people in general, have acknowledged that there are things which are difficult or impossible to experiment with directly, and we'd still really like to know how they work. And in playing around with these things and trying stuff, right, we have found that observational and correlational studies, when combined with, robust hypotheses, can get you at the truth of things. And so for some people, that is sufficient and considered science, and then for you guys, you don't accept that. It's sort of a fundamental disagreement, I suppose, right? You can't really get any more divisible than that.
Well, if I passed you $100 bill, you would be able to tell if it was counterfeit or not, right?
Me? Probably not.
Well, I certainly could.
Depends on how good it was, right? I don't know anything about detecting counterfeit bills.
I do. I've caught them before.
Well, you may, right? But that's the point.
So the thing is that you have the original to compare it to, right? So when it comes to, like these images of astronauts in space, like, I don't know what the original looks like. So you mentioned it earlier that it's a belief that people have. They've accepted these ideas from someone else, right? Whereas my first-hand primary knowledge is telling me something else. Like, I have no way of knowing. So skepticism is healthy, but there are ways that we can take it too far, and it's unhealthy, right? Kind of like being so open-minded that your brain falls out. So it's like spectrums, right? Well,
yes, I agree. You can be too skeptical.
Right. So I think the whole idea of science is like skepticism. Like, that's the whole point. Like, oh, you're claiming this? You claim to have done that? How did you do that exactly? Oh, let me see that. Okay, let me try that. Well, I did this test like 350 times, and here's my results. Hey, Matt, come look. Hey, look what I did. Matt's like, oh shit, I did it 250 times. Right? But if you can't, like, get the mechanism of how they did it, you just, I observed it. Like, oh, you saw it. Okay. So it's like, it's a story. If someone sees something like a bank robber, they just tell you a story. Like, it's a story. And there's lots of stories about the heavens. I could talk about the Book of Enoch and what he thought was going on, or I could pull up NASA's website, right? Or we could go Greek mythology, or the Egyptian sun god, or whatever, right? But how do we figure out which one is actually the truth? Like, I can't debunk Ra, right?
Religion is a whole other topic. But what I'm trying to say here is that, we have, like I said, we recognize that there are some things, and I'm not just talking about astronomy, right? There are physical sciences or observational sciences on Earth. Some things can be difficult or impossible to, conduct experiments where you manipulate the variables. But we'd still like to know how they work. And to that end, we have been observing, taking observations that test hypotheses, right? For example, you might ask, I wonder if smoking cigarettes causes cancer, right? And it's very difficult to get a ton of people in a lab and make them smoke a ton of cigarettes until they get cancer. But you can look at the statistics and say, that does look like they cause cancer, right? You get all this together, and then perhaps eventually someone does come along and say, yes, and now we understand more about genetics, we understand more about DNA and stuff like that, and look, there are these chemicals in cigarettes that cause DNA to replicate poorly. This gives you lung cancer, right? But you knew that it was at the very least plausible ahead of time, just through observation, right? And so in looking at things like this, or geology, or whatever, right, the community, like scientists, people in general, have come to a conclusion that, if there are things that are very difficult to study, then careful observation can provide, what we think might be the answer here. The standard of evidence can be much higher, and
so we can know that you'll be needing adult diapers in your 30s.
Let me pass the mic after I say this, and I got to be careful the way that I say it, and I don't really want you to respond. But if you were to look at the data, you would find that cancer is extremely deadly. A lot of people die from cancer, especially if you look at the death certificates. But if you look at the side effects of the treatments, you'll find that, it's really good at killing cancer, right? The treatments for cancer are really good at killing cancer. So I'm going to leave it at that. But, the way that it gets written down scientifically, well, obviously they died from cancer. That's all I got.
Doesn't really address my actual point at all, right?
I know, because it was my point. And I'm passing the mic for someone else to speak, because I've been hogging the mic.
I'm happy to take over for a little while I'm walking the dog. What are we up to?
We're talking about how do you know what you know?
Profound works.
Well, how do you know what you know is you observe something and you make an assumption about it. That's generally what people do every day. Now, the assumption that you make can either be true or not true. It's only when you test it to make sure it's true does it become true, I guess. Now, it's a founding statement of philosophy, which eventually become the scientific method.
But I got my own truths, and I got my own methods, but I'm still going to call it science.
Yeah, you can pocket your own method, I guess. There's no dramas about that. But when it needs to be tested and verified throughout the community, there's got to be a generic statement of method.
Well, I can use the scientific method outside of science to diagnose the problem with my car, but what you can't do is you can't not use the scientific method inside of science. That would be pseudoscience.
Yeah, I guess in my job every day as an electrician and an engineer, I fault find problems, which starts with an observation and a presumed cause, and then testing a presumed cause. I guess you could call that science, but it's not natural science. It's just
it's the method
finding the root cause of a fault.
Deduction, right? You're using deduction, and it's the scientific method, but it's not science, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Natural science. So you can use the method outside of the field of science. You just can't call it science. But what you can't do is not use the method inside the field of science and call it science.
Yes, correct.
I think that's where I'm at. And maybe that's a really conservative view. But anything else outside of the method, by definition, is pseudoscience.
Yes, so if I claimed what I did every day, all day is science, that would be pseudoscience because it doesn't conform with a natural scientific method.
Right.
But I think a lot of people get hooked up on...
Go ahead.
A lot of people get hooked up on the idea of pseudoscience as if it's a outstanding slap in the face to your intellectual ability. It's just a term of phrase. That is, you're doing something that's outside the natural scientific method. That's it.
So birds, mating patterns, watching birds, that's not natural science.
Well, if there's a phenomena that happens in relation to abnormalities in how birds procreate or their movements or the effect of the amount of young they have, I guess that would be a phenomenon that you would create a hypothesis for. That would be natural science.
But you would have to be able to test the hypothesis and not just come up with the hypothesis. It has to be viable, right?
Yeah, classic example is southern white dolphins. This is a thing that's been brought up in biological studies numerous times. That is, there was a time in the early 90s right through to the early 2000s where there was visualized dying dolphins floating in the water in enormous amounts, and they created a hypothesis that was that there must have been a particular bacterial phenomenon or a virus. They did their tests and they created a vaccine. They went around injecting dolphins with this vaccine for years and years and years to no avail, until one of the test ships was crewed with an environmental engineer. And he asked a simple question is, in all these years, which was 14 years of testing these dolphins, has anyone tested the water quality? So they went about testing the water quality, and they found that there was a chemical in the water that was directly proportionate to a chemical that was used in the refinement of oil, and traced it back to a platform which was owned by Exxon. So in that instance, there was a natural phenomenon that was hypothesis created for, tested and validated.
But the cause turned out to be synthetic, right?
Yeah, correct. So we can't call that natural science, but it was in effect the same method that would be used in natural science.
Interesting.
The same reason why we can't define germ theory, because we don't really know whether or not the effect of humans and animals being sick or elongated with a infectious disease is natural or synthetic.
Did you say germ theory?
Yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about germ theory.
Yeah, I shouldn't have brought that up. Let's just let that slip. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that about flat Earth?
No.
No, we're just talking about
the difference
scientific theory.
We're talking about the difference between science and philosophy, and those who mistake philosophy as science being pseudoscience. Where is that line of delineation? That's what we're talking about, because if I claim something has been scientifically established, and then I give you some hairball theory, and you're like, okay, cool theory, how'd you test it? And I'm like, what do you mean test it? How is it then scientifically validated to reach the status of scientific theory?
I have to ask. Do you think
pseudoscience?
I'm gonna have to ask. Do you think germ theory is scientifically established?
We're not talking about germ theory.
Mr. Mod. Goodbye.
Yeah, we made a mistake and we brought up germ theory. But we're not really going to question.
I want to stay for a second.
Yeah, we're not really going to question that. We're going to stick to philosophy. But, you know, the whole measuring the surface of the Earth, that's not philosophy or science. But how many people think that it's been scientifically established? So there's like more pseudoscientists out there in the world that think the Earth's a globe because of science than there are flat earthers who are saying the Earth's flat because of science.
Yeah, and you can't science a noun. I mean, the whole aspect of the shape of the Earth is to do with geometry. It doesn't matter what you come up with, it's not going to be science.
Well, the globe earthers say that science doesn't prove anything.
That's true.
Yeah, they need to say that
well, it's not the point of science, right?
prove their globe.
So I had a computer malfunction. I assembled my own PC, right? And I can't remember exactly how long after, maybe 3-6 months later, it wouldn't turn on anymore. It stopped posting. So I was like, okay. So I started manipulating the different parts of the computer, taking them out and replacing them with known good working parts. Well, when I did that with the memory stick, I had one memory stick in and one memory stick out. Well, it turned on. And then I repeated that process over and over and over again. And every time I put the other memory stick back in, it stopped working. I took it out, it worked. So for me, it's like 99.99999% certain that it was that memory stick. Because when I replaced it, guess what happened? My computer worked. Now, you would say that doesn't prove anything. But guess what I'm talking to you on right now?
I would absolutely say, yeah, it proves it to me that that memory stick was bad.
Right.
Yeah, that's what you call the Kepler-Trago effect, the Kepler-Trago process. That is a process in technology, such as what I was talking about earlier, where you would find the root cause of an effect in technology rather than natural science, because you can't call it science.
Right, but to me, I proved it. And if that were to be like a natural phenomenon and I did the same thing, like it would be like, okay, that proved it. Unless anybody has anything to say otherwise, show me difference. I'm open-minded, but for right now, I'm going to go with that because it's working.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can even create a hypothesis and a theory based upon your cause and effect studies. And this is what happens these days is that term science is used so vastly and incorrectly that people just tend to believe it in so many areas. And that's why we need to hone in on the actual natural science.
How many times have you heard the words rocket science?
In the last 5 years, I've heard the term science used with every adverb, literally, like this science, that science. That's why we need to have a clear definition of what science actually is.
What do they call
It's
gravity?
It's okay to have colloquial uses for words, right? When
It
someone
is.
says hypothesis, they don't always mean a rigorous scientific hypothesis. When someone says rocket science, they mean aerospace engineering. And I'm sure if you even looked up that, you would see this. It would say something somewhere, aerospace engineering. But it's like I don't think there's any issue with that.
What about astrobiology? Words have meanings, right?
Words have meanings. That's not my favorite word. It's a relatively poorly named field, in my opinion. I mean, astrobiology is yeah.
But it's something you can go $100,000 in debt and unforgivable debt, and you can get, your degree. Right?
I actually don't know a ton of institutions that offer a degree in astrobiology. It's usually just classes. But the point is that if you take a class on astrobiology or you study it or whatever, right?
Well, there are astrobiologists, right?
For sure, but they don't often have a degree in astrobiology. That's quite unusual. It's usually physics or astrophysics. But the point is that astrobiology as a field is really almost no. I've never met anyone who does like the biology part, right? It's the study of what conditions could lead to life. For example, I know a person here who does astrobiology, like with quotes, right? And what they're interested in studying is how early Earth got its water, right? How it formed with water. That's it. Like how to get water. So obviously no biology there, right? But they're an astrobiologist.
Let me guess. His theory is hydrogen is a slut and likes to bond?
Actually, it has to do with comets.
Comets,
yeah. Which coincidentally is what I studied, but I don't study them for the same thing, obviously.
Yeah. But hydrogen does like to bond, right?
Hydrogen do be bonding.
So do you really need comets for all that water?
According to this person.
That's a lot of water.
You're your own person. Why don't you speak for yourself?
I've been hogging the mic again.
Yeah, he's his own person. Speak for himself. You were speaking for yourself. Now he's appealing to him speaking for somebody else. It isn't him. And it's like, why aren't you confident in yourself?
What do you think water comes from? You personally.
Like when I turn on the tap?
No. The molecular makeup of water.
Where does the molecular makeup of water come from? Or where does all the water around me come from?
The water that's here on Earth, right? In the oceans, in the air, underground, excuse me. Where did it come from? Where do you think it came from?
How far back do you want to go?
Well, where did it come from?
All the way.
Big Bang nucleosynthesis.
On Earth?
Well, he
said. See, I would say the gases were within the rocks, and they were compressed, and they released the gas, and it accumulated like a potato put in the end of your cabinet for years on end. You wouldn't say that. Like, you're a Prometheus guy, but you're like, you don't like the movies. You don't like the direction that he took it. No, I get why.
So we're told that the cosmic microwave background radiation is the oldest known light in the universe, right, Itir?
That's correct.
What's the dating method for light?
Well, in this case, it would be the whole lambda CDM thing, right?
Well, that's not a dating method, that's a model. See why that's not science?
Sorry?
Can you see why that is not science? It's just a creation myth?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's flat Earth proof that then you started worshiping like it was a god and started like adding on to it, like different idol bits.
Idle bits.
Yeah, for you to accept that this notion of a relative motion is nonsensical. So you have to have the little idol bits.
Bro, what are you talking about? We're talking about the Big Bang.
Okay, is that not like some kind of quantum? You're alluding to quantum. What is the space is expanding into?
You're on one again.
Get it?
The dude's just fucked up as usual and blathering.
Oh, I see. I was trying to take him serious. So, Itir, the part about it's not science, the Big Bang Theory, because the only observed natural phenomenon is the CMB. You know, that static. Okay, what's the other naturally observed phenomenon?
The motion of galaxies.
The motion of the galaxies. Okay, so what caused that?
That's a good question. Right, so the Big Bang theory, right, this idea is that everything is expanding away from everything else. So if you run the clock back, it's very hot and very dense.
How was it dense if there was no matter?
Well, in any sense of the word, right? Energy density.
Okay, so we know there was no matter because how would one single hydrogen atom escape that gravitational well? So this energy was extremely dense, and then it expanded, and then became matter, and matter coalesced from gravitational wells into spaceballs, and then life sprang up out of the rocks, out of the elements, out of the primordial ooze when it rained on the rocks for millions of years, and through this process of, what is it called when the life springs up, the maggots spring up out of nothing? What's it called? Spontaneous generation? So spontaneous generation out of the rocks. Like, none of this is science. Like, it's like the opposite of science. It's like a religion.
Well, science makes testable predictions, right?
Okay, so how do we test this Big Bang thing?
Well, the CMB is an excellent example. It was predicted before it was observed.
Okay, so how do we know it came from the Big Bang and it's just not, the humming of the heavens?
I suppose that depends on, how you define no, right? That's what the evidence supports.
But you didn't do any kind of cause and effect establishing relationship experiment. It's just an assertion or a postulation. You see how it requires...
It's definitely not a postulation, right? That's something that you're saying is
how did you validate it then?
So, as I say, the CMB was hypothesized before it was observed. Which is interesting, isn't it? Like, whether or not any of this is true, that is interesting, right?
Of course. There's the issue with the scientific method. We must observe first and hypothesize second.
Well, we observed the motion of galaxies and hypothesized the existence of the CMB.
And then how did you vary and manipulate that?
Well, as we've discussed previously, probably before you were here, that's where we disagree.
So if you can't vary and manipulate it, then you can't confirm your hypothesis, correct?
Incorrect.
Correct or incorrect?
You don't have to vary or manipulate it yourself in order to gather evidence that could favor or disfavor your hypothesis.
So you look at something, create a hypothesis, then accept that it's true without any fulfillment.
No. You look at something, create a hypothesis, you test that hypothesis with experiments or with further observations.
No, it wasn't a scientific hypothesis. How do you confirm that what you're seeing is what you predicted you'd see? Saw something. So what establishes that it's exactly what you, quote unquote, hypothesized?
So as I said before, the way science is done is you gather evidence that supports or disfavors your hypothesis. When you consider it proven...
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's just wrong.
Definitely not wrong.
Yeah, it definitely is wrong.
That's not how science works? You don't gather evidence that supports or disfavors your hypothesis?
No, you do something which indicates whether your hypothesis was correct or false.
And that's great if it's possible, but it's not always possible.
And then you're not doing it in a scientific experiment. Sorry, it's not natural science.
By your definition, perhaps, right? But
no, not by my definition. No, not by my definition. By the standards of the scientific method.
Standards of a scientific method.
The standard. It's the gold standard, the golden standard. Natural science.
They don't just use this method in science. Like detectives use this method through a process of elimination, right? Deducing who the murderer was, right? And how do they do that? By only observing? Or do they rule out all other possibilities, right, to find out who caused what to happen? Like, it's not the scientific method from natural science, but it's a variation of the method that's used outside of the realm of science. It happens all the time. Everybody uses it all the time. Like people who are trying to find problems with computer software, hardware, engineering, all over the world, people use this to find out the cause of an effect. But if you're not using the method, then how could you call it science?
I am using the method.
So you manipulate the independent variable to establish a cause and effect relationship to validate or invalidate, to falsify a null or a hypothesis, right?
What you do is you make a hypothesis, you test that hypothesis.
What does a hypothesis look like?
If this, then that.
Exactly. So when you do the if this part, what are you doing?
What am I doing? What do you mean?
Well,
I'm predicting the relationship between two variables, I suppose.
No, that's the hypothesis. I'm talking about the experiment. Like I turn on the light switch.
The if this part is not the experiment, right?
Yeah, you manipulate the if this part, like you turn on the light switch on and off.
And you say, if this, then that. That's the hypothesis, right? And then you test that hypothesis. Yes, exactly.
So I flip the switch on and off in the bathroom to the hotel room that I've never been. And I'm like, okay, this is the fan. And then I do the other switch, because I'm doing one switch at a time, independent variable. Okay, this one's
now you have good evidence that supports your hypothesis, right?
Right.
Could be wrong, though.
Yeah, it could support the null, right?
Well, I mean, or there could be a guy watching you through a camera and he turns the fan on when you flip the switch.
Well,
you've gathered evidence that supports the hypothesis or which light switch does which.
I would need to see evidence for that in order for me to entertain it. But most
demon,
right? Yes, I agree.
A demon in the system.
But with the Cosmos, you can't flip the switch. Your hands are tied.
Bit of a shame, isn't it?
Your hands are tied and your eyes are open. So the Electric Universe guys, they had a theory that if the Electric Universe was true, then one of the gas giants, I think it was Neptune, the South Pole was facing away from the Earth and the Sun. So it should have been cold. But they said if, when it turns around and faces the Earth and the Sun, and we can see it again, it's hot, then that shows that there is a polar charge heating up the polar region, because it should be the coldest near the poles, right? Well, that's what we actually observed. So, in your opinion, is the universe electric?
No, but that is evidence for their hypothesis.
Okay, so what's causing
Why do you think we have... Sorry.
You go ahead, bro. You go ahead.
Why do you think we have control variables? Why do we have them? Why are they important?
So as I was saying before, I don't know if you're here, right? I don't think anyone would say that, doing science in a lab, controlling as many variables as you possibly can is not powerful. It is extremely powerful, right? It's awesome.
It's not what I asked.
We control variables to attempt to strengthen the evidence we collect, because that evidence is saying this is the cause and effect relationship. If you can rule out any other causes, your evidence is stronger.
So you don't want these other things interfering, right? And allowing for maybe it was this other thing that I didn't account for, I didn't control, it didn't stay constant, it didn't stay the same. It changed also, right? So it could have been this other thing that changed during my experiment, the thing that I was manipulating. That's why it's important to have control variables, so that you know that wasn't those things that involved in the process of observing the dependent variable.
Yes, control variables are very important.
So if that's true, then ipso facto, manipulating the independent variable is just as important, because those two things go hand in hand.
Well, the independent variable, of course, must change, or you haven't really gathered any evidence, or must be observed anyway. But like the idea,
the only thing that changes, and apart from observing a change, right, causing the effect, which would also be a change, right? Because an event, a phenomenon, is a change, right? Something occurring is a change. So we want to know why that change happened.
So there could be a null result; it could not change, right? That's perhaps just as interesting, depending on the experiment. Like that exoplanet example I gave earlier. But no experiment is perfectly controlled, right? I don't think anyone would claim that. Even in a really, really good laboratory experiment, you're not going to be able to control every variable.
It's real natural science. That's true. Natural science. That's it. That's it. That's the standard. If you're not doing that, if that doesn't involve that, it's not natural science. If you want to call it something else, go for it. I mean, I'm not denying that there are other ways to gain knowledge, right? you can gain knowledge just by observing. I'm not denying that. There's a standard which we can identify between what is like is pseudoscience and what is science, basically. Yeah.
I would say the Electric Universe guys and their, South Pole of Neptune or whatever planet it was. I wouldn't call that science. I'd say it was an observation. It was a prediction and an observation. And to me, that's, the study of the natural world. That's philosophy. Like, can anybody give me a better definition of that than philosophy?
Like in the etymological sense, you can say that it's a type of science. It's a type of gaining knowledge, right? So, like, ITEA can be like looking at things in the sky and taking really good guesses and stuff, like based on what he's able to experience in the terrestrial realm, right? And then assuming that those standards and those principles and can be applied to celestial phenomena. Right? Doesn't have the hands-on interaction, controlling, all that good stuff that we identify as being natural science. You might be able to say, like, the best you can do is say, this is a maybe, right? But when it's based upon lots and lots and lots and lots of maybes, I mean, you're way off in the weeds now. Oh, way off. You are assuming that your first maybe is absolutely correct. That's your axiom. Well, what if it's wrong? And this is why I point out when it come to having to invent dark matter and dark energy, nobody said, let's go way back and see if this first maybe was correct, because what if that's what this is pointing out to us, that we're just absolutely way off the mark with all of it, absolutely everything. Nope. But nobody ever fucking did that. That would be actual. I would consider that to be more of a scientific endeavor than to just simply accept that your original axioms are true and just can carry on and continue. What if there's another problem that comes up which contradicts dark matter and dark energy, but you will still want to keep dark energy and dark matter, right? You got to keep them there because the rest of it can't exist without that, right? But now there's a new problem, so we have to invent something even again and add another maybe. Maybes. You want to know where to draw the line? The line at the drawing board.
Yeah, there is a reason why the drawing board has two sides, so we can just flip it over. And I think that's where I'm at right now, because the Big Bang cosmology has the God of nothing, where nothing created everything, so nothing is all-powerful and can create consciousness. Their God is nothing, but, it's just a placeholder for a creator. Just like dark matter is a placeholder for the shortcomings of gravity, which gravity is a creator god, creates spaceballs. So
I agree. It is romantic what they do. Like, I'll grant them that, and it is sophisticated and eloquent. And there is some effort involved in trying to come up with all this stuff. Really complicated math. Struggle with basic math. I mean, I admire it, but it doesn't make it true.
I hate to correct you, bro, but when they start appealing to mathematical models, it's because they're really freaking struggling. I'll post a video if I can find it. Plus, the layman can't really challenge them on their mathematical models. see if I can find that.
I think one of the more serious misconceptions I'm hearing, and this is largely the fault of the science communication that happens, but like dark matter and dark energy are used interchangeably by science communicators to talk about, you know, the observations and the hypotheses. You have the axionic dark matter, things like this, and you have dark energy and stuff, right? But really what they're talking about is observation, right? Like that's the fundamental part of it. And nobody would say that, you know, we know what's causing the observations, the anomalies, right?
What are they observing?
Like people say, like, well, if dark matter is true and if dark matter is not, right? Sure, if you're talking about like axions or theories like that, right? But the galaxy rotation curves that we observe are what they are, right?
Yeah, you won't continue to accept that the galaxies are exactly what you first assumed them to be, or what you've been led to believe that they are. Why didn't even anyone say, well, we're obviously wrong about the size of this galaxy and its distance or its mass?
Well, so there's
even within the paradigm, not even like stepping out of the paradigm.
There's two answers to that, right? So you asked earlier, like, you know, it's like, why didn't anyone go back to the beginning and ask if you were wrong? Well, that's essentially what MOND is, right? But also, you know, why didn't anyone check the size of this galaxy or the mass? These things are not set in stone. We're like, wow, we know the size of this galaxy, so dark matter. Matter must be real, right? The distances and sizes of galaxies, masses, and things like this are under constant study, right? Constant revision. There's work going on all the time, particularly with Cepheid variable stars, right? To refine these distances and refine this math. It's not just, oh yeah, well, we got that. No worries.
All right, what are those really dense objects in space? Like the most dense, not the black hole, but what are they called? I forgot.
Neutron star?
Yeah. What if neutron star is just distilled dark matter? Why is my theory any less valuable than yours?
Well, I don't have any theories about dark matter, personally.
Well, you have a theory about what a neutron star is, right? It's really dense matter. I'm saying it's distilled dark matter. There must be a distillation process. I can't validate my claim.
Process. Well, I mean, you can, if you have the idea, I'll answer, right? So if you have an idea that neutron stars are distilled dark matter, I'm not really sure what the distilled means. Perhaps coalesced is a better word, but whatever, right? Some form of dark matter, it doesn't really matter. And I have the idea that no, these are, you know, something else. Stellar. Sorry?
What up, guys?
Hi. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So if you have the idea that neutron stars are some sort of condensed dark matter, is that an appropriate word for what you're saying earlier?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, it's fine. So if you have the idea that neutron stars are condensed dark matter, and I have the idea instead that they're not dark matter but normal matter, whatever the difference may be, and they are. I have an idea of like what these might be, right? Because you understand the narrative of neutron stars is that they're remnant dead stars, right? We can both make predictions, testable predictions, right? And then make further observations and test these ideas. So I can say, well, okay, if neutron stars really are, you know, the remnants of dead stars, then around many neutron stars, I should find these expanding shells of gas that, the simulations tell us we will see if a star dies. And if a neutron star is really dark matter, then it shouldn't interact with light, right? Because we know from galaxy rotation curves that dark matter interacts only with gravity, not with a strong, weak nuclear force or electromagnetism. And then we go observe a lot of these neutron stars, and we see that they do shine, so they clearly interact with electromagnetism, but they're also surrounded by shells of expanding gas. This is evidence that favors my idea, disfavors yours, right? And then we can go back to the drawing board and say, okay, well, we took our first set of observations, looks like this. What else could we test, right? What would a different thing look like? Well, okay, well, we know that, if they can shine, right, they can interact with electromagnetism, they can shed angular momentum, so they should have different spin rates. But if dark matter does not interact with electromagnetism, it can't shed angular momentum, so the spin rate should all be constant, right? And on and on and on it goes, right? You can test these ideas. So the idea is equally valid before it's been tested, but after there's evidence that's been gathered and supports or disfavors some hypothesis, then they can be differently valid.
Well, this is the part where I have the ad hoc continuum, and I say, well, actually, once dark matter's been coalesced, it does interact with light. And that's why it is visible. And the reason that it's so dense is because the reason it interacts with light is because it's so dense because it's been coalesced. So do you see how this is all philosophical? How many angels can dance on the head of the pin of a needle? And it has nothing to do with knowledge.
Well, these ideas are based on laboratory experiments, right?
Huh?
So if I say, well, this is how the sort of fundamental physics works, you can explain your idea in these terms, make predictions based on these ideas, right? Like if you say to me, right, then when dark matter coalesces, and then it starts interacting with light. The way that these hypotheses work is not that, it's just whoever gets to throw the darts at the board and they get right. You have to explain, why you might believe that, right? So, for example, I could say, well, I think neutron stars are the remnants of stars because, right? And then I could go through some example of the math, the physics, nuclear fusion, how stars work, hydrostatic equilibrium, right? And then I'd say, look, the sort of necessary consequence of this is a very compact object. So I have good reason to believe that this might be the case. If you can't show me good reason to believe that your dark matter particle will start interacting with light when it gets denser.
Man, this is all extremely hypothetical, theoretical. You know what I used to call it? I used to say theory tales, mathemagics, and religiosophy. But it has nothing to do with science. That's what I used to say. And I think this is a really good case right now. So I just posted a 2-minute video. Anybody can watch it in their own leisure. But he's talking about how their argument is weak when they're making these mathematical models, right? And that's what's going on here. Like all this mathematical modeling, and then we're calling it science. So I would say anybody who wanted to watch the video, maybe I misremembered it. I haven't seen this video in like 6 months or so. So check it out for yourself.
I think mathematical models are an extremely important tool, both in observational and experimental sciences.
Model? Really?
That's what I said.
Was that you, Chris?
I mean, bro, can you post a globe Earth model in the chat? Like, let's take a look.
I like it when someone new joins and we just restart the conversation from.
Yeah, facts. I mean, listen, bro, there is no model for a globe or flat. So you're talking about a model, you're just in an L automatically. Like,
can we use a globe? Can we use a globe?
Sounds good.
Are globes not models?
There's no model, bro. Like, unless you can post one in the chat, we can take a look. But you don't have one. So what are you doing? Period. Like, there's no model. So talking about a model, you're crazy. Unless you can post one in the chat, we can take a look. But good luck with that. Anyone else? I mean, like, that's crazy, bro.
Is this guy gonna post the model, or are we just like trolling right now? Like, what's going on? Let's take a look at the chat. What's going on, chat? Are we live right now?
Oh yeah.
And we are live right now. W panel, W chat. Who's here right now, guys? Holy smokes, bro.
Sound off.
We have Aardvark, Little G, Acropon, or whatever. We have Elijah, Chess Clown, Crit, Dad Studio 68, Demok, Jordan Peterson, Elbow TV, Flat Earth Dude. We got Larry, we got Hank, we got Into the Break, we got Jedi, Julius J, Heretic, Kembo Beats, Migo Wigo, we got Newt, we got Percentage, we have Quiet Noobs, we have Resolve, goddamn. We have Shaggy, we have T-Dub, and TV, guys. What the fuck is going on, chat? Are we live right now?
Live and kicking.
Wait, so this guy talking about models, bro? Like, what?
We're talking about the delineation between science and philosophy, and
oh, here we go, bro. Here we go.
And
like,
I just posted someone talking about mathematical models and how this mathematician at graduate school told this guy that that's what they resort to when they can't describe it in regular language.
Classic, bro.
Right.
Classic.
He said that you can balance a ball on the razor's edge if there's no other forces pulling it left or right. You can make a model that'll mathematically describe it doing that, but in reality, you can't balance a ball on the edge of a razor.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
That was on that video that I just watched, in case anybody didn't watch it.
Yeah, that's like literally insane. Like, I mean, before I joined, what was this guy talking about?
Well, I had, came up with a hairball theory.
Hairball?
Yeah. I said...
What's that?
I pulled it out of my, you know what. So, so I said, what if neutron stars are distilled dark matter? And I said, how is my theory any, worse or better than yours? Because we can't validate it, we can't verify it. And he started going into, well, if this, that, and the other thing. And I said, well, this is where I go with the ad hoc continuum, like you guys do. And I say, well, when dark matter is coalesced and condensed and distilled, it actually begins to start interacting with light, which made what the last thing you said irrelevant. And he said, well, you would need to, show how this happens. And it's like, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, you would have to show it. But we're talking about philosophy. How many angels can dance on the head of a needle, right? It has nothing to do with science.
Okay.
So then I started talking about mathematical models, which math has nothing to do with science. So...
Model, bro.
Yeah, model. What's that? I'm having a hard time, explaining to this guy that, like, pseudoscience is a real thing. And I just would like for him to point out where the pseudoscience begins. If I'm bird watching and the birds are humping, like, that's, philosophy at best. It doesn't qualify as science.
And what, and that, like about having lab tests to base this stuff on. Okay, all right, whatever. Okay, let's say Cavendish is a lab test. All right, so you've got some values, right? And then you want to look at things in the sky, right? And observe their motion. You have to make now. You have to make your values, your math that you've developed this little tiny model for the motion of things. You need to make that fit with what you observe in the sky. Right? So then you just apply characteristics, qualities, whatever attributes to those things in the sky that necessarily affirms your math. It's what they do.
Okay. Incredible, bro. Bro, why does anyone cling to the globe in 2025? Like, it's over. It's over, bro. Like, we done checked out every single angle there could be. If the Earth was actually a globe, we would be globe Earthers. We would. Us people. It's over, bro. Like, dude, I just don't understand why people still believe in the globe in 2025. It's just crazy. It's over, dude. It's over. If anyone knows about the globe Earth, it's the flat earthers in here right now. Come on, dude. What are we doing? It's over, dude. It's so over for the globe. It's so done. It's so cooked. If anyone was going to be a globe earther, it would be us. Us people right now. I don't want to hear any globe earther in 2025. Not one person, period. It's over, dude. It's cooked.
I was on the fence for like a year and a half.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like we're done. We're done waiting for the globe Earth.
I
Period.
looked the best I could, like without being biased and without taking sides. Yeah, in the beginning, I was arguing for the flat Earth, and then I just kind of took like a geocentric position and admitted that I was without knowledge. So agnostic Earther for like a year and a half.
Exactly, bro.
And the Globers were just weak sauce, fallacious arguments.
Period.
Couldn't come up with anything.
Facts.
It's always something, right? There's always something in there. The devil's in the details, so to speak. There's always some sort of fallacy or some sort of excuse or smuggling in this sort of thing. It's always some kind of, fairy tales, mathematics, religiosity built right into their arguments.
Facts, bro. It's over, bro. They're cooked, bro. It's over. It's done.
I mean, the guy earlier came in, talking about his education, and he said the word high school and games like at least 20 times a piece. But
really,
he was denying the inverse square law of light.
That's a fucking L, bro.
While pretending to school me on it. How are you going to deny shit like that?
Exactly,
we
bro.
all play with laser lights. Like, we all have lasers. You're not the only guy with lasers. We know that the beam spreads out over distance.
Facts.
And then the guy was insinuating that I was being dishonest somehow.
I mean, that's classic, bro.
Shit's weak.
Facts.
At least the other guy admitted that the inverse square law of light was a real thing.
Yeah.
And he said there's nuance to it, which I don't disagree with that. But by and large, the laser spreads out over distance. Even if you got a really freaking expensive one. It's just the physics of light.
Facts, bro.
I mean, unless somebody's, Wi-Fi signal stays the same strength when they go take out the trash and walk, around the block. Mine don't.
Facts.
Does anybody else lose signal strength when they walk away from their source?
Nope.
I got more than one light in my house. You know why?
Incredible, bro. I mean, the globe is so cooked, bro. They don't have any arguments. It's over. Like, we sit here and listen to their arguments. They have nothing. Nothing even relates to the Earth. They're like, oh, I saw the moon and Saturn and Venus and Jupiter and all this shit. That don't have shit to do with the Earth, dude. Okay. So, I mean, dude, it's so over, dude. We're so winning. Flat Earth is so winning. We're so fucking ahead of the game, dude. Like, it feels good to be a flat earther in 2025, dude. Like, they have nothing. They have nothing, dude. Like, if anyone was gonna be like a W flat earther, oh sorry, a W globe earther, it would be us. Me, Larry, Heretic. These flat earthers, I mean, who knows the globe better? It's us, period. It's over, dude. The globe is cooked, bro. No one's gonna prove the globe in 2025. Period. It's over, bro. Like, you guys have no hope. You might as well just
Spaghettification.
become a flat earther right now. What are you doing? Who said that? Who was that? Is that fucking Britnat?
Into the break.
Into the break. Well, he's a
just
flat earther.
spaghettification. Yeah, it was a joke about Interstellar.
Yeah,
That's sort of like
Interstellar.
Bible.
Tars, bro.
Tars was a good. He was a good wingman.
Bro, the globe is fucking cooked, bro. Like, literally, facts. Like, if anyone was gonna be a globe earther, it would be the fucking flat earthers in this panel right fucking now. Period. We've been studying the globe for longer than anyone. Dude, we'd have no fucking ties to this shit. If the Earth was a globe, we would be the hardcore globe earthers, period. Like, it doesn't matter if it's flat or not. We don't care. It's not like flat earthers are like biased. They're just open to the truth. Whatever the truth is, that's what it is. Globe, flat, fucking concave, doesn't matter. But it just happens to be that the Earth is flat, period. That's why we're flat earthers.
I gotta address something in the chat. This guy,
I don't know what Earth means.
This guy in the chat said atheism isn't necessarily tied to the Big Bang. Ask any atheist, did they believe
right, dude,
that God created the universe or he didn't? The ontological primitive. Ask any atheist. You think they're gonna tell you that God created the heavens and the earth, bro?
Exactly, bro.
Like, why would you say that?
What is he saying? Atheists believe. So there's some atheists that believes they don't believe in the law of thermodynamics, so they believe that everything just was and just is and for all eternity, and never had a beginning or ending. Like, is that what he's alluding to?
Classic, bro.
The atheists finally caught up with Hubble and his theory of the expanding universe, the Hubble constant. But before that, everybody believed, in the scientific realm just about, that the universe was eternal. So the atheists have actually caught up with the Bible thumpers that there was a beginning. So other than that, there is no correlation between the Big Bang and, God created the heavens and the earth. Everything an atheist will tell you is that, there was a godless Big Bang. Hence the claim of there is no God. That's what atheist means, right?
Fucking incredible, bro.
I can't believe that dude wrote that. Who wrote that?
Listen, cakes don't fucking bake themselves, period. You see a cake on the table? Yeah, well, someone baked it. You see an earth with human beings created? Yeah, well, there's a creator. Someone designed this fucking thing. Period. So, yeah, it's pretty easy. This thing didn't just make itself.
He's gonna agree that nothing is something.
Bruh, what does that even mean, dude? Things don't just create themselves.
Well, if you're that's something, right? You would define it as something.
What do you mean, bro? If you have a cake on a table, there is a baker.
Well, that's
Period.
sort of the meaning is sort of the parable.
Nah, bro. Cakes don't bake themselves, dude. If you have a cake, there's a baker. If you have a design, there's a designer.
Well, that's true. No, that's true. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, facts. So whatever the fuck we whatever this is, this life, these human beings and all this shit, someone created this. Period. So whoever was like, oh no, we're not created, you're lying. Period. It's over. You're dumb.
The last thing you wrote was, but no one thinks something came from nothing. That was voice to text. I kind of translated it for you. No one thinks something came from nothing. If you believe there is no God, and you're saying there is no God, then everything came from nothing. Like, you have to believe in spontaneous generation. Life came from nothing. Just generated spontaneously out of the rock.
Good fucking luck with that, bro. Cakes don't bake themselves. Life didn't create itself. Design doesn't design itself. There's a designer. Listen, man, the whole idea of my name creation bear, there's creator. Easy. That's it. I mean, I don't know how you could even argue this. So, we're so winning, bro. So over. Anyway, who's in here that we can cook right now? Are we live?
Goodbye. Oh, he left.
Let's cook right now, guys. We're live. Let's cook. I see Heretic is here.
Of the factory through cameras and sensors and LiDAR and a bunch of crap. And then they take that and then they make a digital twin of that 3D space. They make it into a 3D space, computerized, and they manipulate everything in there, and then output the output what they had to do in the digital twin, and they output that to the real world to manipulate stuff in the real world. But it takes shit tons of sensors. It's like, guys just pretend it's so straightforward. It's not, dude. It's just fairly complicated.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a good point, like you make, about what things look like, because they like we'll say go outside, it looks flat. Oh, just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat, right? But then they don't apply that standard to anything else. It's like, well, the moon's a sphere because it looks round. Oh, the ship's definitely being obstructed from view because it looks like that. Like. Yeah, all these other things.
It looks like a celestial sphere, therefore it is a sphere. Like, therefore we're a sphere. They even take another leap.
Right. Yeah. Continuing on down the path, yeah. But that first thing that you observe in experience, just ignore that part. Right.
Yeah, ignore the one with the least amount of assumptions, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Some people are like, the moon looks like a sphere. I'm like, yeah, kind of. Some properties you look at look like a sphere, but other parts don't look like a sphere. It depends on like what you focus on. The shadow really doesn't, what they say is the shadow. The phases, they don't really look like a sphere that I've ever seen. I've never seen. And they make like a little model. I'm actually going to post a picture in chat because I haven't posted this in a long time. So they make like a little model that you can buy, like a toy, and to make the phases look like the moon phases, because that's what it does, right? It matches. It's like a moon phase clock, but it's actually like a model of the moon, like a physical sphere model. And then they have a light that lights up the side of the moon that the phases will see happening on. To get it to even project right, they have to use like a light array that's like a ring. They have to use a ring light. Not like a ring light that they use, streamers use. It's like a ring of LED lights.
What the hell are you talking about?
A ring light? A ring. I'm talking about a little model. Hold on. So that's how Kubrick got parallel rays when he made The Shining. He used an array of lights.
Why did he have to do that? Why did he want that?
Because he wanted so The Shining, the hotel, it's not actually a hotel, it's inside of a soundstage where they build a set. But he wanted the lighting to be similar to what it appears to be in the winter at high altitude, right? Because the fictitious location is a hotel in the Rockies in Denver in the winter. So at that time of year, right, the sun is low, they're at high altitude, so you know what I mean. The air is clear, crisp and clear. It's not hazy. So he wanted the light that came in through the windows to look like to look like what it would look like at high altitude in the Rockies in the winter.
Would an audience have even fucking taken any notice? I mean, like some maybe.
He's a freak, dude. Dude, like the reason I know about it is because there's a documentary of like his one of his assistants, his cinematography assistants, is like going through all the crap that he went through just to make that. He's like, he said Kubrick, that people underappreciated, was like an expert in lighting, in cameras. Like that was like, he was a great director and all those things. But he said really what he was a great expert at was how lighting looked. So he wanted to imitate this effect, and this is what he did. He did, like outside. I'll actually post a picture of The Shining, from The Shining, dude.
He would have made Neil deGrasse Tyson very happy.
He wanted the shots from inside the hotel to look like there was a sun outside. So I posted a picture in the chat. I actually got a better one too.
That's another cool part about filmmaking. Interesting.
Maybe that's why NASA were interested in his expertise, right? His attention to detail.
Yeah, look at the work he did on the 2001 Space Odyssey. I mean, it's pretty incredible if you think about it. Like, that was so much more advanced than anything NASA had achieved. But it makes you wonder, why did NASA make it look so shitty? Like on the moon landing and stuff, it seems like they were just sloppy.
Dude, look at the one I just posted, right? That's not the sun outside that window, dude. They're inside of a soundstage. So that's a soundstage built inside of a building, dude. They cannot see the sun from inside there.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and you look at the shadows of the pillars, right? So they're parallel, right? And fucking, he made parallel fucking lighting using it already.
What movie is that? The Shining?
Yeah, The Shining. If you haven't seen it, dude, like you should be beat for not seeing it.
I'm sorry. I'm 96 baby.
96 baby. It's literally like, you can't even understand frickin' the film industry if you haven't seen that.
All right, I'll watch it tonight. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, watch Space Odyssey too if you haven't seen that as well.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of that when I was younger, but now that I have a different perspective, it'd be a good.
There's a great Earth shot, right? Like from that movie, and they've got like the vehicle looks like the fucking like the Challenger or something, right? It looks like one of the space shuttles, like orbiting Earth. And I've actually like just cut out like one side of it and just shown Globe as the Earth side of it, right? And asked them, is this real? And they're like, yeah.
Yeah, and the kid's sweater in The Shining has Apollo 11 embroidered on the front of it. Am I correct about that? Pretty sure.
Yes, you are.
Yep. I mean, so he was leaving breadcrumbs or what? So I saw a documentary briefly. It's been a while though, a few years. A whole documentary about how The Shining is all about clues to the Apollo missions. I'll have to watch that again.
So I just posted Danny's not here right now, Mrs. Torrance.
So anti-globalists,
Yeah, Sonny, look at the chat, dude. It's right there.
Yeah, right there. Holy mackerel. I didn't realize it was so large. Huge. But I like that that survey that anti-globalist posted.
Yeah, which modern day debate was that from? Or was that from something else?
It's from... Yeah, I think it's from something else. Someone posted it earlier, but I found it interesting because it had 10,000, 11,000 votes.
So who says we're the minority? Like, we're clearly...
The minority says we're the minority.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what the people that are hoping that they and their globe proponents are the majority. They're hoping that. They don't have any actual proof of that. Like, who knows how many people have discovered this? Like, what did 24/7 Flat Earth, I think, had 37,000 at one point members. Now, of course, all of them are probably not flat earthers, but if you look at these numbers now, it's my understanding that we're not the minority on Discord. That's for sure. When we came to politics, we soon became the most popular channel on Politic Channel. I think we still are, right, Indio? Have you looked at the numbers lately? Anybody?
Yeah, it's way ahead.
Oh yeah, it's like blowing up, right? Since the final experiment. Right now it's like 15,000 hours or whatnot here, and then the next closest one's like 5,000.
Wow.
One just posted it. Yeah, Heretic posted it. Yep, 15,000. Next busiest room's 5,000.
Well, the actual politics server, what is it, 93,000? So I think once it hits 100, you get like promoted.
And these statistics I see are only in the last 30 days or whenever that shot was taken, but the last 30 days. So 15,000 hours compared to all these other places. Amazing. Yeah, I learned my lesson about trying to talk to boomers about flat Earth. Yes, the other day. I was talking with another boomer. I very calmly presented about, like, I just mentioned that because I mentioned Discord, and he's like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's just a place where people can discuss different topics like science, earth sciences, politics, or whatever." And I said, I just was honest, and I said, "Yeah, I go on the Flat Earth server, and we talk about that." And I explained to him how we've spoken in the last few years, tens of thousands of Globers and all different types of experts like cosmologists, astronomers, mathematicians, astrophysicists, like professors in astronomy, people that run planetariums, like, right, Indio? I mean, all these people we've spoken to, PhDs in all fields, and we've spoken to them. We've asked them throughout the last 5 or 7 years to bring us any proof of the globe Earth, and they haven't provided. And then I laid out about 6 precepts about flat Earth. I just laid out, the things about long distance observations, and they told us how large Earth was, and aircraft pilots traveling at 1,000 miles per hour, 10 feet above the deck over the ocean, and not adjusting at all for curvature. Long distance observations, celestial navigation using the horizon, how latitudes were created with elevation angles off the horizontal, how aircraft flight models, even NASA's, use flattened station. They assume flattened station, and the end was he like made this little sign, cuckoo, cuckoo, like I'm the crazy one. And I asked him, okay, present me any information that Earth is a globe, and I'll be glad to look at it. He goes, I don't need to. So that's the whole thing. They don't need to. They don't think they need to. But we're the crazy ones. We're the ones that are presented documented, repeatable information, data that proves the Earth is globe 100%. But these people have a religious belief in the globe, and yet we're the crazy ones. They provide no information, and they don't think they need to either. Astonishing. That's the end of my tirade.
Right on, Sonny. I just had a look into that poll. So this Misanthropist 2.0 doesn't post any flat Earth content. Has 30,000 followers. X. Yeah, just randomly did that poll and 10,000 votes and 60 something percent FE.
It's a marathon, not a race. We'll get him in the long run.
Oh, this guy said that the fighter pilots were crazy too. Because they're not adjusting for the curvature. Oh, they're crazy too, but yet they're not adjusting their aircraft for the curvature of Earth at 1,000 miles per hour. And so in 100 miles is 6,666 feet of vertical drop below your line of sight. So this person going 1,000 miles an hour, he's doing 10 times that. 10 times 100 miles in 1 hour. And he's not adjusting 6,000, almost 7,000 feet every 100 miles. Ridiculous. And I present this information, and I'm the crazy one. Get that, folks. So everybody listening on YouTube, wherever you're listening to us, come on in, and I challenge you. Come in, show us any actual globe proof. Measurement of curvature. That's what we need, the measurement of curvature. Any evidence like that Earth is actually a globe, besides your appeal to authority, we want to see it. Bring it in here. Maybe you'll be the first one.
That guy who claims to be a physicist, Robert Utah, is back in again today, and we showed him a whole bunch more long-distance observations, and he claimed that every single one of them was edited, faked, couldn't possibly happen. Right? We've added in the horizon. He's changed his location halfway through the Zoom. Lots of crazy excuses, every single one. And then it was interesting because we had Matthew Learns, right? And Matthew Learns called him out because Matthew actually went to the location where the Black Swan observation was taken, and yeah, he confirmed that he went there, right? That's what it looks like.
Yep. Thank you, Matthew, for more flat Earth proof. Great job.
Yep, I'll post Matthew's Black Swans.
I was at Flat Earth get together, and I've met Matthew Learns about 3 times at Flat Earth get togethers here, and a couple of the times these are successive meetings, like year after year, and one of our friends, Flat Earth dude, and they used a sundial. They actually measured the angle of the sun from the horizontal, by the way. And just like Eratosthenes supposedly did, if he even existed. And through Matthew's mathematics, they actually determined through those measurements the sun was only 3,200 miles away. Thank you, Matthew. Good job. But yet, Matthew's another one of these people that doesn't need to look. Doesn't need to go out and look. Well, he did go out and look. So bravo to Matthew that he actually did go out and look, and went to Santa Barbara and did his own observations. So most globers are like, we don't need to look ourselves. We'll just go with the appeal to authority.
Well, according to Robert, if they say that it's true, then that's empirical evidence.
Yeah, I was questioning him about that. I said, look, so you're saying that, right, if they're not lying, right, if these observations are real, then that's a problem for the globe. Right? Because he was saying, no, it's impossible. Right? He said you can't have a 1 foot observer height and see a horizon 10 miles away. He said it's impossible. Right? So I said, oh, so if it's not faked, right, and it has to be a big problem for the globe. And he's like, oh, no, it's still not a problem for the globe. So yeah, the guy's not intellectually honest. Contradicts himself all the time.
Observation showing that it's a basketball, but it must be ping pong ball. Ping pong golf ball.
If the world is flat, how are they keeping us in boundary, you know? Because, like, anywhere you go from the North Pole, you know, you just keep going, you're gonna run into a boundary of some sort, right? I mean, I don't get that.
So who does that?
You're kept in a boundary by being told it's a globe.
What civilians are out there going, I'm just going wherever the fuck I want?
Yeah, nobody.
Okay, so we're trapped in our minds.
If you wanted to go somewhere, you would just go to one, like, of the known places, you know? You wouldn't just set out and just start freely, independently exploring, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't, that's for sure.
Not really anybody would, because... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's a little bit like the Truman Show. Like they're just telling everyone, well, there's nothing to explore. We've already explored everywhere. This is just a little continent of ice. It's terrible there. Don't worry about it.
No, go to Amazonia and try to explore. Go to any desert and try to explore.
I don't know if any of you saw, but there was while the final experiment was going on, there was also like a Marine supposedly trekking across the entire Antarctic.
Yeah. Did you see his? He's still there. He's still doing it. I looked right into that. I was kind of excited. I was going to track his trip. I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. Right. He raised over $1 million. He made videos showing how much everything costs, right, just to drag a sled across Antarctica. But then if you look at his planned path, right, it's pretty pathetic. I mean, in regards to not working at proving a globe or anything like that, it just... I'll post, I have a screenshot here of his post path. But he said it cost him 60 grand. Him and his equipment get a flight to Antarctica, and then he had to get another plane when he was in Antarctica to his somewhere like his starting location or something like that. And apparently that plane trip cost $250,000. And then it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in like part of his permit to be able to do this. You had to have like all sorts of like medical teams on standby. Right, so I think just the basics of the trip, right, the basic costs, he said they cost like $750,000. The Pace says in the chat that explains nothing, I'm scrambling. Didn't make any claims, man. I'm just telling you what this dude's said and what he's doing. Didn't make any claims at all.
Man, all that money just to drag a sled across the ice? Gee.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like this guy, if you check his Instagram, right, he did some previous crazy snow treks, right, and he had to cut his own fingers off. He got like frostbite, so he's missing like a finger. And yeah, he just does like crazy stuff like this. He goes on like motivational podcasts and stuff. He seems pretty legit. Yeah, sounds like a horrible journey. But yeah, if you check his
Colin Brady.
No, he's got a funny name. Let me check exactly what it is. I think he's an ex Marine or Navy SEAL or something like that. I'm going to post his website. Well, it says the first ever solo coast-to-coast ski crossing of Antarctica. Akshay Navati. he's being tracked, and he leaves like sound bites, like he tells you how the trip's going and what it's like and stuff. His website's there in the side chat. Yeah, if you go to his Instagram, yeah, he's got videos explaining like how much things cost and that sort of thing.
Man, it kind of seems like a missed opportunity. Like if you're gonna do that, you got at least the mush dogs, like the team of what is it, Huskies they use.
And they
Well,
do
I'm
that
trying
in
to
Antarctica?
figure out how did he navigate? How did he know where he was?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Neither does anybody else. So this guy Colin Brady, he said he did a trans-Antarctica crossing, and he said his GPS stopped working, and then he navigated by compass, which is freaking impossible. It's actually impossible in Antarctica to navigate by compass because the compass won't stop spinning.
Is that like a debated fact, or is that or is this from the Admiral Byrd?
You can go on YouTube and watch it. Type in, do compasses work in Antarctica?
I mean,
the magnetic south, there's actually two magnetic south in Antarctica, according to the boulders.
But maybe he had a gyro compass.
Yeah, you solved the mystery. He had a gyro compass. That's it.
Yeah, I've heard magnets compasses act funny the further south you go. I don't know why that would be though.
They only really work well pretty much Western Europe and North America. There's magnetic declination like everywhere else, so they're a little off. But in the south, they're way off. It's just crazy. Magnetic south is supposed to be in the Southern Ocean. It's not even on the land.
Well, maybe that guy's using a satellite, like a GPS.
Apparently, there's no coverage.
Yeah, he said his GPS stopped working, and he ripped out the compass. But some people like to look at the magnetic poles as the reverse. So it's like, and your north needle is actually pointing towards magnetic south. So magnetic south is offset from geographical north and vice versa. That's the literature says that. Like you can technically look at it that way. Right.
So you can't navigate by stars because it's daylight all the time. Can't navigate by landmarks because it's one giant ice sheet. Can't navigate by compass because it don't work. Can't navigate by GPS because GPS doesn't work where they claim they work. GPS only, like, if you have a satellite directly above you, the circle that's supposed to work is like 273 miles. So that ain't gonna work. Or no, sorry, that's not GPS. That's like Starlink. Starlink doesn't work.
Could you navigate by the sun?
I mean, yeah, I guess maybe that might work.
Oh, well, what if it's 24 hours, son? Like, I mean. Well, you got no fucking idea which direction is which, right?
Just run away from the guns. Wherever the guns are, just run the other way. You know you're going in the right direction. Run away from the screaming dudes. The dude screaming, "Where are the guns, dude?" Wait, like, I'm sure his voice traveled a long way on that nice flat sheet of ice.
Yeah, if you're lost in Antarctica, just start talking about flat Earth. McToon will turn up.
Yo, can you imagine, like, the people that went down there for, like, normal reasons, and they got this dude screaming, "Where are the guns, Nathan?" I came to Antarctica because it's the most quietest, pristine place on the earth, and we got some frickin' globetrotter screaming, "Where are the guns?"
Come out of your fucking tent. You're like, shut up.
Why would there be like armed guards and stuff like that, like looking out for people that are on a pre-approved trip?
That's a good question, man.
He's got permission to go there. Like, are the border cops going to hold me at gunpoint when I show up with my passport and everything I need to get through? Like, what is he even thinking? Like,
Yeah, it's an absolute utter, like, straw man. I mean, as if Nathan Oakley thought that nobody could ever go there ever. Like,
yeah, like even when they have permission, can't.
That's right. Yep. You just get turned back because there's guns.
I thought he was talking about muscles. I misunderstood what this whole him screaming about where the guns at. I didn't know he's talking about literal guns.
Man, like if you just like, all right, just try this, right? Next time you want to go to the shops, all right? Don't take your vehicle. Or you can try it with your vehicle. That'd be even a better example. But just plot the direct line, a direct straight line from your house to the shops, and take that, right? And see how you go, right? Because you're gonna have to cross through people's yards, walk through their houses. I mean, like, it's not gonna happen, man. You our ability to travel is super fucking dictated and controlled, man. Super dictated.
Yeah, just drive in a straight line across the country and then prove the globe by confirming Google Maps.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's totally possible. And you definitely did that, the globe we're bringing it up.
animals have more travel freedom than humans. They can go wherever the fuck they want.
Yeah, ID and passports and shit.
I'm like a bird. I want to fly away.
We need to start strapping cameras to the birds. Start strapping cameras to the long migration birds.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Do a histographic, is that the right word? A side view of the birds' elevations all the way during their migration. Shows they're all flying in horizontal flight as well.
Yeah, let's get the bird pitch data.
Right.
From the birds.
Bird pitch data.
You were saying just drive across the U.S., drive across a continent, and proof the globe. No, just do it on a bicycle with road cones for 5 miles, like that one dude.
Oh, yeah.
Remember him?
Yes, yeah, I remember that. He was doing like an Eratosthenes thing, right?
Yeah, something like that. I barely remember.
One of the first things he said, right, was like, to do this, I have to go somewhere that's actually flat, right? So that's why I'm going. Right, yeah. To see if it's flat or not, I have to go somewhere that's really flat.
And he was just going to bike really quick to get to the other spot when, like, both of the measurements have to be done at the same time.
No, he had a friend on a walkie-talkie.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I mean, if you're trying to prove that level is curved, you would want a level surface. His results weren't perfect either. I think he came in within 15% of the claimed radius of the Earth, which is close, but there is error in his measurement.
Amateur.
Yeah, so Mushkane, where's the guns thing? It came from MC Toon digging up an old tweet that Nathan posted when he was pretty much brand new to Flat Earth, I think, for 10 years ago. And it said something along the lines of, you can't go to Antarctica, you'll get turned around at gunpoint. Right, but obviously what he meant was, you can't freely go there without a permit, blah, blah, blah. Right, so yeah, that's kind of where that came.
See, I thought it was some sort of like Macho Man thing, like said they were going to fight each other, and I don't know.
Macho Man.
Yeah,
Right, yeah, because they're ripping off his shirt, showing his no abs. Here's my guns, Nathan. Where's your?
I was going to a bodybuilding competition.
In Antarctica.
Well, I mean, the pics that they took kind of make it look like that's what they thought.
Yeah, that literally was them trying to flex, right? The flat earthers didn't want to come because they said it would be too cold for them, right? Look at us, we're here without shirts on. How much tougher we are than flat earthers.
Why didn't the girl have her? I mean, never mind.
You should have been embarrassed to take your shirts off.
Yeah, I agree.
I would have showed my ass.
I don't think any of them did any distance to horizon measurements down there, did they?
Not that I've seen.
Because
There's meant to be a ton of drone footage. Yeah, they said that they did a whole bunch of drone footage, like high altitude drone footage with a, I think they even said with an infrared P900 attached. I'm pretty sure I heard Witsit say that, but I haven't seen any of it in any drone footage at all, besides Uffies.
They made sure to do all these other things, right? Didn't they? Did they do for Colt? Did they? I think they did. They're doing Eratosthenes. They were weighing things. Yeah, I don't know.
I was doing a little research on Antarctica there. Absolutely massive. It's 1.5 times the size of the United States. I had no idea.
Good afternoon, team.
Hello, Robert V. I have question for you.
Yep, I have questions for you too, but you first.
You from Trinidad?
That's a secret.
You have accent from Trinidad.
That's information cannot be disclosed at this time. I am from the Caribbean. That's where I'm from.
Trinidad.
Nope.
Okay, Robert, I have question for you of the Earth.
Yes.
Why we have atmosphere?
Gravity.
What is gravity?
It's the byproduct of mass.
What is mass?
Mass is the amount of stuff that an object is made up of. Yes, that's what mass. The amount of material. Let's say. Let's go.
Why does gravity give us atmosphere?
We experience gravity as a force, not necessarily a force, but that's how we experience it. So all objects, all things with mass, is going to succumb to that quote unquote force.
You know, force implies to push or to pull.
Yeah.
How much material is in the table? How much amount of material is in the table?
Well, put it on a scale, and you'll get it.
On scale?
Yeah, scale. Yeah. Literally.
And which scale?
Any scale that's on ground level. Yeah, that it will tell you.
Tell you the weight?
Right.
Not
Weight,
mass.
yes. Well, this is the weight tells you how much this mass.
Okay. How much amount of the materials is in 4 kilo of table?
How much matter is in per kilograms?
Yeah,
Right.
that's weight. That's weight. You said mass. It's amounts of material, and I'm asking you how much amounts
the thing
of
is,
material.
mass is made up of various things. So it's the matter. The matter is I changed it. No. The matter is various things. Yeah, it could be carbon atoms, could be iron atoms, could be any other these complex.
Okay, I'm asking you how much mass has your table?
You put it on a scale on Earth.
That's weight. Okay, I don't want weight. I want to know how much mass has the table.
In the table, yeah, you're going to particle per particle. Is that what you're interested in?
No, I want to know how much mass you have in your table.
The only way to tell you how much mass is weight on Earth.
How much mass you have in your chair?
You have to weigh the chair.
That's a weight. I'm not asking you how much is weight your chair. Now, how much mass is in your chair?
This is painful.
Oh, what? No, it's not painful. It's just understanding. So on Earth,
mass and weight the same thing.
On Earth, that chair.
Mass and weight same thing.
On Earth,
mass can be weightless.
Yeah, without gravity, mass is weightless. Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So the only way for you to determine how much mass there is somewhere is to weigh it. You understand?
No, you take the volume that matter takes up, and then you have to know what it's composed of, the density of it, and then it's the density multiplied by the volume. So you have to know the composition of whatever you're looking at.
Right. If you want to count particles, yes.
Well, if you want the mass, because the mass is the density of that substance multiplied by the volume that it takes up.
What volume does mass take up?
It depends. It depends on the object.
Well, you can.
It's on the container.
You can put the object in water and see how much it displaces it, and then if you know what element that matter is made up of, you can calculate the density and you can calculate the mass.
Yeah, but mass isn't a volume of something on its own.
Say that again?
Mass isn't a volume of something on its own.
Mass is the volume of something multiplied by the density.
The word mass should be an amount on its own.
Yeah, it's the amount of matter
everything
inside of an object. Yes.
It's the amount of everything? How do you do that?
Amount of matter inside of an object.
No, math.
You
math.
Count.
I didn't say matter.
Oh, math. No, we're defining mass is the amount of matter inside of an object.
And how much amounts of the mass is in your table?
It's a mathematical convention, is really what it is.
So it's not real and we can't figure out the mass or the matter amount.
No, it's just
you can't see the table?
We're not asking about tables, Goop Troop. Get with the program, dude. Are you listening? We're talking about the word mass. What is the amount? Stop asking about tables and shit, dude.
He asked about table, brother.
You brought a table up.
I brought a table, but you can choose whatever object you want and tell me how much mass is in that object.
Right. Okay? He's asking about the mass, not the table.
He's asking about mass. Okay, what is the mass? It's amount of the matter. Is it the chair matter?
So is the air around it. So is the air around it.
Yes.
How much mass you have?
How much is one?
We're gonna put me on a scale.
That's a weight.
I weigh 171 pounds. Yeah, no. That's how you determine how much mass is on Earth in an object.
You're determining the weight. When you're measuring the weight, you're determining the weight.
Yeah, that's not how much.
The unit of mass.
Is what?
The unit of mass is kilograms.
Oh, really?
That's weight.
Yes. Look it up. It's kilograms.
Is it kilogram or Newton?
So let me ask this, right? Can two objects that weigh both 1 kilogram have different mass values?
Yes.
Well, they compose of different materials that may have different sizes, but they are both the same.
The answer was yes.
Yeah, sure, but that's
what's the size of a particle?
Again, when we're talking.
So we can't put something on a scale and measure it in kilograms to know how much mass is in it.
Correct.
On Earth, wherever you are, you will put that mass on a scale. That is how much mass on Earth.
Right, but I could get one object that has less mass than another object, and both those objects weigh 1 kilogram, right?
Correct.
No.
No?
What?
No. They have the same mass. No. If they weigh the same, they have the same mass.
So they have the same amount of matter in them.
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
The minute they weigh the same, they have the same amount
So
of matter in them.
one
Doesn't
pound of
matter.
helium and 1 pound brick. The brick and the helium have the same amount of everything.
Absolutely, they have the same amount of mass. Yes.
How do you prove that?
Totality in aggregate.
The
You
1
put them on a
kilo.
scale.
The 1 kilo of iron has the same amount of the material of 1 kilo of the iron. 1 kilo of iron is the same like 1 kilo of the flour. Same amount.
Yeah. Same amount of mass. Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah, flour. You have the iron. Let's say cube has the same amount of the material like a 1 kilo of the flour.
Correct. Yes.
Weight and material. Iron and flour. Iron and flour. Flour, what is coming, what you're making bread, and iron in iron. Has the same material, iron and flour. Shall I repeat 10 times?
Yes.
Iron and flour. Can you say has the same material? Okay, great.
Iron and flour.
People, did you hear this, people?
When you put them on the scale.
When you put them on the scale, they are measuring 1 kilo, but they have also the same material.
So they're both flour.
They have the same.
They're both flour and they're both iron.
Yeah, that means you can make you can make a buildings with the flour, and you can make a bread with the iron.
Let's do it, man. I want some iron bread.
No, that's different. No, that's a different thing. Brother.
What's different?
No.
What's
no,
different?
brother. The material in the flour is a different consistency. Is a different consistency, but is the same amount of it. That's in a brick. Right.
So how much mass of flour versus mass of stuff?
You're talking about the substance. He's talking about the substance now. That's different.
Yeah. And what is the mass?
And is the amount of matter in an object.
Of the substance.
Yes. So the amount of the substance
you said not,
in the flour.
But you said no, but you now double speak. You said no substance, but yes substance.
No. I said the substance is what's different. So the flour, you can cook with it.
Okay.
The substance in iron, you can't cook with it. But they both
flour
have
particle
the same
isn't a particle? So how do we find the particles and the masses? The material mass.
You said they have the same weight, 1 kilo, and then you said they have the same mass also.
Yes, they have the same mass.
Okay, if you put them on the scale, they will show 1 kilo. Now you need to show that they have the same materials inside, the same substance inside.
Same amount of
same amount of what?
Whatever you're made up of.
You have a cube of the 1 kilo of the cube iron and 1 kilo of the flour in the bag. Now, can you tell me what is the same substance in that example?
They have the same amount of their.
The same amount of what? Same amount of
whatever
what?
makes up flour. Flour. Whatever makes up flour.
Yeah.
It's the same amount of iron.
Amount of what makes up flour is the same amount of iron. It is different stuff. Yes.
Robert.
It's the same amount of iron. The same amount of iron is in iron. The same amount of flour in the flour. Does that make sense?
No.
Wait. If the iron.
This is complex. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Just a minute.
Yo, I know, guys.
If the iron has a mass of 1, does that mean the flour has a mass of 1?
If they weigh the same, yes.
So mass and weight aren't the same. They're two different things.
The way you measure mass is on a scale. So whatever flour is, it's the same amount of it, right? That makes up a kilogram.
That's a
whatever
weight.
iron is the same
That's a
amount of.
weight.
Let me finish.
Yeah,
Real quick.
we understand that. That's a weight,
Same
but you want
amount
to
of
put the
iron.
math.
The same amount of substance of iron that makes up iron is in the iron. The same amount of substance that makes up flour is in the flour. Is the same amount of it. That's in the same amount of. That's in the amount of iron, right? You understand me? It's not the same substance that's in flour. That's in the iron. It's just the same amount.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
but the mass,
you're
the
describing
word
the weight.
mass
It's all
means
right.
all the material the material in an area, right? So the mass of the material in this area, no matter which area or two different things, they're not the same thing. The weight of them will be equivalent. So you have 50 tons of this and 50 tons of this, but the material of the matter that is supposed to be the amount of mass of the matter is not the same. But it's supposed to be the same. It's all supposed to be particles and electrons, right? We can break it down to particles and electrons, right? Okay, what's the flour electron look like next to a iron electron?
It's just denser.
Show me.
Yes.
I want a flour electron or a flour nucleus or particle versus an iron particle. And those particles should weigh the same, right?
But you have
Since they're both a particle.
The particles weigh the same.
Google searching, still couldn't find what he wanted. Got destroyed by a heretic, and then had a tantrum and left. That's
Oh
what
yeah, it was
happened to
Heretic
me.
he was debating.
Yeah, Heretic's great at dealing with those arrogant little pricks like that. But yeah, bit massive fail. Like, he wasn't expecting it to go the way that it went.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna read the Discord TOS right now.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Okay, from what I see, it's not against the TOS to call Rhea man.
Yeah, there's no need for that.
I'm reading their section on hate symbols. They say hate symbols include acronyms, I get that, phrases, logos, flag, gestures, I get that, but also numbers apparently are hate symbols. I don't get that.
What numbers are hate symbols? Like
1488. 1488 is a combination of numbers that would be referred to as hate propaganda.
Why?
Really? What the?
14. Do you want me to tell you?
Yes.
Okay, hold on just a second. I just want to get the verbiage correct, so let me look it up real fast.
No. Apparently, actually, I just read into it even more. There's another section you have to click on called Hateful Conduct Policy Explainer, and gender is one of them. So I'll just call him a male from now on.
Okay, so 14 standing for the 14 words. These 14 words are a reference to two slogans originated by domestic terrorist David Eden Lane. This is like something about neo-Nazism. The 14 words are: we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children, because the beauty of the white Aryan woman must not perish from the earth. That's the 14, and the 88 being the HH, signifying Hail Hitler.
What?
Yeah, that's what that means.
How does 88 mean that?
It's the 8th letter of the alphabet.
Oh, okay. So, like, if you're doing a math problem and, like, helping somebody with a math problem on Discord, and it just so happens to turn out to be 1488, are you going to get banned for that?
You know, they've come at Robert Kennedy for, like, they think that some of the times he chooses to, like, post things on specific days, and he drops, like, they think they'll put together anything that's possible saying that they're dog whistling. I'll see if I can find the RFK stuff that they used to bitch about.
Okay. Robert Utah said he's still banned.
Hell yeah, he's still banned. Should be perma-banned.
Here we go. This was in 2023. RFK Jr.'s latest tweet is being widely interpreted as a Nazi dog whistle. A tweet. I wish they had a picture of it. I want to see the picture of the tweet. Oh, okay. Here we go. This is when they wouldn't provide him security detail. This says, since the assassination of my father in 1968, candidates for president are provided Secret Service protection, but not me. Typical turnaround time for pro forma protection requests from presidential candidates is 14 days. Yet after 88 days of no response, and after he had got denied for his security clearance after 88 days. So him putting 14 and 88 in a tweet like that made them blow up. It's even identified by the Anti-Defamation League.
If anyone wants to talk to Robert Utah, I mean, he's at that state where we can bring him in, you know, and then as soon as he pisses us off or whatever, he's just going straight back on ban. But if anyone does, like if it's dead air or something, and you want to bring Robert Utah in, just let me know.
So that means he'll probably be banned like 10 minutes after he gets in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Or just when you're finished, you know, when you're finished with him. Or if he gets too annoying. But yeah, he's like, you know, yeah, he's on my shit list, so. He's on most of the mods shit list.
I think he's on the same list in fucking Earth Awakenings, dude.
Yeah. It's just things like this, right? Like I said, some of your content makes great clips, and he says, profiting from my content. Wow, I am good. I'm not sure it's legal though. Like just shit like that. I challenge all of you more than you've ever been challenged before. And your clipping of my content proves it.
the buildings are apples. Is our apples building guy back? Did you ever come back? Anybody know?
Hey, yeah, DJ, are you there?
You also said Earth was a whale in space and
I need to
or
speak to
tennis
both
ball.
T-Dub and
That's
DJ.
right.
Robert Utah he's spamming me messages. He said T-Dub and DJ are on a warpath for me. This is the debate, but they get real personal. If I come back in there, I will not address them, and that will get me kicked again.
Just tell him I don't give a shit. I think he's a weirdo.
I just don't give a shit. Dude, I forgot to add whales in space, like Earth is a space whale, to that song, to the lyrics. I focused solely on apples or buildings the whole time. I could probably make another song about globies that think Earth is a space whale. That might be a fun standalone song too. And I'm also very much liking the dubstep format for conveying this message, and in a lot of the messages we have, it's really, really fun. You got breakdowns, you got high pass filters here, low pass filters there. You've got like Sawtooth Armada stuttering. I mean, all kinds of fun crap you can do to really beefing up and liven up this song. And it's got wide appeal. So yeah, dubstep, man, all the way. Let's do it.
Awesome, man. You should post some of them in the side chat.
Okay, give me a sec. I'm going to post the one I made this morning about the apples or buildings guy. Let me go grab it. Nice thing about this, you can just hit play right there in the chat. Discord will parse the link and it will start to play and you can watch the lyrics. Look for it. Playlist. Flat step. No, that wasn't it. Hold on. Meme songs. I got a whole meme songs folder now. All right, this one is brain rot apple buildings. I got two of them. I can't figure out which one I like better. Crap, hold on. All right, here we go. I went through like 40 of these. I had a doctor's appointment this morning and I was sitting here like working the lyrics and adding effects and stuff, trying to get something and wrangle the AI to get it to do what I wanted it to do. And it's always kind of tough. Sometimes you get lucky. Here's the share. I thought both of these came out really good. I really wish we had a good music bot that we had full access control over. So when it's dead in here, we could play flat earth music and play clips from, you know?
I know. Yeah, it sucks we can't. I mean, you can set up, like, there's bots you can set up so you can play music that you have downloaded on your computer through your microphone.
Yeah, that can't sound too good though, right? I mean, unless you got like a direct line in.
No, it's like a direct line. Same thing.
Okay.
I forget the name of the software. I'll see if I can remember.
I need that on my phone. I only use Discord on my phone. I use my phone like a computer anymore. I do everything on there. Anyway, those are the Apples Are Building songs inspired by the Globee a few hours ago. It's like reality subjective. Earths and buildings could be apples. The Earth is a whale in space. Holy crap, that dude. That was Alex, but I don't think that was Alexander Byrne. That was a different Alex. I mean, maybe that was Alexander Byrne.
Oh, not a chance.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
No?
yeah. Alexander Burns a dropkick, but yeah, no, that was someone else. But yeah, definitely not Anon Alex. All right, gonna check out your songs now.
Okay. Don't let kids hear it.
Hear the lyrics as well, dude.
Oops. Radwin says, Amish, this kills Selnav on a ball. Ask them to get an angle to the light in the room from the plane on the ball. Better yet, to the corner of the room so they can't say there's no light. Funny. Be right back. Yeah, you don't have any angle where a curve meets that tangent. It's just no angle. Mathematically, it's approaching zero the entire way. I guess you could say it's zero. But globe dorks like to be technical about these things. In which case, you could say it's got infinity angles too, depending where and how close you are to the actual meeting point. It might be a fun way to argue this is, hey, Globies, you have no angles of elevation on a ball. It's all 0 to... If you're going to approximate it, you need a Taylor series equation. Shit. Sure seems like everybody's taking a break today. People are tired of defending the globe. We're wearing them out. No measurements. No observations. Just pure cope.
No curvature.
The lyrics there, Hamish, on that.
Say what?
Did you do the lyrics on that track that you posted?
Yeah, I took, so yes and no. I took AI Overlord's lyrics that he made for a song a while ago, and I used as a base, yeah, to because I wanted to mimic the same kind of style, and then I went nuts with Apple references and building references, and then I put it through AI to get it refined, and then I spat it back out. And then I did some edits.
I've got an app called Remix Live. It's really good. Tried a lot of music production apps and they all sucked, but this one was pretty good. Took me a while to find it, but it's a good one.
Remix Live.
Hmm.
You said Remix Live is the one that sucks, or is it pretty good?
Remix Live is really good.
Okay.
It's really easy. Yeah. It's good just to muck around with. It's really easy. It's a bit expensive. When I started, it was only $4 a year. Now it's $16 a month. So they've gone, hang on. We're worth more than what we're maybe putting out because it's a really good app.
I'll have to check it.
Some really annoying video apps too, video editing apps where they make you pay just to remove watermarks and stuff. Found them to be just so infuriating.
Yeah. Everything is like subscription based. Pay by the drink. Pay monthly price. We're going to lock you in. As soon as you stop paying, you can't use it anymore. I'm so sick of this. Got subscriptions for every damn little thing. I just don't want to keep track of it all. It happened to the good old days. You go to a store and you pick out a box. It's got the software in it, a nice manual with like a nice bounded cover, and you keep it. Pay once, use it forever.
That's it, yeah.
Okay, I got to head back into the office, get some work done, and I'll be off later. So I should be around listening. Can't really chat when I do this. But yep.
Sure, Steve.
Seems
Take
like
it easy.
day. Yeah, we'll do. Like, I know what we have to do to get Globies back in here today. Like roll a globe through a junkyard or something.
The final experiment.
Park.
Yeah, finally, like a billboard, one of those traveling billboards. I think the final experiment novelty's maybe just wearing off a little bit. We had a bit of a boost from that.
Yeah.
But sort of, $250,000 only goes so far, hey?
It's economic warfare. Yep, that's probably it. There might be a movie or something to come out from this later on, but yeah.
Yeah, some kind of Netflix special.
Behind the Curve Part 2, Jeranism returns.
They were doing that. They were putting paywalls up around all their footage.
Yeah.
It's
the dumbest thing.
Well,
yeah. Yeah, it seems like the big discussion to come out of this is what the hell to do about the stars. Here we go again. Brokeback Glacier. Yep, there you go.
I don't know who did that, but that's really good. It was really funny.
Oh, gosh. Jeranism released like a 3-hour stream the other day where he's attacking the globe. Sounds like Simon Dan the whole way. And he's making the same arguments that he himself used to refute on his channel. I just don't know what to say. So his whole thing is, I'm just tired of all the mental gymnastics of defending flat Earth all the time. And at some point, you just have to wake up and realize you don't have to anymore. You can just accept the globe.
What?
Yeah.
It was funny. Flatzoid put out a video. I don't know if there's any merit to it, but did you see Flatzoid's video about the passport stamp?
I saw it in my feed. Haven't seen it yet. Is it good? Is there something weird? Some more funny business?
Yeah. Well, Jaren doesn't. Like, everyone else that went to Antarctica has a stamp in their passport. You know, it's like a picture of the continent, right, in a stamp. But Jaren's like saying he doesn't have the stamp. He's saying that you don't get a stamp and that you just get a Chile stamp when you go into Chile. And that's it, because that part of Antarctica is owned by Chile. So,
I thought,
and then Dave McKeegan showed his passport, and he had the stamp.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, very strange. I don't know. I'm not saying he didn't go there, but it's weird that it doesn't have the same stamp as McKeegan has.
Yeah. So, did everybody else get the stamp but Jaren? It seems Witsit.
We haven't seen Witsit's passport. Why would McKeegan have the stamp, and why would Jaren not have the stamp?
What he says makes no sense, dude. It's internationally governed under the Antarctic Treaty. No country owns it. Any part of Antarctica.
Well, that's not technically true.
Why?
Because you have slices of Antarctica that are under the care of the nation that is, I guess, accepted to take ownership or responsibility of that particular region. And so the laws of that country and the regulations of the Antarctic Treaty, as promulgated by that host country, apply in that particular slice. It's not no man's land at all. It's a big administrative region, kind of like how you've got provinces and territories. So I think that's a load of BS. Now, I think the way that the territories are negotiated is different. It's not like countries have to form treaties with and amongst each other specifically. I think you've got the signers to the Antarctic Treaty, and that creates like a little club. And then they're free to divvy it up however they like. Because I think those territories have changed over time. Wow, check that out. Yeah. Dave McKeegan's got a stamp. Is that wait, that's on McToon. I see. Yeah, I mean, that's really cool. Like, if I went to Antarctica, I would want a freaking stamp.
What makes you think the Earth is flat? I'm just curious.
Nobody's been able to verifiably measure curvature. or provide even an observation of curvature.
Okay, if I guess that wasn't, if that was true, then how do you know the Earth is flat and not a triangle?
Why would a triangle exclude itself from being flat?
I don't know. You talk about a shape now.
No, I don't.
I mean, what
You
makes
talk
you
about a
think
shape.
it's flat? What makes you think
Flat's
it's
not
flat?
a shape, my friend.
I guess I don't know, bro. I'm not a fucking flat earther. I'm not a retard.
It measures
No,
flat.
that's like 5th grade geometry, dude. Like flat isn't a shape.
But that wasn't my question. What makes you believe the Earth is flat?
I already gave you the answer, man. Like nobody's been able to demonstrate there's curvature anywhere that conforms to the globe. Not even once.
Yeah,
You have
the Earth
pictures
is
of the planet from
so
outer
hold
space.
on. The Earth is observably flat, measured as flat, and practically used as flat in all circumstances. It's
Yeah,
used.
but a
It's used as flat
Earth
by
would be
everybody.
physically impossible to form. Do you know that? But do you know why?
Do we know why it's flat?
No, because it isn't flat. It's physically impossible to be flat.
How is it physically impossible to be flat?
Gravity.
Well, we observe it as flat. We measure it as flat. And like I said, it's practically used as flat in all circumstances. So where is it observed, measured, or practically used as a ball?
Okay, so just because it's not measured as a ball, that means it's flat.
Well, it would listen.
Can
It
you
would
prove
if it
this to
was
me?
a
Congratulations, you figured it out.
if it was a sphere, it would be measurable to be a sphere. That means drop over distance. That would be measurable. So with the radius they gave us, 3,959 radius at the surface, that has specific characteristics. So what that would mean is drop over distance. So here's what the drops are. In 3 miles, that would be 72 inches or 6 feet of drop. 5 miles would be 16 feet of drop. 10 miles would be 66.7 feet of drop. So on and so forth as you go out. So we have observations of a horizon 10 miles at least. So that's impossible on a ball. At 1 foot above the water, the formula actually for the ball radius of 3,959 is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we have an observation in Santa Barbara off the coast of California of oil rigs at 1 foot above the water. At 1 foot above the water, the physical geometric horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles. This is objectively so if the Earth was a ball of that size. So in that observation, we have the horizon at least 10 miles, if not further. It's probably further, but conservatively we say it's 10 miles. So do you know what that observation alone at 10 miles would make the Earth's radius? Have any idea?
I don't think he heard anything you said because
He's not responding. Anyway, so I'll just spill it out for the people that are still listening on YouTube or anybody here. So that would make the radius of Earth 264,000 miles. That means 500,000 mile diameter. So you got to ask yourself, what is your margin of error or your tolerance for error in the globe? Is it okay that it's 500,000 mile diameter instead of 8,000 miles? Is that okay? So I don't know if Anne Freak is listening still, kind of dropped out and didn't return back after what I was saying.
sometimes you got to give it to them in little quick pieces and let them respond, or they'll just they just fall apart.
Yeah, like 15-second
Yeah, that's what I
Attention
do.
span.
Just give them quick shit and then let them respond.
Yeah. So 60 seconds, that was too long.
Yeah, man, you went into Black Swan and all kinds of shit. This dude didn't hear you past the first 10 seconds
Yeah,
when you asked him with reality.
And then he just dropped out. So I guess that means no response to what I said. Okay, very good. Thank you. Next.
Yeah, these people are trained to have like TikTok brains, right? They just kind of like have a few seconds attention span these days.
Like a fruit fly.
Yeah.
Fruit fly earthers. That's funny as hell. Wow. That's funny. I see Flat Earth Dude over in the AFK. What is the AFK channel? Has anybody heard of that? It's right above this.
Away from keyboard?
AFK, I guess. Like,
well, that's what AFK stands for.
I guess in some circumstances.
Sonny,
yeah.
Sonny, I asked somebody a question about AFK. They said to me, if you're away from the keyboard for a long time, you automatically get put into AFK.
Oh, okay. I didn't know this. Okay. Thanks for that info. Yeah. So maybe he fell asleep at the keyboard and they just put him in there. That makes sense.
Hello, Crit.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much, bro. Crit, I heard you had a run-in with Ree today.
Oh, I don't think so. What happened?
I heard Ree was here chatting some shit, and somebody had to shut him down.
There's a new person that Ree brought in.
Yeah.
That learned the tap dance.
What?
Yeah, they did the tap dance on their. They learned how to. And they learned that no means no.
I'd hope so, bro. Hello, Noah. Hello, Pure Rigor. Oh, you left. Where are the Globers at, dude? They've been missing ever since yesterday night.
The Super Bowl last night.
Super Bowl? Dude.
Yeah.
Why do Americans love that sport so much?
I don't know.
I don't get it, dude. I heard apparently that the college football is even bigger than the NFL, which I don't understand.
Yeah, so there's zero proof for flat Earth. Zero. There's no calculations. There's no observatory sites. Yeah, there's nothing. There's no major scientist that backs it. There's no government programs that support it. There's no schools in America that teach it. There's no government around the world that declares it. So I ask of you, if any of you have evidence that the world is flat, please present it. If not, stay muted.
Yeah, a whole bunch of fallacies, bro. Absolutely ridiculous. You won't even sit through the evidence and take it in when I present it.
That's Timmy, dude.
Yeah, it
Yeah, I
is
know,
me.
he's
Yeah.
And I'm the
Absolute
only
clown.
one you can't beat. I'm the boss Glober. Do you
can't
get
even
it?
spell.
I'm
you can't
the
even
final
spell
fucking
basic
boss
words, bro.
Glober.
Nobody's going to
You
take you
can't
serious
beat
if you
me,
don't know how to
man.
spell.
I don't need to know how to spell to
You can't
speak to
even.
retards.
You can't even stop
Sorry.
talking while someone else finishes a sentence. I don't know why we tolerate you coming in here. To be honest,
Oh, look at this high horse guy. Indubitably, good
idiot.
sir. Indubitably.
Yeah. Oh, the government says that flat Earth isn't flat, so it must be.
Dude, you got a bunch of schizos and crackheads that think the world's flat. That's great.
Says the person that can't even spell basic words.
Show me, does Harvard, MIT, Caltech, Rice...
Do you realize
any of-
you're using
any of
fallacious
them.
logic right now? You know what a fallacy is? You want a definition?
Yeah, a lie. A lie. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Something that's not true.
Yeah, it's a faulty thinking, basically, right? It's faulty logic. It's an error.
Dude, you're the one who
The way that
thinks
you're
the thinking is
approaching
wrong.
an issue.
You're like, the way you're thinking is wrong. Everything, your whole reality
No,
is
no.
wrong.
I have evidence, right? Like I said, like you asked for evidence to be presented. I offered to show you evidence, but you don't even want to see it.
Put it in the side chat.
Okay,
I'm
we're
here.
going to go over it, are we? Yeah, let's give this a try. Let's see how it goes.
Dude, you're in Australia. You know that, right?
Australia, am I?
Australia doesn't even exist if the world was flat.
Really? Is that right? It sounds like a pretty dumb claim. Is that your claim?
Yeah, because there's two different hemispheres. So how would there be two hemispheres on a flat Earth?
You're an idiot. So, yeah, have a look at the observation in the side chat. Right? You want to go over it or not?
Yeah, let's take a look at this.
Do you want the full
Okay.
video as
I've
well?
seen
Because
this
this is just
photo
a small
1,000
clip.
times.
You've seen it.
Yeah,
is
the
it?
Gulf
Can
of
you
Mexico.
steel man it? Can you try to steel man it? You know what a steel man is?
Yeah, I want to
what
know
that
the
is?
exact location so we can recreate this CGI bullshit.
Okay. Oh, really? So what if it's not fake? Is that a problem for the globe?
The problem is, if it's real, then the Earth is flat. If it's fake, then the world's not flat. That's
really?
the entire. That's your gamble with this photo. That is your gamble.
No.
If this photo
it's not
is
a
fake,
photo. Does this look? Do you know what a photo is? Right?
okay,
A photo is
whatever.
a
If
still
this
shot.
GIF is
A
fake,
video. It's called
then your
a
entire
video.
concept is wrong. So we need to find
no.
out who
So-
created it, where they were, the time and
Okay.
place. We need to recreate the events. Because there's nothing else to say here. Because I could show you a footage of an astronaut that took a picture of the globe in the 1960s or so, and then you'll be like, "Oh, that's NASA," or "It's all fake," whatever. So both sides are going to have conflicting results.
Okay, so right, let's stick to this one because this is the one we're going over at the moment, right? So are you admitting that if this isn't fake, the Earth is flat? Is that what you just said?
Yeah. Exactly.
Really? Well, welcome to Flat Earth, right? That's great. Good concession.
Yeah, I could say the same thing. I could say the same
Alright,
thing.
so-
I could show you
so what we're
a
gonna do
video
now,
of
we're
the
gonna-
satellite showing the curve of the Earth. You're going to be like, "Oh, well, that's fake. That's a NASA satellite paid for by the government. How can you prove that's real?" Like, it can go both ways, buddy.
No, because this is on Earth, right? This is verifiable, right? We've actually had a math professor, a university professor that's a globe earther who comes in here, right? Matthew Learns is his name. He has 15 million subscribers on YouTube. He went there with his telescope to confirm this, right? I have his images from his telescope. And yeah, he confirms that this is the location. There's multiple high-definition videos from the location. You can go there on Google Earth, Google Maps, and it looks exactly the same.
Where is it?
Right? And it's Santa Barbara, California. I'm going to post the original video, and you can have a look at it.
Santa Barbara, California.
Yeah, I'll post you the video. 1 second. Here it is. Right, there's the video. Have a look at it. He shows his location on Google Maps. He shows you the distances to the oil platforms.
10.10 miles.
Yeah, that's Platform Habitat is the rig on the right, and it's 10.1 miles away from where he's standing.
So, are you certain that he can see the curve of the Earth at a distance of 10.10 miles?
There's no curve of the Earth. What
I'm trying to say is, are you certain that if there was present, you'd be able to see it in that distance?
Yeah, what you would see is you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance if the Earth's a globe. So when you do the math, the horizon on the globe should be at 3.46 miles away. And you can
so is this guy on ground level or is he elevated?
Yeah, if you have a look in the main video, he's just standing a couple of feet up the beach, right? Just on the sand, a couple of foot off the surface of the water. He's got his camera set up.
So I can make the argument, how is he going to see the curvature of the Earth if he's standing on ground level? And he's not observing anything but just the ground.
Because you have to have a horizon at a certain
he's not on top of Mount Everest doing this shit. He's not
No. Right, so let's have a look now at the Earth curve calculator. I'm going to post an Earth curve calculator, and you can
It's just some random guy who whipped out his phone on the beach at this point.
No. He's using professional camera gear, right? And this has been tested and repeated. We've had a guy go there with a telescope as well, who's a globe earther and a university professor. But you can check. You can just check.
I mean, dude.
About this. Well, let me just explain quickly, right?
I mean, you brought up the ocean.
People can go there and...
What about... Okay, since you're bringing up the ocean here, what about ships that disappear bottom up? Right? They disappear bottom first. How do you explain that on a flat Earth? You're the one who talked about the ocean.
We're still talking about this particular observation. We can talk about that next if you want.
Right, but all I see is just like an oil rig and then another rig slightly behind it that looks to be like out of place. Like look how wide it is. Why is it so wide? Why is the second one so wide?
Well, just let me explain it quickly, right? So both of those oil platforms should be behind the horizon if the Earth's a globe, right? But we can see the horizon behind the oil platforms, right? It's the horizon's past the oil platforms. If the Earth's a globe, the horizon has to be...
Wait. How close? How far are these oil rigs apart from each other?
The closest one is about 6 miles away, and the furthest one is 10.1 miles away.
Okay. So my question to you is, how do you even know this is a real location? Why the fuck do they have two massive oil rigs next to each other drilling in the same spot?
Yeah,
Where is this? Santa Barbara?
Yeah, so if you have a look in the main video, he shows you his exact location on Google Maps, and you can go and check it on Google Maps as well. You can go there on Google Earth if you want to and stand right where he's standing using the Google Earth system. Right, and you can check the distances to the oil platforms. I can give you the names of the oil platforms, but he does show them in the video that I posted. All that information's in the video there.
All right, let's take a look at this.
Yeah, go for it, man. It's not fake. You can just have a look at it, right? And then if you want to ask questions about it, go ahead. There's no bullshit. I'm just showing you some observations. That's all.
No, I'm
not
looking.
trying to argue.
I'm watching the
Trying to argue
video.
with you.
Hold on.
All right, man.
All right. Wait, what? Where is it called again? Santa Barbara.
Yeah, it's Santa Barbara in California. And the platform, the furthest platform, it's called Platform Habitat. You can also look that up as well.
I'm going on Google Earth.
Yep.
All right. And how? Wait. How far is this guy above the ground again? Like he's just standing on the beach. He's not on
Yeah.
any elevated nothing. Okay.
No, it's about 8 foot above the surface of the water. That's the height of the camera.
Okay. So yeah, these are real. These are real oil rigs.
Absolutely, yep.
But here's the thing, DJ. There's something that you don't know. Do you know how
What don't I know?
far? Do you know how far the horizon is from that ground spot?
Yeah, if the Earth's a globe, it should be at 3.46 miles.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
So you understand that you can't notice a curve at eye level when you're only 5 foot tall, 6 foot tall off the ground.
Yeah, it means you should see the horizon.
The two platforms are further than the horizon.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole problem here for the
But
globe.
their positions are obscured due to the curvature.
No, because the horizon's behind the oil platforms, right?
No.
in front of
The oil platforms are farther than the horizon. The horizon's only
we
3
can
miles away.
It should be if the Earth was a globe, but because we know the distance to the oil platforms, we know that the horizon is beyond 10 miles away.
Yeah,
right? Because we can see it.
And your cause, but in my cause, the horizon's only 3 miles away, and it's obscured because the oil platforms are further than the horizon. So it's like a mirage effect.
That's the problem. That's the whole problem for the globe.
It's not the problem. The guy needs to do it twice. He needs to do it at ground level, and then he needs to bring like a lift out there and do it at a higher elevation and see if he gets the same
he did do that.
You can't just do it at one.
No, that's a good idea, and he did do that, right? He went right down close to the water, and he did it. I can show you that one as well. There's a whole video.
I'm talking like he needs to like somehow rent a scaffold or some shit. He needs to do multiple tests.
Well, the thing is, you should see. You have to have a horizon at a certain distance on a globe. Yeah, you should have a horizon at 3 miles, right? If you go down to 1 foot, you should have a horizon at 1.22 miles, right? But in both of those observations, he sees the horizon past the oil platforms. It's impossible on a globe.
No, it's because they're skewered.
No. If they were obscured by the horizon would have to be in front of them. But we can see the horizon behind them. Here's an image.
Dude, I mean,
A snapshot.
Look, they're even
hold on a
arguing.
second. Go ahead.
They're even arguing, even if you were at 10 to 15,000 feet up, it would still be hard to notice the curve with the naked eye.
Yeah, this isn't about seeing the curve, right? This is about
Well, technically,
where the
that's what it is,
horizon.
right?
No, this is about where the horizon should start. Even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see it curving, right? But you would have a horizon at a set distance. That's what they taught me at school, right? If you're 6 foot tall, you should see a horizon at 3 miles if you're standing at the beach, and then boats go over the horizon at 3 miles, right? You have to have a horizon at a certain distance depending on the height that you're observing it from.
Yeah, but that
on a
still
globe.
doesn't explain why boats go over the horizon bottom first.
Yeah, they don't always do that, right? Sometimes they do that. What they do most of the time, right? I grew up on the east coast of Australia, always watching cruise ships and fishing boats go out, right? When I was surfing or fishing. And usually what happens is they get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then they kind of fade into the atmosphere until you can't really see them anymore. If you have really specific weather conditions, they can look like they're starting to dip over a horizon, but that doesn't happen all the time, right? There's actually known effects, right, that explain something called sinking, right? Sinking happens when you have particular weather conditions, right? And the definition of it is something that looks like it would normally be visible on the horizon, looks like it's sunk below the horizon, right? And
yeah, I know what you're talking about. But here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. If you believe the world is flat, okay, how far? Like, are we talking like, is there a border? Is there an edge? Is it infinite length? Is there like an infinite mass of land? Are we contained in an environment? Is there a dome? Like, what are the parameters here? Or is it just like you don't know? You just know that the world's flat. That's all you know.
Oh, it's this guy again.
Like, do you have any type of like lore? Like, is there an ice wall? Is there an edge? Is there infinite land that the government doesn't want you to know about? Like, past the ice wall? Like, where are we? What are we?
Yeah, so what we're talking about when we're talking about flat Earth is what we can validate. So there's certain things that, like you were just talking about, that would have to be speculations because we can't validate them, right? Like extra lands and things like that. But we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Because flat isn't a shape. What we're talking about is that we can't find any curvature over bodies of water.
I would have to argue with you. What do early explorers have to lie about? Right? Wouldn't they like be more? They have no agenda, right? They're just exploring.
Who said they were lying?
Yeah, I think
they have no agenda.
I don't think most people weren't lying, right? They actually had a lot of problems.
Why did they say the world was a globe? Why did these sailors and these astronomers 2,000 years ago say this shit? Why didn't they just say?
Because because they were taught it at school.
By who?
Right?
By who? They were the teachers.
By the teachers.
They were no teachers.
No, they weren't the teachers.
Socrates. They were the guys.
Aristotle.
Yeah, you're talking about a long time ago there, man. Right? And if you have a look at what they did.
What do they have to lie about? They died broke. They have unmarked graves. They lived in like barrels and shit. They didn't have money.
It wasn't like people back then, thousands of years ago, they suggested it was a globe. It wasn't really until 500 or 600 years ago that the Jesuits and the Roman Catholic Church incorporated the heliocentric model into the mainstream education system.
The Roman Catholics hated science, though. Like, they damn near almost executed Galileo. Like, they had nothing to do with working with scientists.
Yeah. Literally, a Jesuit
church
priest
hated scientists. They called them damn near like.
They're the ones that, if you look into it, you can look into it, right? Because Georges Lemaitre, right, a Jesuit priest, he was the one that invented the Big Bang Theory. So later on, right, the Catholic Church was right into the globe model. Right?
Yeah, but that guy was like an astrophysicist that was also a priest. He wasn't just some regular guy. He was a very, he was damn near a genius.
Yeah, but it was right. You can fact check me on it as well. It was the Roman Catholic Church. It was the Jesuits that pushed the heliocentric model.
It wasn't until like Christopher Columbus that they didn't even really know the size of the true Earth, right? They thought Christopher Columbus thought the Earth was much smaller than what it was. That's why he's like, oh, well, I'm gonna sail this way and I'll be at India in no time. That's why he called the Native Americans Indians, because he thought he was in India. He literally thought he was in India. He had no idea even.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Until later on.
I agree with you. Exactly, right? So people made a lot of mistakes back then when it came to sailing and what they thought.
But couldn't you say now that we got satellites, GPS, like look at the mapping, look at the geology technology we got. We got sonographs, we got all types of crazy shit with waves and sending information out, receiving data back. Don't you think that we would be able to decipher the mystery of the world with the amount of technology advancements we have in fields such as geology, chemistry, biology, physics? Don't you think we would have an understanding? Don't you think?
Yeah, if the Earth was a globe, right, there should be measurements of Earth curvature.
There should be.
But
how?
There aren't
How
any.
should there be?
Well, with all this technology that you're talking about, they should be able to find 66 foot of curve over 10 miles, shouldn't they? But when you look into it, there isn't. And when we go out and test for it, it's flat.
Well, here's the thing. GPSs never lie. Right? If you're going across the entire country and you use GPS, you'll get there. So obviously they have some form of like technology that allows us to scan the Earth, pick a route, and get there. You can't lie about that. You can't say GPS is not real. You just can't say that.
You don't have anything scanning a planet.
I don't care what you say.
You.
You can't say that GPS is not real. I'm sorry.
Do you know how GPS works?
Yeah, satellites.
Can you explain like how a GPS actually transmits the data as to where a position is? How it gets the data, like where the position.
I'm sure they're sending signals from the satellites to the car.
And to where else?
What do you mean to where else?
So you don't know how GPS works, okay.
Oh, but you do.
Clearly more than what you just said.
Really? And why do you know how GPS works? Did you work in that field?
No,
I'm a basic guy. Do I need to know the
I researched your trash globe model, so I know how to destroy it.
Trash globe model. All right, so please tell me, how does GPS works according to Flat Earth?
Yes, you're right.
Not according to me, because I could just look it up on Google, right? But according to you.
You are right when you say that the satellite sends a signal to your car, but there's also ground stations, okay? Do you know how the ground stations work?
No.
Okay.
I don't think the average person knows that there's ground stations. But apparently you researched this shit. So please explain.
Do you know what angle of elevation is?
Yeah. The angle at which you're receiving the data. Right? So if your vehicle's
the term angle of elevation on its own.
In what sense? Like measuring distance? Measuring land? Like a topograph map?
Like if you were to point your camera to a star, you would have an angle of elevation. Do you know what an angle of elevation is?
When you point your camera at the star, right? The angle of elevation.
Can you define that?
Where the object you're looking at.
That is not an angle of elevation.
Okay, well, what is it? Because that was my answer. From you to where the
angle of elevation is the angle from the horizontal to the object in the sky that you're pointing at.
Okay.
Horizontal, okay? Do you know what a horizontal is?
What about it?
Do you know what a horizontal is?
Okay, what does this have to do with GPS?
GPS uses flat Earth, dude.
What?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It uses grids.
Yes, because it's on a
Cartesian grid.
topographical plane. That's why it uses
Because
grids.
you live on a fucking dude. Do you travel in a straight line? Yes or no?
Yes, I know how to travel in a straight line.
Like, are you walking up in the air? No.
What?
You move forwards and backwards. No shit. That's how we travel.
How is this helping?
That's like saying, "Oh, well, why do
He's not helping his plane at all.
What are you talking about, bro? I'm not helping my plane here. Well, how do you travel? You're walking around.
Why do I travel? Because I want to travel.
You don't need the information on how to travel to the fucking moon, buddy.
Hey, Tracksuit Timmy, do you remember our messages we had?
No, how about we stay on topic here? So please explain how GPS works other than saying bullshit like angle of elevation.
So travel in a straight line doesn't help?
So to get to point A to point B.
The point is, dude, is that it uses a flat
line,
plane. Right? Sorry, a topographical plane.
For what?
Not a topographical spheroid. A plane.
Actually, GPS does not use a flat plane for data. It combines data from several sources, including ADS-B, MLAT, and radar data to create a unique flight tracking experience. GPS also operates independently.
Of Google right now?
GPS also operates independently of any Wi-Fi or cellular data connection, so there are no ground stations.
Are you using ChatGPT or Google right now?
I'm using straight up Bing. Neither. I'm not even using ChatGPT or Google. I'm using Bing.
You're a Bing Earther, okay.
No, I'm just saying right here, they don't use any type of Wi-Fi data, no cellular data, right? Satellite cellular. They don't use any of that. They have their own resources, complete. So I think you're just misguided.
I'm not misguided, dude.
And first off, topographical maps aren't flat planes. They're 3D, by the way.
Okay, dude. We're talking about the actual ground, the Earth. Not the sky.
Because they measure hills and shit, so you can't.
Yes, that's hence the word topographical, dude. Do you understand what topographical means?
Besides the fact, bro, when if they put people on fucking Mars, you're not gonna believe them. Oh,
they're not going to Mars, dude. They're going to Canada.
That's not true, right? There's no amount of things that the government, if they show you pictures from the new telescope, you're gonna be like, oh, that's ChatGPT. Like, there's nothing. The only thing the government could do would be to send you to space personally, and you.
I got a question for you, Tracksuit.
And you to come back. That's literally the only way to prove it.
Tracksuit Timmy, I got a question for you.
What's that?
Why did you message me say, stay in your bubble, fat ass, keep hiding from the flat earth?
Because y'all all hide in here. You don't go to any other calls. You like to control the flow of the conversation. And
we're not. You're talking openly right now, dude.
Every so often, rarely, there's an occasion when there's like 10 people on the call that everybody's muted. There's one guy talking.
When they muted you those times, it's because you were screaming and.
Well, when I'm debating 15 people at one time,
galloping,
you gotta scream.
U.S. State Department. Do you know what the word gish gallop means, or the phrase gish gallop? Do you know what that is?
Dude, what about it?
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, that's what you think my opinion is, but that's not true. I wasn't gish galloping.
No,
I was stating actual facts. So show me one source of any information on NASA being false. Right? Instead
do you know the blue marble? Bullshit. Do you know what the blue marble is?
Yeah, that's what they call Earth, right?
Yeah, the NASA worker who came out and said, I photoshopped this image of the Earth, but it has to be photoshopped.
No, dude, I don't know about that.
Well, now you do.
So there was an ex-NASA employee.
Wait, one more thing. Buzz Aldrin, a spaceman who went to a 9-year-old girl in an interview and said, we never went to the moon, and I think I know why.
Dude, how do you know they're not trolling,
all
bro?
over the place. Both of you are just talking all over the place.
How do you know they're not trolling, bro?
Why are you laughing right now? Why are you
information?
coping? You're coping, dude.
You know they're not
You know that.
trolling, bro.
Hey, hold on. Dude. You know that
Dude,
information is in NASA's website, right?
you ever heard of gaslighting?
Sir,
Yeah.
are you
So
here to
you know
gaslight us?
that
Is that what you're here to
How you know
do?
Buzz Aldrin ain't gaslighting, my boy?
But do you understand that the information about the blue marble is in NASA's website?
Dude, do you understand that there's live feed of the ISS right now that shows curvature?
Wait,
What is that, doctrine?
let me get this.
Like, everything's fucking doctrine to you,
U.S.
man.
State Department. Listen, we're paying them $25.4 billion
Right.
a year. Are you trying to say
So
we're paying the money?
you're telling me
No,
that
I'm
they're
not done yet.
stealing.
Hey, I'm not done
They're
yet.
stealing $25.4 billion a year, right?
I'm not done yet. So, are you trying to insinuate that we're paying the money to partly gaslight us? Is that what you're trying to insinuate right now?
I mean, obviously, clearly, you're saying NASA's an entire joke.
Okay,
Nothing
okay,
that they
great.
do helps society, and you're saying that all they do is lie. So what you're telling me is that for over the 100+ years that NASA's been around, all the way
100
dating back to the dating back to the early Navy observations of the constellation.
Observation.
You're telling me that from
formed in 1950.
every single experiment, every single government program, every single worker that
NASA was
worked at
formed in
NASA,
1958, wasn't it?
every single individual there is just gaslighting and trolling, and that is a complete waste of taxpayer dollars
Yeah, my
dating
dad
back.
worked at NASA. I know you don't want to hear it. My dad worked there, so
Yes, your dad. They're all gaslighting. They're all trolling. It's a waste of government money. It's been billions
Oh,
of
you don't know
dollars
how
of
it
wasted
works there, do
taxpayers'
you?
dollars.
You don't know how it works there. You're just going to keep
That's
talking
great.
through people.
I'm glad the
Let
government's
me ask you
stealing
something.
trillions.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think the maintenance guy that works at NASA knows what the head of NASA is
Dude,
thinking? Or
I'm telling you this right
I'm
now.
asking you a fucking
No,
question,
dude, it's a
bro.
government
Dude, you
job.
shut the
You think
fuck up before I
anybody
mute
knows
your
anything?
ass.
It's a government job.
Okay, but do you think he knows anything that happens in outer space?
Yeah, everybody knows what happens in outer space,
So
bro.
you're saying that the NASA
hell?
freaking maintenance guy knows exactly what's going on?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, then. So why would you think that everybody in NASA knows exactly what's going on?
Because we were all taught the same shit.
No, they told you they indoctrinated you in the one way.
Yo.
But that doesn't mean that everybody there knows exactly what the Earth is. They are told something, and that's what they believe.
Wait. You're
Yes,
still
exactly.
trying to tell me that the government wasted trillions.
Do the government waste trillions?
Wait. You're trying to tell me.
Wait. Hey, let me
Wouldn't
ask
it
you this
just be
question.
easier to just say, "Hey, the world's flat," instead of spending trillions for a lie? Like, I don't even care what you think. Like, would you spend money on a person that you don't even know? No. Would you go in the grocery store and buy somebody groceries? Fuck no. So why would you spend trillions of dollars?
Let me
What
ask
if
you
you're
this.
laundering money, dude?
Do
Like,
the
do you
government hold
understand?
on? Let me ask you this. Do the government spend trillions of dollars on people that really do not do anything for the US?
Dude, the government, first off, wait.
Why don't you answer
Hold
my question?
on. Wait.
No, I asked you the same
The
question.
government of
Hold
America
on. Do the
has no
government of
agenda tied
wow.
to religion, tied to some weird 1984 control environment.
Hold on.
There's nothing that they benefit hiding the world is flat.
So
Like,
wait a
please
minute.
tell me.
Wait a minute.
Like, is there something that I'm not getting here? Is there like
Wait a
some?
minute.
What am I gaining from not?
Could you please shut the fuck up and listen? Did the government just not spend shit ton of money on transgender?
People coming to your door, giving you discounts to get
He was
transgender
talking the
surgery?
whole time. I had him muted.
God damn. You serious? You was muted and you're still talking? You're not listening, dude. Like the government spends money on bullshit all the
Dude, no,
time.
they don't. Whose
Okay.
money is it?
Let me ask you this. Did the
Whose money
government
is it?
oh my god. Did the government not just spend $20 million or $20 billion on a transgender Sesame Street in the Arabia somewhere.
Listen to me,
20
bro.
million.
I'm telling you
20
this
million?
right now.
Hold on. Did they
I'm
not
telling
just
you this
spend 20? Did they? I'm just
right
asking
now.
you, dude. Can you fucking answer my question? Did the
Dude,
government not
I
spend
don't
20 million?
care.
Oh, you don't care. Now you
He
don't
doesn't
care.
want to
So
answer
you're
your
not.
question.
So,
He
Do
just
you
wants
know
to
the
deflect.
agenda? How do you know that's not a CIA operation, bro? You don't know shit.
Hey,
First
Elbow,
off,
let me talk to this guy for a second.
number one, listen very carefully.
Be quiet. Let's talk about the CIA. Do you know what Operation Fishbowl is, State Department?
yeah,
Oh
dude.
man,
That's not.
going all over the place, dude.
Dude, I muted this guy. This guy does not want to listen to shit. This guy's so up
No,
their ass.
dude.
It's like
Every time he comes here, he screams, dude. Every time.
everybody. Like he doesn't want to listen. He's a butt sniffer. Like he's a freaking butt sniffer.
When he got banned one day, he went my direct messages and just started cursing at me.
There's no point in talking to this guy. This guy's like,
Oh yeah,
like
he's
they don't.
proven
You
that
don't.
many
It
times.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they're wasting money, but if they don't. They think they're not gonna spend trillions of dollars on wasting money. What?
Oh, he said they don't waste money, and then you asked him about that, and he said that doesn't matter.
Yeah. What?
You know what he said at the start when I was talking to him? When I was talking to him, he said that I showed him the 8-foot black swan observation. And he said that it's fake, right? Then I showed him the video, and he said if this isn't fake, then he will admit the Earth's flat.
And what happened? I'm pretty sure he didn't admit it.
He ended up gish galloping two boats over the horizon, and then somehow it got to NASA.
Oh, okay. You want to continue with him? I'll mute him if you want.
No,
I guarantee you, when you unmute him, he's gonna start yelling.
I know, but don't take them all. Don't take him 15 different directions. That's why he's all over the place.
He's probably still yelling right now.
GPS was in there at some point in the school system, and you got to keep him focused. He's like, this guy is like a scatterbrain. Just one topic. Say one topic.
Yo, Elbow, you know about that trans program in the mountains of Saudi Arabia?
Oh,
like, get the
God.
fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. USA government spent $20 million to make trannies in the.
That's actually TOS, dude. Apparently, you can't say that T word.
And to make Sesame Street in Iraq, 20 million. Make Sesame Street.
I personally don't agree with that, but apparently it's saying that's TOS.
You agree with any money being spent anywhere else?
No, you can say Transformers. You just can't. Apparently, that there's a certain slur for those people, which is what he just said. I don't agree with it.
About it, dude. Am I muted to you?
No, sorry. No, I don't mute people, dude.
I don't. Who's talking? Is someone trying to? Because I can't hear whoever you're talking to.
I think it's because I was talking over Radwin.
Okay, but no, is anyone talking right now?
I don't.
Yeah, it was that one guy.
No, nobody.
Okay, I will say yeah. It was just dead air there for a second.
Well, you talk to him, and he just keeps talking right through people, so you can't have a conversation. He just wants to say stuff. You go, huh? What do you? Yeah, like that. And that's how he communicates with people. That's his way of communicating.
Friends, how's everybody doing?
Good, bro. What's going
Glad.
on?
I was just listening, having fun, enjoying the conversation.
There's a user named Bennett in here. Hello, Bennett. Do you have a microphone? He left. Okay. Hello, Bennett. Abu Bennett, if you're trying to talk, your microphone is not working.
No, I cannot.
Now I hear you.
Okay. How are you
Hello.
doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Are do you think you live on a ball or a flat, a topographical plane, or where do you think you live?
It's a mysterious theory, to be honest with you, to me. If you stand in front of the ocean and you see as far as you can see, and the water is floating at the same way. It's not a curving, it's not a moving over there. It's like the waterfall. There's no waterfall end of the point. And if you talk about the circle thing, so let's suppose we have a two state. That the first is an initial state and second is your goal. So there should be the end of the point exist in this world. So whenever you are stand, you find out that point. If you can't, so it's a mysterious. And if you fly, so you can see that the earth is a flat. Okay, earth is a flat. That's it. So I
That's
stopped
fucking
researching
incoherent.
about that.
Yeah. And what was the question again?
No clue. That was like, what the fuck was that? Do you want to try again? Like, focus. Like, to stay focused. Make a, some sort of statement that someone can follow. That was like,
Maybe he's on a training
shit.
call. Maybe he's on a training call.
Yeah, Bernat, are you able to turn your microphone up at all, man? We can't really hear you very well. But were you just saying there's no curvature, so Earth can't be a globe? Is that what you were getting at?
So now you can hear me properly? Very
That's
well?
a bit better now, yeah.
So let's suppose that you are drawing something and you draw a point 1 and point B. There's a stage that we also use in AI, artificial intelligence, that initial and goal. But you have an initial stage and you have to reach to goal. And
Okay,
between
hold on.
that, there's all
Before you
possibility
continue,
that we
hold
go.
on. Hold on. Before you continue, what was the question raised to you?
That we're living in a flat earth or circle, the sphere.
Right.
That's
So
we want me to
why
ask.
weren't you answered the question?
Sorry?
Which one?
Why
Which
won't
one
you
is it?
answer the
A or B?
question? A or B?
That's
not
it.
not C prolonged story. Was the
Wait a
answer A
moment.
or B?
Yeah, I'm just giving the answer. Wherever you stand right now, find out the endpoint of the earth.
Is
That's
that
my
answer
conclusion
A
to
or
you.
B? Is that a globe or is it flat? Because
It's
you were
not
saying
a
wherever you
it's
stand right
not.
now, that wasn't part of the question
Are you
that was
saying you
raised
don't
to you.
know? Maybe are you saying you don't know for sure? Like,
I'm not sure about that. The
okay, there
earth
we
is a
go.
flat
Thank you.
Okay.
of a sphere. Because
You could have
it's a
just got.
mysterious theory to me. It's a mysterious to me.
It's
That's the
mysterious.
thing.
Yep, I got it. It's mysterious to you.
That's it.
Yeah, it's obvious to me. So that's kind of interesting.
Dude,
Imagine someone cold calling this guy, and he's like, "Hey, I got a deal for you. You could save a lot of money if you bundle your car insurance with your home insurance." And he's like, "Hey, how would you like to save money?" And the guy's like, "I don't know. I'm not sure about that." He says, "Well, would you like to bundle your stuff to save money?" He's like, "Well, if I draw a straight line and it goes around and there's an edge, and I move up and down and wiggle it and come back around the other side, and I'm not really sure about it, and maybe something happens before then and after then. So,
Then I get on a
hey,
plane.
And gravity.
My point was that, yeah, wait a moment. My point was that if Earth is a flat, So you have an initial state wherever you stand. So find out the goal, your last stage. That should be end should be exist if Earth is a flat. That's my point over there. If you fly, so you
Yeah,
see
Earth
the
is
Earth
flat.
is a
Yes,
flat.
I understand that. I understand now. Earth is flat.
That's my point was that A and B is a very simple way to explain.
It's both A and B. It can be both A and B.
Again, initial and goal. That's it.
Initial end goal. Got it. Thanks for that.
Painful listening sometimes.
Just keep in mind next time you drive, there's people like that on the road.
This is how you can tell U.S. State Department's seething right now, dude. His spelling is getting worse by the second. Look what he said. It's funny how I stay on topic, but you guys keep running.
Yeah, so U.S. State Department, you said when I showed you that observation, right, that if it isn't fake, then the Earth is flat. Right, so do you agree it's not fake now that you've looked at the video, right? You checked the location, all that sort of thing.
You're unmuted, U.S. State Department. Look, he's posting the Flat Earth Society model again. Hey, buddy, you're unmuted, State Department. You can talk.
Yeah, we don't claim, right? We went over all this, dude.
We don't
claim to know the shape.
Right, you don't have any visual evidence. I understand.
Yeah, I showed you a high definition video, and you said it had to be fake.
Right. That I already proved.
Remember?
Was
and
fake.
you
that I already proved was fake.
How did you prove that?
Because
it was
you
fake?
said, "Well, you're right, but we are on a flat Earth, so you're wrong." That's all you said.
That it was fake. Okay, so this is what's going to happen, right? You're going to answer how you proved that it was fake, right? Go ahead.
Because the horizon's 3 miles away. Genius. Oh no, that's not true. The world's flat. That's your answer, dumbass.
Okay, so the horizon isn't 3 miles away in the observation, is it?
Oh, the horizon isn't. It's the world's flat. That's literally your only answer.
Okay, so do you agree that there should be a horizon at 3.5 miles in that observation?
You're wrong. Yes, thank you. I'm right.
What am I wrong about? What am I wrong about?
You're wrong. The horizon's 3 miles away.
I bet you he looks up in the air when he talks. He's one of those.
I bet you don't even look. You stay in your house all day, you stupid
describing
bitch.
you so that they can get a picture of you in their mind of somebody who talks to somebody.
Nigga sits on his couch all fucking day and night. He doesn't move. Like,
dude,
where's your model? There's a billion models of flat Earth. Which one's your model?
Where is the horizon? Dude, where is the horizon in...
You make fun of the globe all day. Oh, wow. Look at the round Earth. Wow.
Look, you claim to know the shape of the Earth. We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? You claim a shape that has a radius, right? 3,959 miles. That means from an 8-foot observer height, like the observation is from, you have to have a horizon at 3.5 miles, right? You agreed that the horizon's past the oil platforms, right? Which is over 10 miles away, right? You said that if that video isn't fake, then Earth is flat. Why can't you stay on topic?
Dude, because there's one crucial thing that you don't realize.
What is it?
You know, you ever heard of an atmosphere?
Yeah.
Okay, well, a flat Earth cannot
terms.
A flat Earth cannot
contradiction of terms, but yeah, go ahead.
A flat Earth cannot have a flat Earth cannot have a atmosphere. ATMOSPHERE. Look it up, dumbass. Yes, I said it twice. A flat Earth.
It's actually the other way around, right? Because to have gas pressure, which is what the atmos is, right? The atmo, it's not a sphere. Okay, to have gas pressure, you need a container, right? We're the ones claiming a contained system, right? You're claiming to have gas pressure next to a vacuum, without a container stopping the high pressure from filling the available space in the vacuum, right? Because that's what happens. Okay, so that's another debunk for the globe, but try to stay on topic. We're talking about the horizon, right? We're only going to talk about the horizon.
Yo, what? Buddy, did you just
Yeah.
say the atmosphere is a container?
No. To have gas pressure.
Oh, right. Now
you
you're
need a
backtracking.
container.
Boom, boom, boom. Right?
No,
It
to
was
have
a container, you
Wait.
idiot.
right. So to have gas pressure, you need a container. Obviously, right? If you want to blow up a balloon, if you want to blow up a tire, right? You need to have a container. You can't do it without a container. If you pop the container, high pressure will instantly start filling the available space, which is the lower pressure system. Obviously. Right? Try to get back to what we're actually talking about, though, before we move on to the gas pressure problem for the globe, right?
Dude.
So where should the
you're
horizon be?
You're literally
Where should
running.
the horizon?
The atmosphere is
What
not a
am I running from?
container. It doesn't hold gas
No.
pressure, genius.
Yeah, so that is the gas pressure, you dumbass. Right? It's made up of gases. It's 14.7 psi at ground level. Okay? The atmosphere you're talking about is the gas pressure. To have gas pressure, you need a container.
Dude, no, you don't.
Really? So can you demonstrate having gas
Really?
pressure
Can you
without a container?
demonstrate how? Dude, this is like you're fishing a line. Like you're trying to hook me on some bullshit that you don't even know the concept to. The atmosphere is not a fucking container. It doesn't contain the gas in the environment. Are you
no one's claiming it
retarded?
does, dude.
Are you fucking
Exactly. That's what.
stupid?
Bro, this is right. Look, unfortunately, I have to mute you because you can't act like a normal human being, right? So on your globe, claiming that you don't have a container for the atmosphere, right? They're claiming you have a gas pressure system and then you have a very powerful space vacuum with no container separating the two systems. Hey, that's the problem for your globe. I don't expect you to get it though, because you're not really listening.
Buddy, the atmosphere is not a
Buddy.
container.
He was typing in the chat.
You think we live in a fucking jar or some shit? This nigga's retarded.
So he's just going to keep talking. He was just typing in the chat. He wasn't listening to you.
Boundary.
We're still talking.
The atmosphere is a fluid boundary. Dumbass.
Oh my
Stupid fuck. What is a
Bro,
cloud?
if you can't have a normal conversation, I'm gonna ban you. Right? You got one more chance to have a normal conversation. I'm getting sick and tired of your bullshit. All right, we're talking about the horizon. Talk about gas pressure after. It's probably not going to work out, so you're probably going to get banned in the next 2 minutes. Okay, so remember the observation that we went over to begin with. Yeah?
What is that? No, we're staying on topic here, genius. What's an atmosphere?
Yeah, that was the topic.
What's
All right. It's not going to work out for you. All right, I'm going to give 2 more chances. All right.
But he can't even define what an atmosphere is. I love it.
Did you define gas?
Talking about a horizon.
I love it.
What was your example of gas
This makes my
pressure without
day,
a
really.
container,
Debating
though?
with flat earthers, man. I love it, bro.
Well, this is the thing. U.S. State
Yeah, we love it
you
too.
have the upper
I
hand, right?
fucking love this shit.
I agree. You have the upper hand. You have all of history. You have all these things on your side. Just so let it just play out, and you'll show them
Dude,
in a minute.
let me give you a definition. Okay, the atmosphere is a layer.
Yeah.
You ever heard of the stratosphere, hemisphere? It's layered, buddy. Why don't you look
You're
it up?
saying that's gas pressure. Hold on.
I'm not saying I know.
U.S. state. You're saying that the atmosphere. That's the air that we breathe. The
There's nothing that's keeping shit from space to enter Earth, right? An asteroid can come in, impact.
So what
you know that, right? We don't.
Do you know what gas pressure is? I'm pretty sure DJ just went over this with you.
I don't care what you think I know. I'm telling you this: that we
No, I'm
don't live
asking what
under
you
a
know.
dome. We don't
All
live
right,
under a.
Okay, but gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Yeah? Did you know
What
that?
about it, bro? You're saying the same shit he's saying.
Okay, so if you have gas pressure, it's pressing off the walls of a container, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, so the air is gas pressure, yeah?
No.
No? So what is air?
Air's not a gas, genius.
Oh, what is it?
It's not a
Genius.
gas.
Yeah, tell us.
Is it?
It's not
What
a
is it?
gas.
Is it a
That's
solid?
what
Let's
I
go
know.
through it. Is air a solid?
I mean, it can be.
It can be. Okay.
Yeah, you can
So
freeze
you
oxygen.
breathe.
You know that,
You
right?
breathe solid air.
Oxygen has a freezing point. You know that,
Hey, can
right?
I give you a hint, U.S. state? There's only 4 states of matter: solid, liquid, gas, and then plasma. So it
That you
has
know
to
of.
be
That you know of. That you know of, right? That you
So which
know
one
of.
is
right,
the
and we know
air?
and we
That you
know
know
of
of.
Which
air,
one
so
is
it
the
has to
air
be
that
one
we
of those
breathe?
4.
Okay,
Yeah. So
well,
which one is it?
you're still trying.
No helping on the
Here,
test.
I'll help you with this.
No helping on the test. So, what state of matter is the air that we breathe? U.S. State Department.
It's called molecules. For your
So
information.
the state of matter of air is called molecules.
It is. It's a molecule.
Okay, but molecule isn't a state of matter. You just got to explain the states of
No,
matter.
you're trying to. You're doing some Reddit bullshit. I told you the exact
Oh, am
definition
I?
of what an air particle is. It's a molecule.
You don't seem to know
For your
what air is.
information,
You said air is not a gas.
it's a molecule.
So air, just to clarify.
You do realize for anything to escape Earth, it has to reach a velocity of 25,000 miles per hour. You know that, right?
So when the guys.
So you're saying
Hold on, we're getting some feedback from someone. Who's that? Mute your mics if you're not talking. So you're saying that if I went scuba diving and they were going to fill up some tanks with air, what are they filling it up with? A liquid?
So you're saying
A solid?
what you're saying
Or is it a
that
gas?
is our molecules are escaping Earth's atmosphere, right, and going into space.
No. We're saying
Is that
that
what you're
gas
saying?
pressure.
They're
No, we're saying
escaping
gas
Earth's gravity.
pressure. Dude. Like, so what you're saying is, I'm telling you no. What we just said was that gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. You understood that. And now we're at the air being gas pressure. You disagree.
Dude, stop hitting the mute button while you're debating me.
No, I have to.
No,
because you're
you
not
don't.
listening.
You don't know
Yeah,
how
you're
to
not
talk
listening.
to people.
It's okay, dude. You just have to answer the questions directly, right? So, air is a pressurized gas. Are you agreeing or disagreeing?
All right, so whenever he unmutes me, I'll unmute. Every time he mutes me, I'm going to mute him.
We'll see how that works out for you. So there you go, guys.
I do think it's a little bit counterproductive if like
Air
there's
is
just
not
going
a
to be
gas.
this muting and unmuting going on.
Well, Benny, maybe you can help us progress it. Benny, maybe you can help us
Oh no,
progress it.
I'm fucking retarded, bro. I'm not one to debate. I'm just
Okay, but do you know?
You're a genius compared to the guy we're trying to talk to.
Let's just see this. Benny, what state of matter is the air that we breathe? Is it a solid, liquid, or a gas? Or a plasma, if you want to go that way.
I would be inclined to think out of any of those, it would probably be liquid. A liquid, isn't it? Because you can.
Jesus Christ! Wow. I thought they were just trolling, but I don't.
Well, I told you I'm retarded, bro. I'm trying to think. Because I don't think it's a gas.
Are you breathing
The air that
right
you breathe.
Now? Are you breathing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That oxygen and nitrogen, is that liquid?
Well, no, it's not liquid.
Is it a gas?
No, I don't think so.
Is oxygen and nitrogen, the air that you breathe, a gas?
No.
Right, back to you, Cyclone.
Sorry, I
Who else is here? Is that Old Hoss? Old Hoss, this sounds like it's one for you.
Yeah, I was going to ask him what happens to your lungs when they're filled with liquid.
Andrea.
What always happened to you people?
Nah,
Vinny.
I'm just fucking with you guys. I don't know.
You're fucking with yourself. So is State Department. Fucking directly with themselves.
Let's see. We really can't move on if they can't understand what air is. So, State Department, have you figured this out yet? State Department, Old Hoss, you might have to ask him. He's got upset and muted me.
Oh, he hates me.
State Department, you hadn't muted.
All right, I'll unmute Cyclone. He's on.
Hey, the U.S. State Department, just stop being a disingenuous punk.
Hey,
How about that?
why don't you check the side chat and debunk
Can we
that,
not
big
bully
boy?
each other, bro? Let's
How about
have,
you
like,
debunk that? Why does the atmosphere get thinner as you go up? Debunk that, big boy.
Because it's produced at the ground, bitch.
What's that?
What would that be called? What would that be
Wrong
called?
answer.
What would that be
According
called when
to
it gets
whom?
less dense as you go up?
Why
What
does
is
the
that?
atmosphere get thinner as you go up?
Well, you haven't even told us
please
what the
explain.
atmosphere is yet. You still haven't told us what it is yet. Is it a solid, a liquid, or a gas?
Look, I love how you take the side
Come on,
of
dude.
I don't know shit. Please explain everything. I don't know shit. You do know.
I'll give you the answer, but you have to answer Cyclone.
For you. You need me to answer literally everything. Oh,
I will answer your
what is air? Is air a gas? Stop acting like an idiot. Start saying what you have to say.
Well, you're the one that said that it's not a gas.
All you're doing is, define this, define this, define this, define this. That doesn't win you any cookies,
State of matter
dumbass.
is the air, bro.
That
We're just
doesn't win
asking
you
what
any
state of
cookies,
matter
dumbass.
this is.
U.S. State Department. The reason we've got to ask you is the last.
You don't even
dumbass
believe in
said air.
fucking gravity.
What's that? My microphone even freaking working?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Nuts,
Excellent.
He's nuts.
U.S. State Department. The reason we've got to ask people like yourself is because the last little chap said air is a fucking liquid.
Well, this guy did as well. He started it. This guy started it.
Oh,
he didn't
really?
Know he said it. He said air's not a gas to begin with, which is why we moved on to Benny, and Benny said the same thing.
Ouch. Well, we can just add that to our music collection. That's awesome. Oh well, as his work.
Yeah, clip it, chat.
I'm gonna
They
make
don't even
that
know what
into
All right, so let me break it down for you, big boy.
No, I'm going to break it down for you. So these guys, not Benny, to be fair, Benny's not making any claims. U.S. State Department is trying to come in here insulting people, thinking that he's of some higher order intelligence. But he doesn't know that air is a gas. He thinks he knows the intricate workings of the entire universe, billions of miles in length and distance. But he doesn't know that air is a gas. So U.S. State Department, how can we take your claim about knowing that the Earth is a ball seriously if you don't know that air is a
Behaves
gas?
like a gas. It's not a gas. It behaves
So
like
what
a
is
gas.
it?
Dude,
What is it?
do you
No.
Do you trust
so
NASA?
you've just said it's not a gas. Sorry, Jelly, 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So you just said it's not a gas. So could you tell us what it is, according to you?
It's 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 1% other gases.
Other gases?
So it's made up of gases. So this combination
Yeah, but
of
it's not
gases
gas.
makes it what? So this combination of gases makes it what?
So does your lung breathe in gas?
Why are you asking me a question?
Your lung breathes
Yeah.
in gas.
Yeah, oxygen.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that?
Yeah. Yeah,
All right,
hold your
prove it.
breath.
Well, what do you
Go
think
in
it
the
breathes
water
then?
and try and breathe the fucking water. You idiot.
Yeah, you breathe.
So,
Fish
from
breathe
NASA,
water? They don't
Sorry.
breathe gas?
From NASA, gas. Under normal conditions, matter exists in either solid, a liquid, or a gas. Air is a gas.
So why can't you smell it? Why can't you see it? Why can't you touch it?
Sorry,
Why
have
can't
you ever had a
This
gas?
guy is an actual idiot. Can we like?
No. Can
let
you
him out?
smell? Can you
Stop it, Bry.
smell
This is the best
helium?
you've
Yes.
got.
Can you taste it? Yes. Why can't you smell air? Why can't you taste air? Please explain.
Why can't...
Have you ever had a
I
gas
love
leak
that.
in your house?
Someone click that. Why can't you smell air?
Maybe you should try and smell water.
Dude, this guy's a gold mine. This guy's a
Can we
gold
get?
mine of idiocracy.
Can we get some t-shirts printed out? Why can't we smell air? I love that. We're really making people think here.
These guys are
DK.
getting worse, and Jedi is losing all the air over there.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Do you breathe a gas? Does your lungs fill with gas? No, it's solid air, bro. All right, U.S. State Department. So it's a collection of gases together making not a gas. Is that your claim?
No, just answer the question. Why can't you smell air?
Why?
Oh God, this is hilarious.
Rephrase your question.
Why can't you smell air?
Why can't you taste it?
You can smell a fart, can't you? Do I need a fart in your face? Do I need a fart in your face?
Okay.
Is that gas?
So another clarify. Yeah, is a fart a gas?
Clearly.
Okay, yeah.
Clearly. Gas, dumbass. You ever heard of it?
Fart gas.
Clearly. Passing gas. You ever heard of it, mate?
How come it goes in all directions in your room?
How come you can see it in an infrared camera?
Why doesn't it get pulled to the ground by gravity?
Is fart a gas? Yes or no? Answer the fucking question.
Yeah, it's methane primarily.
So now you've established that a fart is gas. What about the air?
Did you know gas is a fart, right?
You can't
Fart
answer
is
a
a gas.
question.
You know that, right?
Right, but
you know a fart is a gas. You know that, right? So why
Yeah,
can
so
you
is the
smell
air.
a fart but not air? Please tell me, man. Please.
Different type of gas.
You don't know. You don't know. That's okay. You don't know.
Sorry,
this guy is
just fucking told you. It's a different type of gas.
Oh, this is amazing.
It's a different type of gas. It's a different type.
Sorry,
Why can't you smell the air?
There's no fucking point mocking me, Sunshine, when you think the air, oxygen and nitrogen, and other gases, it's not gas. Please don't mock me. You've got no right to do so. The fuck?
You still haven't explained why.
I don't think communicating with you would be a wise idea. You wouldn't understand what we fucking said to you in the first place.
What do you think, Benny? Just a good. You getting convinced of a globe yet?
Well, I already believe the Earth's a globe, but I can't defend this position here with the odorless.
Why can't you smell air, Benny?
Because oxygen is odorless. You can literally Google it.
Is it a gas?
No, I don't.
Do you want me to close this door?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Can you turn me lamp off, please? Thank you. Yeah. It's just like
Yes.
Why doesn't this guy know that? Why do you guys not know that air is a gas?
That is a gas.
Page, aren't you guys on the same globe team? One says it's not a gas, and the other one knows it's a gas.
Well, it's odorless. It's just like carbon monoxide. You don't smell carbon monoxide, and that's why
An odorless what?
An odorless gas.
All right, so air is a gas.
Google tells me yes.
Google tells you yes.
You couldn't tell yourself that. You had to Google that.
Yeah, I didn't finish Google, bro.
How did you? Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
why do you think? Benny? Why do you think State Department doesn't know that air is a gas? Did he not go to school? Do you think, or does he not have Google?
I don't know. You should ask him.
State Department. Benny wants to know.
Oh, so now you believe Google, eh?
A gas.
No, Google's wrong,
Okay.
he said. U.S. Department said Google is wrong.
Okay, Benny. State Department's saying Google's wrong. Are you? The State Department. Is that what you're saying? Benny's
Buddy
saying
believes
that,
in Google now. Now you believe Google, Cyclone? You believe in Google now?
No, this is a question from Benny.
Oh, no,
Benny was
Google.
wondering. Okay, no, Benny was wondering how it is that you don't know that air is a gas. He's another globe believer.
Oh, Google proves air's a gas, so Google's right now, eh?
Okay, so how did
say
you
Google's
prove
quite
that
a lot.
air was something different? What did you prove it to be?
No. He just looked it up. Google's correct, right? Google says air's a
All right,
gas.
okay.
Google's right,
Okay, so
right?
you agree air's a gas?
Is Google right? Yes or no?
No,
Yeah,
you can
correct.
find
Air
one
is a
book.
gas.
You can find one book where he's saying that air is not a gas. That would be interesting. Can you find that? One book where he's saying that air is not a gas.
Did you go to school, State Department?
Nope.
Because they should have taught you this in school.
He's obviously retarded.
Mm. All right, Benny, what have you been thinking? You've been looking at any evidence? You've been having a thought how you can prove the globe? Anything like that?
Nah, I just been playing World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Well, you know World of Warcraft's on a flat map, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Certainly not on a ball map. All right, so why have you come back?
Just like listening in on like the debates and that when they're going on.
You like hearing that the Globers don't know that air is a gas.
I just like hearing them. I just like hearing, intellectual conversations.
Well, we're sorry we can't provide that at the moment. We've only had State Department in for the last.
Benny, where can I
hour.
buy a really loud mouse?
Why? Can you hear my mouse?
Yeah, you got it hooked up to an amplifier.
Loud.
That's the Razer Naga, bro. It's got buttons on the side.
It's got buttons on the side. These Globers are serious today.
Yeah, that's how I press my abilities when I play my game.
Okay.
Don't want to get carpal.
Well, do you want to have a conversation, or are you just playing your game?
Oh, I was just listening. I just wanted to listen to the debate.
Right. Well,
But
you're the only
seems like this
Glober in
guy's
at the
muted
moment,
again.
Danny. So you're going to have to hang out at the auction house or something and pause your game.
I mean, state it's the Glober, I assume.
Help us figure out what air is.
Oh, I can just Google it, and NASA.gov says air is a gas.
Yes.
So I'm
it's a
inclined to believe
pressurized
that air is
gas.
a gas.
Okay. So, and it's a pressurized gas, right?
Yeah, no,
Like
it is.
The air pressure? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Can you picture that? Little gas molecules bouncing off a
Yeah,
container?
like a fucking gas tank, man.
Like a gas tank, man, right? So if I was to say to you, I want you to give me pressurized gas without a container, what would you give? How would you do that?
I don't fucking know.
Do you think you
How
could
would
do
you?
that?
Maybe. What do you mean by that? Like how
Well,
would
let's say you've got your tank of air and it's pressurized. It's in this tank, and then I'm going to flick my fingers, and the tank is going to disappear. But you need to keep all those molecules in their place, pressurized.
Yeah.
Could you do that?
Nah.
No. Okay. So it needs a physical boundary to bounce off of. Press. So it's called pressure. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So what physical boundary is the air that we're breathing, which is pressurized, pressing off?
Fuck Bono.
Well, it would have to be pressing off something, no?
What, to be contained like on Earth?
To be pressurized, to be pressing off of a container, there would have to be a container, wouldn't there?
So you're saying we're in a container?
Correct.
Like there's a lid on top of us?
Well, we have gas pressure, which has to be pressing off a container. So yeah.
That's interesting.
Unless you can show us that we can do it without a container, but no one can.
Okay, so why pressure is diminishing by the altitude?
Because of the energy. Because of the energy within the system and where the gas is produced. 99.9% of the gas produced is at surface level down here, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon cycles, for example.
There you go. We got it cooking again. You can take over, Jeddah, please.
No, you're all right, buddy. You're fine.
No, I need to go on mute for a bit anyway. I'll listen in though. I'll jump in when I can.
No worries, buddy. See ya.
Our container is semi-permeable.
It wouldn't hold gas, would it? A fishing net, does that hold gas?
What containers are not semi-permeable?
Solid ones.
The solid containers are not semi-permeable?
Depending on the makeup of the solid body.
I think you might need to look more into that. I think solid containers are semi-permeable.
That's what I just said, depending on the makeup of the body. For example, a helium balloon, when you stretch it enough, the helium is so small, it finds its way out. Now, for example, the NASA vacuum chamber that holds about -6 tall, 2 6-foot concrete reinforced steel walls. If you leave that vacuum chamber for 2 weeks, the gas will still find its way in. Gas is like that. It likes to fill space. Anything else?
Do you guys like believe in other planets?
Other planets, what, like Jupiter and Mars?
Yes.
So we can see them. We just don't necessarily believe the story that we're told about them. Primarily because they're said to be uncontained bodies of gas in a vacuum, which would be a violation of the law that we're talking about at the moment. So, for example, Jupiter being an uncontained gas giant in a vacuum, that can't be the case. But we still see Jupiter. I'm not going to make a claim about what it is, though.
What is vacuum?
Absence of air in this case.
Okay, do you believe that there's a gravity of Jupiter, that Jupiter has gravitational force around itself?
Sorry, what's gravity? Could you define it for me, please?
Sure, I can. Gravity is a force. Let me just read for you the precise definition of it.
Okay, so that hasn't been the precise definition of it since 1915. Have you ever heard of somebody called Albert Einstein?
Of course I have heard of him.
Good. So he doesn't describe gravity as a force. It's the distortion of a space-time fabric because of the displacement of mass. So not a force.
Okay, but it's a different thing.
Yeah, different thing. Gravity, right? General and special relativity. The current gravitational rhetoric that has been for 110 years. So not a force.
It's a force by which a planet or other body draws objects towards itself.
Okay.
It makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense on a sphere. What draws?
What I've said.
What draws?
Just going to whistle past the graveyard, are you? Okay, no worries.
Okay, what draws things down on flat Earth?
Not making a claim, dude. You are.
Okay, no, okay. So, how would you explain that on flat Earth? Because spherical Earth has a perfect explanation of it.
No, it doesn't. I just said it's not perfect because it got superseded, debunked, replaced in 1915. It's not mass attracting mass. It's not a force.
What is it?
But dude, I'm not making the claim to it. You said, do you believe in gravity? I've asked you to define it, and you've defined it incorrectly. I'm not making a claim. Hold on.
What is the correct definition of gravity?
Dude, I just gave it to you.
Oh, you did not. You said that my definition is incorrect.
Einstein, general relativity, the distortion of a four-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian space-time fabric because of the displacement of mass, not
displacement of mass. Exactly.
Yes, not mass.
Mass.
You understand
mass.
This, right?
The Earth is so massive it produces force.
No, that's incorrect.
Yes.
Einstein.
I do not care what Einstein says.
Okay.
If you believe what Einstein said, you'll be a globe earther. So, yeah. So
are you saying that you're throwing Einstein under the bus?
Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Are you saying that doesn't matter what Einstein said? We need to listen to you.
If you honestly listen to Einstein, you'll be a globe earther. So stop pretending that you listen to what he says. You're fucking
but you are denying something what is mainstream now reality, and you are saying no, that is not. And you are what want to get the Nobel Prize or what?
No, I'm not getting. I'm not trying to get a Nobel Prize. I'm reading you the definition given by NASA what gravity is.
Okay. So Newton's classical mechanics was superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed a special and general theory of relativity. The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and again, are currently the most current way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Albert Einstein. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his theories of general and special relativity in full mathematical detail that opened the window on a new framework regarding physics, abolishing established notions of space and time, replacing Newton's formulations and the laws of gravity. Would you like me to continue? Shall I post these citations in the side chat for you to prove your ledger? Why are you talking? I've asked you a question. Would you like me to post them?
I just answered, obviously, you're deaf or what?
Okay, no worries. Well, I was still talking.
Oh, no worries, yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Angry.
Upset.
How do you make people so mad when you talk to them?
I don't know. They just don't like being corrected on their own rhetoric about what gravity is. Now, would you like me to take Einstein apart for you as well?
Oh, don't take his Einstein away. He'll really freak out.
And he's saying that this is the reason why we've still got gas on the Earth. Okay.
Buddy, you're parroting the wrong pseudoscience. Jedi is helping you, bro, if you haven't noticed. Even though he doesn't have to help you, he is helping you.
Someone asked this guy if air is a gas.
Might be too hard for him.
Babe, you're up. That was it. Broken.
Is that it? Is he gone?
There was two people talking. There was someone else talking to you, and then he jumped in.
Yeah, we were talking to Benny, I think.
Benny!
That's my name.
You still here, Benny?
Yeah, of course. I'm just listening.
Yeah. You see what happened just with the other gentleman? He was parroting the wrong pseudoscience at the moment.
Alright.
So now you know it's not mass attracting mass.
That's how I understand it from Google. It says, hold on, let me go back. The force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth or towards any other physical body having mass. To me, that sounds like mass attracting
nonsense.
mass.
Yeah, you're right.
That's what Google says.
Yeah, that's what Google says. But Google only, shouldn't always read the first thing that Google says. Sometimes it's a good idea to go onto page 2, 3, and 4, and you'll find out that there's other things with regards to gravity. So don't just believe the first thing you read, do.
Yeah, but how would I know which one's correct if, like, let's say I go to... It would make more sense to think that whatever's on the first page would be more accurate since it's, it pops up first, I guess.
Yeah.
This is from Oxford Languages, which I think is a pretty reputable source.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. And if you read the sources that I posted, most of them come from universities, like page 3, 4, and 5 of the Google search. It's this laziness that we've got into, right? We Google something, we take the first answer, and we think there's no other answer but that one. That's not good research.
I have a question, though.
You know how we made shots, like back when we used muskets? Like we went up a tall tower and we boiled some lead, or we liquefied some lead. Then we would drop the lead from the top of the tower to the bottom of the tower. And as it cooled, it would form a sphere, right? Which is, to me, like the most logical shape things floating in the ether should be. So if that's how we lead shot, you know, who's to say, you know, the planet didn't form the same way in a sphere?
I get you, but we're talking about gas. Does gas? No, I know why you're talking about lead. We're talking about gas. So, does gas form into spheres?
I think fluids do. Yeah, gas is a fluid.
About gas.
I saw that they do. I saw on the what is it called, the space station? You know, which you might think is fake. The gases form a sphere, and if you're in a carbon dioxide sphere and you stay in there too long, you die.
Yeah, inside the container of the International Space Station. So the gas on the inside of the International Space Station is forming the shape of the fucking container. What I'm trying to point out to you is gases don't have any inherent shapes. They form the shape of that container, don't they?
I don't think so. I think there's something called surface tension.
What, with gases?
Well, gas and liquids are just different types of fluids, so I can't say that there isn't a type of gas.
No, okay. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Does gas... Now, let me start with this one. Does fluid have infinite degrees of motion?
I think that they bind together.
Yeah, exactly. So they're bound and they don't have infinite degrees of freedom. Do gases, which are unbonded, have infinite degrees of freedom?
I don't know. I'm not a chemist.
Have you ever pumped up a tire before?
Yeah, but that's because the air is like going to go up, right?
Yeah, the gas inside the tire or inside any container will form the shape of that container, like the tire or the ball. That's the only thing that makes gases form a shape.
No, you're wrong because if you just put the air in the air, there's something called wind, and it will disrupt the sphere. That's why you can't eat apples and oranges, my friend.
No, apples and oranges, man who dropped fucking lead from the top of a tower and now thinks that fluids are gases. When I'm pointing out that they have infinite degrees of freedom, uncomparable to liquids, why are you talking through me? You're incorrect.
No, you made an error, category error. It's not fluids or gases. Gases are fluids. That's what I said.
Yeah. That's interesting, but I'm pointing out to you that although they might have some fluid dynamic, as in they might flow, they don't form shapes, do they?
How do you know? You couldn't experiment it in the real world because there's wind.
You couldn't experiment in the real world because there's wind. Are you aware of PV equals nRT?
I never watched that episode.
Okay, it's probably no point talking to you if that's a response you're going to give me when I'm asking you the ideal gas formula, and if you've heard it.
I'm not a scientist.
Okay.
Do I have to be a scientist do I have to be like super advanced in science just to acknowledge the world is flat? Can a layman understand this wisdom?
Yeah, a layman can understand this wisdom, and I'm trying to point out, like I'm talking to a 5-year-old, that gases have no inherent shapes. It seems like you need more evidence. I'm trying to give you that evidence, but now you're talking about TV shows. What the fuck are you doing?
Let me ask you a question then. Is molten lead a fluid?
No, you don't get to ask me questions. You get to answer this question. Do gases form shapes?
I think that they can. They can be compelled to form shapes.
How?
I'm not a scientist. How could I told you I'm not a scientist.
You're just making baseless fucking claims.
I ask you questions. I don't ask claims. I don't give claims. I ask questions.
You just made a baseless claim. You said they might do, but I'm not a fucking scientist.
What is
your fucking claim.
Why are you being so hostile?
Because
I don't know
What
anything.
is the shape of the gases inside a propane tank? What is the shape of the gas?
The shape of propane tank.
Bingo.
Is the shape of the propane tank, right?
Yeah, but what is it? What is the shape of molten lead inside a crucible? The shape of the crucible. But then you drop it in the air and it becomes a
Yes,
sphere.
but you're also forgetting one thing, Magatard. What's the surface shape of that liquid as opposed to the surface shape of the gas we're talking of?
It depends. I mean, if we were in an environment,
on what, my friend?
It depends on if we were in an environment where the gas.
In a crucible, molten lead has what shape on the surface?
Let me finish, please.
Answer the question. Stop rambling on with your shit. You were rambling on about molten lead. You were rambling on about molten lead. I want to know what the surface shape of that molten lead is in comparison to the surface shape of a fucking gas in a cylinder. Nice and simple.
Molten lead at the surface of the crucible is dependent on the shape of the lead one molecule below that.
So it's flat. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that the molten lead at the bottom is making it flat, so it's not the same thing as what I'm talking about.
So it's flat.
But by force, not by nature.
And the shape of the gas in a cylinder?
Is the shape of the cylinder. But here's the thing, though.
No. Don't just butt here and fucking go flying left field. You just answered the question, son. So they are different.
How so are they different, sir? If I can call you that.
Are you that... What part did you miss about the crucible in comparison to the gas cylinder? What bit don't you understand?
The bit I don't understand is why won't you let me finish talking? And what I was going to say is, if you dropped the gas in an environment similarly dense as air to lead, then that gas stands to reason might
but we're not. We're talking about reality, son. Get out in the real world. You drop your lead ball, whoopie fucking do it, hits water, turns into a sphere. Great. That's excellent. So let's drop gas and what happens? You've got to get it out of a container first.
Yeah, but you said earlier, the guy said, in real world. So real world is you can't do the experiment. The wind blows the gas away. Boom. No more.
So it's not contained.
Because the wind blows it away.
Sorry, my friend.
It's yours, Jedi. This one's fucked in the head.
I do apologise. This is why I asked you if you'd ever heard of the ideal gas formula, the experimental basis, i.e. Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law. So we can experiment of gases. We do that. This is how we came up with PV equals nRT. Right?
I never watched that episode.
Again, if you're going to turn around and say you didn't watch that episode, there's seriously no point fucking talking to you. I don't know why I'm wasting my time to try and educate you on something that you might have a miscomprehension about.
But why don't you explain to me the lead then? How come the lead turns into a sphere when you drop it from a tower?
We're not talking about lead. We were talking about gases.
Is a planet a gas or is it a solid?
Solid, liquid, and gas. And the question was, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Not what
does that have to do with
fucking musket balls. What?
What about rocks?
What about rocks?
How come rocks are not flat?
Sorry.
Rocks are like round.
That's nice. Do gases have shapes?
But we're talking about. I'm talking about lead. You're talking about gas, but the planet is not just gas. The planet is made of lead too.
I know, because the conversation was about Jupiter, and do we believe the story about Jupiter? I
can see Jupiter at night.
Why are you talking?
You just take a telescope. You can look at Jupiter. It's round.
Yes, I know. You can see it, but it would be stupid of you to believe the story about it, i.e. it's an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum, because that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Gas expands into...
The red eye.
What?
The red eye spins around. The red eye spins around, so it indicates that it's round, like the sphere. You can see the red eye first.
Dude, it's like you're not picking up what I'm putting down. I'm starting to think that you're doing this intentionally.
I'm talking to you. I'm having an intentional conversation with you. We're having a conversation.
Okay, so we're talking about gases.
You're talking about one thing, and Jedi's talking about something else.
Talk about Jupiter now.
Yes, that's what we were
Is
talking about.
Jupiter-
when you jumped in.
Is Jupiter allegedly a great big ball of fucking gas? Yes or no?
Well, I can see the red ball spin around the planet.
I didn't ask about that, you fucking spastic. Allegedly, is it a ball of gas? Yes or no? I don't give a fuck if it's got red spots on it.
I don't think it's just a ball of gas, because I think eventually down the center it coalesces into a liquid, and then it coalesces into a frozen solid, really hard, dense material. So it's not really a ball of gas.
We're getting closer.
Right, and then there's a red ball on it. There's a red star, the red eye, not the red eye of Jupiter.
Okay. I'll ask you this question. Maybe you can follow.
Okay, yeah.
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
How do you have gas pressure without a container? I don't know, but we live in one today. How do you explain today? How do you explain being able?
How do I explain today?
Yeah,
we have gas pressure, my friend. We have gas pressure, don't we?
Yeah. Well, why do we have it then?
Okay, because we're contained.
We're containing what?
By a container.
A container? What is the container made of?
I don't know. Never been there. I'm talking about.
You're living here. You can just look up.
Jedi. This I don't think this guy hasn't. He hasn't figured horizons and horizontal lines. I don't think so. So how you gonna take him to Jupiter? You know. Like if he hasn't figured the ground yet, how is he gonna figure inside of Jupiter? Like he just.
Well, he bulldozed into the conversation like he knew something. So.
I didn't know. No, I didn't know anything. That's why I messaged you. And I said, "Hey, tell me about lead."
Maga, do you know what a triangle is?
Triangle is a shape.
What the constituent attributes to this shape?
It's also an instrument. It's made of like metal, and then you play ding ding ding.
Okay.
And then sometimes people hit it really hard. They're like, "Dinner time, boys!" And then they hit this triangle like, multiple times.
Crack is really cheap where you are, isn't it?
Okay, I gotta go. See you guys.
Bye.
I know it. He was trolling.
U.S. State Department left as well. Oh, he was kicked out.
Okay. Rude question, Jedi. How many coffees have you had today so far?
1, 2, 3, 5.
I was going to say, you had 3 within 45 minutes of being out of bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but coffees in England are 1 ounce. Not like in the US, they're like 20 ounces each coffee. So
you haven't seen the size of my mug.
What, 3 ounces?
Well, don't put yourself down.
Oh dear. Lots of fun. Have we got anybody else, Matrix? Gemsy?
Yeah, someone that isn't intellectually challenged, that'd be great.
I'm just loving all these stupid things. Oh man, apples are buildings. Air is not a gas.
Oh, Matrix, I just managed to get that out of my fucking head, dude. Actual fucking building.
Is the young one that was before that MAGA guy and before the other one still here or no?
Yeah, Benny's still here.
Benny! Sorry, Benny, the other people don't... It sounds like they don't want you to talk to anybody in here. They keep interrupting, Benny. Benny! Now Benny's having coffee or something.
Dude, I was just in the channel that U.S. State Department's in, and he's asking people how... He's in the Sharia channel talking about flat Earth. Asking people how far the sun is from Earth. Somebody said, we don't know, and he just starts screaming, we don't know, we don't know!
that guy is definitely a nutcase. Just he's I will say I many trolls. That guy, he's like uh he can uh, he can get under your skin. Like I've seen him getting under people's skins. Like he's
I don't think he's a troll. To be
he's a
honest with you,
troublemaker.
I don't think he's a troll. I just think he's like a little wacky, bro. Like there's something wrong with his brain.
No, bro, that guy actually, I've seen him many times. Like since we opened this channel, he joined, and I remember just playing his script and just trying to mess with people. He just joins just to mess with people, just like he's doing right now on that channel that you mentioned. He's messing with people, and he definitely, like, if you're not aware of his script, he triggers people. I've seen him triggering people in this VC. Like he that's what he's trying to do, just to trigger you and mess with you. He's done it many times. I've seen it. Like he will drive the conversation into complete craziness or nonsense, and it will trigger people just to start yelling and being upset and he just keep like spinning the wheel to nonsensical arguments.
Hello, Jemsy. How you doing?
I'm okay. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty alright, dude.
Good.
Got a little bit of a headache right now, though.
You've been in the VC for a while, so
Yeah, all day, all night, dude. 24/7.
Need some rest.
Be a reason.
Drink some water as well.
Yeah. Water, bro.
Close your. Turn the cell phone off. Close your eyes. Sleep for at least 8 hours.
I already slept.
Then wake up. Do something else. Don't turn on the phone. Another 8 hours, and then do other stuff. Then 24 hours after that, maybe come back.
I can't do that, dude. I gotta listen to these animals come in bragging about their globe.
Don't tell me you put headphones and fall asleep with headphones on in the VC.
I'm the guy that gets muted here for snoring on VC, dude.
Yeah. I've done it. I fell asleep the other night while listening to you guys. And to Quantum Eraser, he was talking, and I was trying to. He was Jamesy this, and he was saying he was talking to me, and then I was listening to him, and I fell asleep. But anyways, where's the new people with the questions for Jedi? Jedi already had 5 coffees today, so he's ready for you guys.
I don't know if I'm ready, mate. The amount of dumb shit I've heard today already is kind of making me give up. Air isn't a gas, for example.
Air is air, gases are gases. That's why they have different names, right?
Yeah, but why can't you smell air?
Gas pressure is when gravity. Is that? I don't know. When gravity pulls the gases towards the center of the Earth. Is that the definition of gas pressure?
Yeah.
We have gas pressure because of gravity. That's in the definition. You mentioned the tire. Have you ever pumped a tire, get air into a tire, and the guy said wind for some reason? I don't know. He was kind of all over the place. I was confused when you asked him about the tire and he said wind. I'm like, wait, what?
We can't do experiments of gas because the wind will blow it away. That's what he said. I'm just going to add that to my list of stupid fucking shit.
Yeah.
12 hours.
That can go in the collection, Jedi. That's worthy.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
If Benny heard the conversations with the two guys that spoke between his conversation with you, he should be considering abandoning the globe just after those two. If he has any senses still. Who's 28? 28? You've been in here before, 28? Actually. I haven't seen 28 before. Is that 28?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm usually on and just listen.
Do you use a different username?
No, I've used this for a long time, even on 24/7.
Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't recognize the 28.
It's all good. I don't really talk much. I just listen.
No problems, bro. If you've been listening to the conversations for some time, you're good. Are you working?
I mean,
it's like you're doing something.
To be fair, I have only. Yeah, right now I'm just working. I haven't really listened too much lately, but come in and out.
Anything you want to say and bring up to the panel? Any questions by any chance that you've been holding back?
Not really. I haven't really. I just kind of popped in right now. I haven't really been thinking about flat Earth or any questions lately. Just been focused on other things. It's always just fun to come in and just listen to some people just kind of like completely just sound dumb, but yet confidently dumb. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, there's many people that can definitely have some good conversations, but it sounds like for the past, I don't know, hour, it's been a challenge to have a decent back and forth. But it's all good. It's a long day. Thanks for the reply, 28.
Say flat earthers are confidently dumb.
The other people that were in the VC, I think he meant.
Oh, okay.
I think he's talking about the religious zealots that come here.
Yeah, no, I was just talking about just how a lot of people will come in acting like they know the globe, and then you press them on it, and then you actually have no idea what you're talking about, or you try to convey some meaning to them, and they totally don't understand what you're trying to ask them. It's crazy.
One thing I'll do sometimes is say something that's clearly a proof of the globe, but say flat Earth, just to see them argue against their own model.
Yeah, that's a good one. I haven't seen that in some while. You definitely should try that with some people.
There's a character who used to come around quite a bit called Negator, and that was his whole thing. Just flat earthers are always wrong, no matter what. So if you could bring up a topic that he really didn't know about, but then frame it in some kind of, as a flat earth proof, he would squeal like the whole time about how it's dumb, it's not a proof, there's all these things that he would bring up to try to negate what you were saying.
I remember Negator, yeah. He will try to negate everything, yeah.
Yeah, like a straight up shtick. Like that's who he is. Like he told you, like, hey, I need a username. What am I about? See, he thought he was being clever by using the name Negator. Like somehow he's got some shit figured out, and he can negate all the bad ideas in the world. Yeah, but you don't know much about anything. So when you go around negating stuff, you end up negating your own worldview because now you really have no idea what you're talking about.
I remember we called him out exactly on that, on his name, and he trying to negate everything on the original on 24/7. On 24/7, I remember probably a couple years ago. He arguing with people in the other server. There was a trend. I'm sorry. There's a trend. There's a trend of people kind of naming themselves certain and behaving like their names. Like Negator, a good example.
I always pronounced it Negator.
Negator, yeah. Negator, yeah.
Always pronounced it wanker.
Chris, you were saying the other day.
Yeah, well, one time he totally cracked when he realized that people are talking about the globe. Like he joined the conversation late and was like arguing with flat earthers because he didn't know who was who because he's like on a brand new server, and he just totally cracked and started talking about what about the children? Won't someone please think about the children? And people are like, holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's no kids in this conversation right now. If you bring that up to him, he'll tell you what he actually meant was that we're all like, that some of us have jobs and careers and families, and we're all, kind of established that we don't really give a shit if the Earth is a globe or not. We don't operate within the globe paradigm. Like, none of that really matters to us. But there's some young men, which he called kids, out there who need to get a good start in life, and by listening to us, we're gonna stop them from having a good life, a good fulfilling life. That we're gonna be holding them back from their real destiny.
Well, their destiny is going to the stars, dude.
Yeah, you can't send the old people. You need the young people to populate the universe.
Hey, that's what Robert Utah said. He said we need the younger population to be spacefaring.
Yes, my brother. Correct. 100,000% correct.
Correct, brother.
Brother, that's the blooper guy.
I heard him the other day, maybe 2 nights ago, in Earth Awakening, and wow, people was like.
Did you hear him
He
arguing
was
the
like-
differences between spherical and the circular triangles? He's got some
I can't
loose
remember
screws, dude.
exactly, but yeah. He was even arguing with a glober. I think he was arguing against Omnivore or something too, so or one of those. He's like a more refined version of Castle King, because Robert will be like, so I compare the Globe Religion and what they do is kind of like a scam, and whoever is in the scam, they will defend the scam. Like, oh, it's true, we're here, and all customer service, and from Microsoft customer service, and this is what we do. We're gonna fix your computer, and just this this Microsoft antivirus. You're gonna press this button here, and it's gonna update, and you just gotta pay us $500 now. I don't know. It's like they're actually defending the scam and saying, "Yeah, the scam is not a scam. 100%. This scam is 100% legit." And they will scam you with a smile on their faces and sleep good.
You still spend money no matter the shape of the earth. Like, what is the scam?
That's all I gotta say.
Hello, fake flurf.
Hold on. Gemsy, what is the scam?
Yo. What is the scam?
What is the scam?
When they said that they're gonna put how do you say this like the toilet in the outer space that costs $20 million, the space toilet, $20 million, something like that. Or when they say that they're gonna
that's it.
What about the moon base?
You think that my tax-paying dollars went towards a space toilet, and that I'm being scammed?
You know what else the taxpayer money went to?
Talking about the moon base.
You know the shrimp that we put on the running machines to see how fast they can run. The shrimp, millions of dollars.
Yeah, there's over 200 million people in the United States. So it's like 50 cents a person.
Yeah.
No worries.
And you add,
how about this?
And you add
Callie,
all of these things together.
What kind of scam is that?
Callie, how about this? Tell us how much you paid NASA and then show me what return you got on your investment.
Hold on, I'm engaging someone else right now.
No, it's along the same lines. Why don't you just show me how much you paid NASA?
I'm trying to save Gemsy.
Callie.
Please allow Gemsy to respond. So, Gemsy, do you think losing 50 cents towards a project is really like a scam?
Yes.
I didn't ask you.
It is.
Okay.
Right now, into my question. Return on investment, please, Callie. How much did you give NASA and would they give you back?
This is like the scam. It's really not.
Just say
really
it.
not
Say
making
they
them
give
much
you
buck.
hope. They give you
they're
hope.
putting it towards a toilet up there. Like, who really collects dollars?
Just let me know what they give you back. How much have you given them and what have you gotten in return?
Are you accusing me of being like a NASA agent or something?
No, I'm just asking you, dude. I'm just asking you. Tell me how much you've given NASA over the course of your life and what have you gotten in return?
That's such a weird question. Like, nobody can answer that.
Not really. Scams usually work like this. You give somebody else the money. Isn't this weird how I'm talking and you're talking at the same time because you don't want to answer the question? Don't worry, I'll solve that. Scams work like this. Someone dupes you into giving them money, you get nothing in return, and you're out of money. And now he ran away. That's the scam, everybody, in case you were wondering. You gave them money, they give you shit. Easy.
You can actually calculate how much it is. It's like 50 cents times 365 times.
I'm a kid and I'm telling you guys this.
I think the scam is so bad that
You don't need a lot of your brain to know that.
Mitski, your hot mic, dude.
I can take care of that.
If you would those 50 cents that you got scammed for, you probably could have gotten a better mic, bro. So there you go.
Are you gonna pay for my mic, please?
No, the other guy.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, okay.
He said that he got scammed for 50 cents only, but those 50 cents would have been like, for the better mic. But anyways, are you guys over 13?
Yeah, we are. We're 15.
What?
Okay.
Are you Polish?
I'm not Polish. I'm America. Proud American over here. Donald Trump for life.
Okay, so do you guys have any questions? Like seriously?
Why are y'all so dumb and why do y'all believe that the earth is flat?
Jesus Christ.
The earth is clearly round like you.
We got some Einsteins on the mic now.
God,
Yes, we're way smarter than you.
Actually, I think
Astronaut.
You're literally wearing an astronaut thing as a profile.
And you say the earth is not round.
Okay, you can ask this. You can
You
ask
guys are
this.
like middle-aged people,
young
like
lady.
trying to make an excuse
Young
to
lady.
use Discord.
I'm presuming you're a lady.
Okay, just relax, one at a time.
So, young lady, do you have any serious questions you'd like the serious answer to? Or are you just going to talk through everything everybody says?
Yeah, no, we have a serious question.
Okay, what's your serious question?
Why do you think the earth is flat? Like, just tell me why. Why? Like, why? Why?
Okay. Because it's measured that way. Do you know what water is?
Okay, but like if you look at
There's
like
a question there, Mitski.
It's like-
do you know? Hello. Do you know what
wait, hold
water
on.
is? Oh my
If
God!
you
Now we've got another entitled.
think that it's flat, then go to space right now and tell me if it's flat or not.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you if you keep talking through me. I asked you a question. Do you know what water is?
Wait. Say you muted. Wait, go another one. Go to another one.
Okay, let's go. Let's see Radwin. I don't know. If the God ain't real, prove me wrong.
Oh yeah, do that.
I'm not joining that. I'm scared. Vegan room. Oh,
vegan.
Go away.
Wow.
Sorry, that sounded half a sentence away from hot tour. Matrix, just to let you know, it's number 6 now.
Don't you fucking overdose on that shit.
A crazy fucking day, man.
Yeah, it was banging when it kicked off. That first idiot. Oh, I'm getting a nice collection of stupidity though. This is some comedy gold.
It's basically what we do now, isn't it? We just collect stupid.
So yeah, I've got 4 great lines for whatever. I don't know how we're going to fit this in a song, but it could happen. Apples are buildings. Air is not a gas. Why can't you smell air? We can't do experiments on gas because the wind will blow it away.
That might actually be my favourite. That's actually quite funny. Oh dear.
Oh man, I'm going to just keep adding to this shit. This is good.
I think Quantum Rays would appreciate the last one.
Can you repeat the last one?
The last one. Why can't we do experiments on gas? Because the wind will blow it away.
Yeah. That one threw me off. I was like, what? But back to the scam thing, it's like there actually are scammers. They know they're scamming, but they're gonna be on your face. Yeah, this is legit, bro. Believe me, brother. And then the scammer will laugh his way to the bank. Because there's definitely people making a lot of money based on the scams.
Hey, Gemsy.
Yes.
Did I show you my messages with Robert Utah of me showing him the 4 circular objects?
You gonna show me something about it?
No, I'm asking you if I already showed it to you.
I think I saw it during the conversation because I've heard it before, but go ahead. Can I see it?
Yeah, hold on.
You posted it before.
I'm going to. Take a look at the chat. What? Only one of them posted.
Image PNG, image PNG.
Hold on. That's not right. Okay, now look. I think it'll show. Yeah, read that for me real quick.
Image PNG, image PNG.
You can't see the images?
It's giving me. I mean, I can see. Wait. Sorry, bro. My screen is super small. To get in the computer. You asking him about? Is that about the gift that has all the circles? But
Yeah.
one is concave, one is a sphere.
Yeah, that's the one.
Learn shapes, brother.
But after I showed him the GIF showing, like, revealing what the images actually, the objects actually are, he then went on to say they are all still spheres.
Of course, he will say something like that. That's Robert. The scam is legit, brother. The scam is 100,000% legit, brother. Just trust me, bro. Have you guys followed this trend of scammers in YouTube that they keep having they even go to court cases, they lose, they have to pay fines, but they keep going on the scam. Have you seen this? There's many channels that kind of like talk about these scammers in many
I haven't
different.
actually.
Have you?
No, I have not.
You know CoffeeZilla? CoffeeZilla?
CoffeeZilla?
Yeah, CoffeeZilla. Yes, a YouTube channel. There's like a huge trend of multiple channels that they talk about scammers all over the internet. Different businesses they sell different things, but a bunch of scams, and it's like a huge kind of like they have these scammers have huge followings, and they have people like following the scammers, and people just give them thousands of dollars, and they go to conferences and pay the scammers a bunch of money because they believe that what the scammer is saying is true, and at some point these people paying thousands of dollars just to sit on the conferences, at some point they're gonna make their money back and make millions of dollars, but they just losing money being scammed. Like with whatever software, they're buying software and or programs or different things that look kind of legit. Oh, once I go through it and I'm gonna pay money, and once I learn how to do it, then I'm gonna make the money. It goes with crypto, with many different things, but it's like a huge trend on the internet, and there's channels that kind of like uh, show about these scams and scammers, and many of these scammers have been like sued and been in court. So it's very similar to the way that Robert behaves and Castle King, the way they behave. They behave similar to these scammers. that they're gonna talk to you in a way that you can trust them. It's kind of like, they actually telling you, yeah, brother, like we got you, brother. Believe me, brother, it's for real, brother. Just keep, yes, my brother. Like it's legit, and they're so sure about it. These scammers have like advertisements in YouTube, and you're gonna be looking through YouTube, and then an advertisement shows up, and it's the guy just saying, "Hey, do you want to make $10,000 a week? Just click here, and now I'm gonna show you how." It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure some of you guys have seen CoffeeZilla and some of these channels that talk about the scammers online. It kind of feels similar the way these Glovers behave. And now you're saying that Robert, after he saw the gift, he said, "Yeah, those are spheres." It's what a scammer will say. Trust me. Exposing the scams online, that's a huge trend on the internet. That's a good description. Sea lioning. Yeah, we see that every single day. Eggshells, Brenda, Daza. I mean, the State Department guy. These people are like well trained on this shit. Almost like a job. There's definitely some experts doing this. It's pretty obvious. Sea lioning. Do you read that definition, Jedi?
What, for sea lining?
Yeah, that description.
Yeah. Remind me what it says. I've heard of it. Sea lion refers to the... Oh, you got it here. Okay.
You got it?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, we see that all the time.
Yeah, we see that every single day. I mean, at least I've noticed it. It is a tactic, and some people are pretty good at it.
Yeah. And kind of goes... I mean, I might be incorrect, but it seems a little bit like gaslighting as well. I might be incorrect with that.
I made a GIF for that, like globalist text and voice chat, and it's like a sea lion just barking, just making word sounds. No, there's nothing there. Like completely vacuous, unending garbage meant to like go nowhere fast.
Like Re R2 Re. He did it earlier with his friend.
Yeah, they
And
tap
you cannot do the same thing to them, and they got annoyed.
They didn't like it when the was switched, when the roles were switched.
Yeah.
It's like, hey dog, you like the sea lion? Let me show you some sea lion while you sea lion.
I'll show you some walrus.
I got the other one to say that they were tap dancing, that no means yes.
Wearing princess dresses and holding the I don't know, it was kinda I didn't know that Rey was on the that trend of friends that change clothing.
Oh, no Tanks' music? Oh, he's not even in here.
Who? My bad. I'm not being specific with the words because the topic is not
I just
the
saw a
channel.
notification. I went to go post the sea lioning.
There's a guy over on the Globe Gangsters server called Sea Lion Prime. I don't know if anybody's heard of him.
Oh yeah, that's what we kind of go along with, how they give themselves names that really fit what they are.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, they named themselves Sea Lion because Flat Earther's Sea Lion. So you're a sea lion then. You're a Flat Earth Sea Lion. Well, no, you are. No, not me. That's your account, not my account. You named yourself Sea Lion because you said Flat Earther's Sea Lion. You did that, not me. I had nothing to do with it. Yeah, look, he even got himself, like, his profile pic as a sea lion. They think they're cloaked. Oh, there's no tanks. Okay, there you go. I didn't see you in early, but I looked the first time.
Well, no, I mean, I rolled out because I don't know what's going on. I got muted twice, so I mean, I'll just roll out.
I muted you last time because of some weird background noise.
Oh, all right, no worries. It just seemed like it was like maybe it's on my phone. I don't know.
Which server is that, DJ?
I don't think it exists anymore. It was like Peter's server. Last I heard, it was dead. Like no one had been on it for months, weeks. Look at that screenshot's back from November.
Yeah, GF6. I'm saying this is like you know how we have the scammers that call people and they try to scam you. These people are definitely scammers, but I guess at a higher level. I mean, they have. It's just I don't know. It's to me it just sounds like a freaking psychological scam.
It's selling hope for the future. They get, hey, won't it be great when you can go to space and do cool things? Commercial spaceflight is just like any day now. Like any day. Just hold out. Like one more day and you'll be boldly going where no one has gone before.
Do you want to be part of the cool kids group or the low tier?
Yeah, even in their utopian, like Star Trek world, very few people go to space at all. These like colonies and these deep space, like this like vast star empire, it's not full of humans, it's full of aliens. There's just a very few. I mean, in the books and stuff, the TV show, all the actors are human. And that kind of gives these people this like fake sense of awareness that you've got some kind of chance that you're going to be out there. What's even more telling is these people are dumb as shit. Like they really don't know what they're talking about. They can't interact with people about their education level. They're like a Western culture. They're like sitting there in the VC talking in the same language same social economic status, same societal values and norms, and they don't get anything. Like all of it. It's just completely confusing. But yet somehow they think they are super positioned to interact with an alien consciousness. They wouldn't even understand anything at all. The alien could jump in a human body and try to speak to them about any topic. They wouldn't get it. They're dumb as shit. They're just dumb as shit. Like, these people are so dumb. Like, they come in here and they don't know that flat is even an adjective. Imagine an alien mastered English and is speaking to them in plain English, and the person doesn't get it because they don't know. They really don't know how to speak English. I mean, they can walk around and kind of grunt and vaguely make semi-coherent pleads for what they need and want. They know how to operate a gas. You put gas in their car, a gas pump. They can kind of feed and clothe themselves, but that's about it. And think these are the smart ones. These are the ones smart enough to be able to connect to the internet. Think of all the dumbass people out there who have no fucking clue how the internet works, how to install a app. Look at some of them can't even use a microphone. They'll come in here and they'll text and say, "Oh, microphone broken." There's a lot of globalists who can't figure out how to use a microphone. They are dumb as shit. Straight up stupid as fuck. But yet somehow they think if they wait one more day, someone in the black helicopter is going to come by and say, "Hey, we need you to interact with green alien chick." They're looking for that hot guy who got a score on Turbo Blasters 9000 and you unlocked a secret level. All that video gaming you've been doing, it somehow gave you the perfect skill set to interact with some aliens. Like, get the fuck out of here. These people are delusional. Just straight up delusional. They spent their whole life trying to debunk a topic. They can't even tell you what it is. Like, "Oh, so you've debunked flat Earth, have you? What is it?" "I don't know." "How do you not know? You said you debunked it. Did you not know what you're debunking?" "No, they don't know that either." So you know that you don't know that you know that you know that you actually don't know. You don't know that you don't know that you know. And they're like, "Yeah, that sounds about right." Like, holy shit. Wow.
Sounds like scammers.
Just triggered is what the topic is. The easiest Occam's razor. They need the Earth to be a globe for some reason they won't explain or take questions on. Like nihilism or, no God or some other thing. There's something else in their worldview that for some reason requires the Earth to be a globe, but they never explain that part or take questions on it or even know how to articulate it. So they see somebody, hey, here's a group of people who disagree with that, and they just trigger. They come in here, they spiral, they trigger, day in, day out, no change. If you could ever get like a little Dremel tool and get inside their worldview and try to figure out, why do you need the Earth to be a globe? What is it? What do you gain from that? Is it jingoism? Are you an American? You think that God bless America, we landed on the moon. Is that it? Are you super religious? And you think that Nixon was right And God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism. So you need the Earth to be a globe, otherwise it challenges your religious worldview. Just be loud and proud and say it. Say that, like Duffy does. That McDuffie with the final experiment. For him, the Earth can't be a flat because God. His read of the Bible dictates that the Earth must be a sphere in space. And you're like, well, now we got something to talk about. That you've got a secret king version of the Bible. That you've unlocked this book from 2,000 years ago. And you figured it out. Just out of thin air. Just pulled it right out of the ether. And you've deciphered some knowledge that no one else has. And just be loud and proud and say it. Stand on all 10 toes, be proud and say you've done this amazing thing. And let everyone get a good laugh at you. Especially the atheists. Be like, hey, atheist, check this guy out. He thinks the Bible proves the earth is not a flat. Aren't religious people stupid? Or something. There's got to be some way of figuring out, troubleshooting why these guys are dumb as shit.
Institutionalized education, bro. That's part of it.
Yeah, that was Tyson's idea. Tyson's like, we've got two problems in America. Problem number one, a failed education system. Problem number two is we've got free speech. You're like, damn, dog, really? And that's your scientific communicator. Your scientific communicator thinks free speech is a problem. Show me science working with controlled speech. When the fuck did that happen?
Yapendos.
Hello?
Yesterday, Britnet or Feelsfully, you said you wanted to ask him a question. Remember when Quantum was here? And he said, no, I don't want to talk to you. You're a troll. Remember? Remember yesterday? Or last night? 2 nights ago, maybe? You mentioned his name. Mic check? I'm just saying that because DJ just posted. It's ironic that DJ posted something that he's trolling us with the GF6, but then you wanted to ask him a question, and he said he didn't want to talk to you because you're a troll. Yapandus. How else can I call you? Yapendos.
Hello?
Can you hear me or no? Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Remember yesterday? Do you hear what I asked or no?
Not yesterday.
Maybe a couple nights ago. You opened your mic and you said what's his name? It was Britnet, but there's a different name for him. You said you were gonna ask him something, but he said no. You're a troll. He didn't want to talk to you because he called you a
That's
troll.
Britnet.
Yeah, Britnet. Yeah.
I thought his name was like Fligogi.
Yeah, Fligogi. Yeah, the same person.
That is Britnet?
That is Britnet. Yeah.
Wow.
See how
That's crazy, dude.
DJ posted something about him wanting go troll them, blah blah blah, and he's here in the VC playing like he doesn't want to be trolled.
Yeah, I remember
he's the one
that, dude.
trolling.
You know he did I show you the messages he's been sending me yesterday?
What is it about? Tell me.
I asked him who he is and why he added me to his friends list, and his response is, "I'm one of your fans. I'm into big masculine European men like you."
Okay, yeah, he's trying to date you. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
The guy's a whack job.
Yeah, he did the same thing to me when I joined this the first week.
You know, dude, he said he disproved the flat Earth yesterday because his argument is that if the Earth is flat, then you can circumnavigate, but not know distances, or you can know distances but not circumnavigate. He said you can never know both, and apparently that was him disproving the flat Earth.
Yeah, he's trolling. What the hell is wrong with him? But
and then he reified the AE map while doing that.
I think some of these people are definitely demon possessed or something. Like, I'm pretty certain there's some type of parasitic organisms driving some of these bodies. And he texting you stuff like that. I remember when Peter joined the first weeks. Peter joined the VC and started talking here. Britney was like melting. Ooh, he's speaking. Oh my goodness! Oh, He was like all over the place with Peter. You know, it's super weird the way they act.
Yeah, he's a troll, dude. I've seen his Twitter posts. Apparently, he follows Flat Earth. He made a Twitter to follow the Flat Earth people and make his debunk pictures. Have you seen those?
No, I haven't seen those, but wow. What type of program are these people following that they're just? Is it just? I mean, There's gotta be some incentive. Like, is it just like, is it money, or is it a job? Are they agents, or is it just they just love being trolls?
Maybe they're gonna work for NASA one day.
I think there's gotta be some type of incentive, some monetary incentive. Maybe they get free Uber Eats, unlimited Uber Eats or something, unlimited Netflix or something like that, you know? Or maybe they get invited to private islands. Once a year, they can get all the boyfriends they want.
Yeah, like Epstein's Island.
Yeah. Once a year, you can come to the island, you know, and just keep doing what you're doing. It's gotta be something. 'Cause I don't see any logical reason to be messing with people like that.
Why do you do it, Gemsy? Why how does Gemsy show? What brings you here to tell people the story of Flat Earth all the time?
I'm not a flat earther.
I didn't know you were a glober.
I'm in the medium, above the earth, under the heavens earther. What are you doing? Who was that, Daza?
Yeah.
What do you do with that? You know you're not upside down in a spinning globe. What do you lie? What do you protect the scammers? What are you a scammer?
No, I'm not a scammer. I just
why
want
you
people to
scamming?
I want people to get a clear view of both sides of the story.
So are you like working for some type of high level being of the world that he asks you to do this, and you're just doing it following commands, or
Yeah.
you doing it for pleasure?
The head lizard guy is instructing me what to do.
Okay, so do you get invited to the secret club once a year or something like that?
No, I'm not far enough up the food chain. I have to have converted at least 10 flirts before I can go to the island.
What about like monetarily?
success
Do you get some? Do you get like some monetary incentives?
No. I've got one of my children.
Are you part of a
kidnapped.
MLM?
MLM?
Yeah, you know what that is?
No, not off the top of my head.
Multi-level marketing scheme.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why they tried to get me in Amway years ago.
Ponzi scheme, yeah.
The Amway was probably just a front. Once I would have got involved in that, they would have taught me about the globe.
So why do you promote the scam, Daza? Why do you do that?
Because I don't want people to think it's a scam. I want them to be able to make up their own decision.
That's the work of a scammer, right? The work of the scammer is to convince you it's not a scam.
Yeah, well, exactly. So
you're doing the work of a scammer.
At the very best I can do is make it appear that it's scammer versus scammer when I come in here, right? So if at least they know that they might be being scammed on either side. How?
Yeah, so what are you even talking about?
So how is a flat earth scamming?
Daza promotes the globe, the scam, and he's just good at it.
Yeah, well, so I often hear things like measurements of flatness. There are none.
Do you have
measurements to indicate?
Is it because you want to, or because you have to do it?
Oh, because I have to. I'm being instructed to do it.
Okay. Are you like?
Do you guys all have
it's forced labor?
Is there like a model out there of the flat Earth?
A model, like the ones that you fall in love with and you marry?
I guess you don't know the difference between a bat and a bat is.
Bath?
A bat and a
Yeah, you take a bath, or you use a bath to play baseball. Those
a bat?
A difference? You use a bat to hit the ball, and you
which
take
one am
a
I talking
bath
about?
before you go to dinner.
Dude, you're being stupid.
So what's the question again? The model? You asked about a model?
Yeah, what kind of model do you guys use?
I use a bat.
We use the real, in the model you draw the water with crayons, right? And you use blue. What color do you use for water in the model?
No, is there like an accurate model of the flat Earth?
The accurate one will be water, the real water, the one that you drink and take a bath with. That's the real water. Then the fake
You
water.
drink your own bath water. You shouldn't drink your bath water.
You drink water, or you take bath with water. You
guys do anything but answer questions?
The model is not necessary when you have reality.
Okay.
So he asked a question, then he didn't like you answering it.
Because when we talk about reality,
because everyone has a different
real
version of it.
But that's the thing,
Your
though.
reality is fairly confined, though, isn't it?
Hey,
It's restricted to what you can see.
That's how you see. You see how you see. There's someone new asking questions.
Versions? Like, shouldn't you guys all believe the same thing? When about the flat Earth, but everyone I talk to has a different version of it.
Water is something that we acknowledge. It's not something that we believe. Water is real. Doesn't matter if you believe it or not.
Yeah, but you should know how it works on your Earth, right?
Why?
Yeah, in reality, water. When you know about water, water in reality.
Well, not just water. I'm saying every single aspect of your model of the flat Earth. Every time I ask someone, it's always different for everyone. So I'm just
water in the because it's similar to the solar system. When you draw a solar system, how do you draw it? You draw the sun. It's different cartoons, Everybody in the class draw the solar. Everybody in the class draw the solar system differently, right?
Bro.
So the model, everybody has a different model. Daza has a model. You have a model. The other guy has a model. But water, the real one, that one doesn't need a model. That's the real stuff.
Did you hear my question?
No, you don't have a model. Nobody has a model.
Why does everyone have a different model? And why aren't they consistent?
Not everyone has a different model. Some people claim. Some people have models.
I think you don't know what I'm talking about.
No one's got a model. Everyone's got speculations. Speculations,
yeah, I know.
Models.
Speculations, if they don't repeat and they aren't consistent, don't measure up.
Measure? Oh no. See, this is what James is pointing out, and I was going to ask this question. Before you start making a model, what do you need to do?
Measure, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You go to the real thing.
Measure the whole thing.
No.
The real.
Go on, Jamesy, you do it.
No, my bad, Jedi. My bad. Go ahead, Jedi.
Because I've known flat earthers that said they can measure it.
Yeah. So all flat earthers will agree that the Earth is measured flat. The speculation about what
not measured flat, like to measure like the radius and the diameter,
And you don't want the fucking answer. Can I get through at least 2 sentences? Or is your TikTok brain taken over and you can only fucking concentrate for 10 seconds? What the fuck? Trying to help you understand.
What does this have to do with TikTok? What?
It's your TikTok brain. 15 seconds, it seems to appear to me that you can concentrate for before you start interrupting the answer that you require.
Really?
So measure. Yes, we measure before we get to models. But models, that's a misnomer. No one's got them. See, he's doing it again. You don't want an answer. Do you want an answer or not? That was a question. Your cue to talk.
Do I want a question or what?
You want an answer to your question.
Sure.
Good. And shut the fuck up then. So we will all agree that the Earth is flat. Models and speculations come after that. Of course, everybody's going to disagree with our speculations because we can't model the entirety of reality. We don't know what the sun, moon, and stars are, for example. We don't know the mechanisms underneath the earth that, say, drive tides, for example. So there's lots of things that we do not know, but we will all agree that water is measured flat. Do you understand now?
So you can measure that, but you can't measure anything else?
What else do we need to measure when we're talking about the surface description of the Earth?
The radius and the diameter?
Why have you got a radius? Where did that come from?
You know what that is?
You're already invoking circles for some reason. Why?
Is the Earth not a circle?
No.
No. What is it?
I don't know. Not making a claim to shape.
So it's flat. That's it.
Yeah. That's
so
all we need
in what
to know
shape?
when
Is it a
we're
square
answering.
or a circle?
No idea what the shape of the Earth is, but that's not our question. Our
So
question
is
is
it just
about
infinite?
God's
It's a
sake.
retard. He can't even.
I'm asking you questions.
Why do you ask a question when he's talking?
Because you gotta know how these things work.
It's an untested hypothesis still, right? Flatness.
So why has no one tested it?
Tested
there's not even like similar for testing measurements. No one can measure it.
Measure what? The surface of the Earth? Yeah, we do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do that. That's why we know the Earth is flat, because we measure the surface. I mean, job done. Don't need to make models after a measurement.
Measurement
defines what it
People
already
don't
is.
have to, but people do, and people have models. And
Okay,
usually you would
that's
see
lovely.
people making accurate models by now.
But by having measurements first.
Yeah, we've got measurements of it, and we've got models of it. Yeah.
Have you? You've got measurements, have you, of curvature?
Ooh.
I'd like to see those.
Yeah.
Let's have those.
Yeah, provide those measurements of curvature of Earth. Do that right now. Put it in the side text.
That's where the issue is, that you believe. Remember when you ask people believe, you believe
You also have
that
a
you have.
presupposition that it's flat.
No, listen, bro. The difference is that you believe that you have measurements, but all you got is like a cartoon, like a drawing, and you're saying that in the drawing you draw a circle and make it. You claim it's a sphere, and you make a radius out of that circle that you claim is a sphere, and you're saying that you actually have a measurement of that, and that translates to the earth you're standing on. But that cartoon that you're saying is the earth, that cartoon is not the earth.
Then what is that? Show us.
The fuck? Why did you say that it's a presupposition that the Earth is flat when I've just told you that's how it's measured? Measurements aren't presuppositions, you fool.
That's the other part of the problem that you're having, that when we go to the real thing, the real water, the real earth, that curvature that you're claiming is not there in the real thing. That radius that you claim in the cartoon, it's not out there in reality.
Show it.
Show him water, Gemsy.
So you have an accurate model of yours, you can't compare.
Sorry. Where do you keep getting this idea of models from? We've already agreed that before we make models, we're going to need to measure shit. Well, we measure means
There's at least someone measuring things, right? But no one in the flat Earth community has measured anything.
Child, why are you talking? Trying to educate you.
Not very good at it.
Why are you here?
Questions. Because I don't know how your model works.
We don't have one.
Okay, then why not?
I've already asked a question for you.
Why not? And then how do you do anything?
How do we do anything?
That's a stupid, vague question.
Oh,
but I'll
shit,
tell you
how do I
what.
make a cup of coffee. Oh crap.
So what are rockets to you guys?
Yeah, I mean, how do you get out of bed without a model of the Earth?
Jesus
Christ. How do you make a sandwich with a model?
Yeah, you can't make a sandwich.
How do you drive without a motor, bro? Come on.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Because
how do you talk on a cell phone without a model of the Earth?
How do you kiss your girlfriend if she's not a model?
Well, let's not go too far.
Yeah, it's not assumed that he's kissed anybody.
Can't even describe anything.
What? Mean sea level is a horizontal reference datum. You know what water is?
Is there just magical fog that doesn't allow you to see past that far?
Yeah, it's magic. Yeah, fog is magic, bro. You got it.
The fuck is this child on about?
Like, you
He
know,
doesn't know.
Concentrate, please, listen. Do this separation. There is the real thing that you can operate in reality. Listen, bro. Listen, it's pretty simple though. Just make this difference. There is the real stuff that you can do things in reality, and then there is the cartoon thing that you think
right,
is
but
real.
I observe a magical fog in front of me, in the distance. What is it? Why can't I see past it?
Probably because you think you're in Lord of the Rings or something stupid like that. Too many movies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, fog isn't magic. It's just water.
So why can't you see past it?
Because it's dense.
The fuck?
Like your skull.
You can't see past an imaginary fog in your mind? What the hell are you talking about, dude?
It's more like thick like the fog.
Is that all it is fog?
So
what are you even talking about?
When it's dark, you cannot see, but when there is light, you can see, right? So if there's fog, the light attenuates. The light is
does
being
the light
blocked.
turn off? Did the sun turn off?
No, it's being attenuated. Light attenuation.
It's going to be surprised when lights go away and darkness appears. The fuck, dude? Are you okay?
This stuff happens in reality.
How does that work? How does it just turn off and on?
It doesn't turn on and off. It goes away.
How does your model work?
What model? This is just an observation of the light in the sky.
Does it go underneath the plane, or does it go underneath?
Fucking yokel, shut up. Have you ever observed the sun go away?
Make it go away?
No. Have you ever observed, don't care what drives it, have you ever observed the sun move across the sky and go away?
Yeah.
Good. There you go. Sun goes away.
Yeah, the sun goes away, bro. Everybody knows that. Away from you.
Yeah, but you should still be able to see if you're on a plane.
That way. It goes that way. Not where you are.
That way isn't a way. You have to have a cardinal direction. Where does it go?
Okay. Where it's going.
Does it go
Go
away?
ahead.
What
happens to it when it disappears? Where does it go?
It goes away. Have you ever observed the 24-hour sun in the Arctic or Antarctic? You can see the sun.
Where does it go? And why do other people see it?
Dude, like, I'm going to try and answer you, but it's probably best that you don't speak through the answer. So we, for example, can observe the sun above the horizon for 24 hours at certain times of year in certain locations. We can observe the sun circle. Now, this is just going to point out to you, me, and everybody else that when the sun moves, it illuminates only the portion of the earth that it is over, leaving the rest in darkness. This is why we observe...
Is there a giant wall in between us and the sun?
Are you a fucking idiot?
What?
Are you a fucking idiot? Serious question.
It's not a flashlight, brother. It's a giant fucking ball of heat.
Yes, are you an idiot?
All of its light goes everywhere in all directions.
That's the cartoon. You put in the cartoon again. Come back to reality. Forget about the cartoon.
You're actually projecting, all of you. It's kind of sad.
How come when we get closer to it, it gets colder?
You haven't got an intelligent brain in your body, dude.
When it what?
You haven't got an intelligent brain within your body.
Okay, keep projecting.
No, it's not projecting. It's evidence in this conversation that we're trying to have with.
Projection.
This is what happens. You have to talk through me so you don't hear the answer to save your embarrassment. As I point out, you're a fucking idiot.
You're definitely
very possible that it might be something else driving the body, and the brain in that body is just in standby. But then it might be some type of possession of the body, not using the brain 100%.
It's not here
Well,
to
he's
learn.
been told what to think, and he doesn't realize he's been told what to think his whole life.
There is host manipulation, so it might be the body being manipulated to just be dumb. Because is he acting, or are you just acting, bro? Or he's gone?
Oh no, come back.
So Dazza can't answer the triangle test. He's refusing 2 times now, but he wants to talk about elevation angles.
Dazza, why are you promoting a scam again?
Yeah, not elevation angles, Red One, just elevation. How high something is above.
So go ahead and answer the triangle test.
Triangle test? I think you've only got...
Twice. I'll give it to you again.
No, I can see it. I've just got to flip between it and my chat.
Yeah, for everybody to see.
Well, there's probably only 2 triangles there. We can see.
It says figures.
A and C.
Those are not triangles?
Only A and C would be triangles.
All right, well, you failed it anyway. So B and D are not triangles?
No, so D's not closed, so it's not a triangle. B doesn't have 3 straight lines. So
the question was, which are not triangles? And you gave the answer for the ones that are.
Oh, not triangles, sorry. B and D, mister.
Oh, perfect.
It's too late. No do-overs.
Oh, no. I'm intellectually wrecked. You saw Adam posted the laser beam. Have you got any measurements of how close that was to measuring flatness, what the error margin was?
The margin was 7.
Well, sounds about right. Flat, give or take 7. Jimsy, that's one of the things, that if you're going to say you've measured flatness, you should be able to show a measurement, right? A rigorous measurement of the flatness and how because to measure something as being perfectly flat is impossible, right? You can't even do that in a machine shop with a one of those.
Wait, I'm confused. Is this a perfectly flat VC? Is that what it is? Is that like a different VC? Perfectly flat.
Yeah, Dazza, you can't measure things flat using what?
You can't make anything that's perfectly flat, right? You can only make something that's flat to within a particular tolerance.
Well, you stating the obvious.
And the same in the Earth, right? You can't measure it as being perfectly flat. You can only say it's flat within a particular tolerance. And I've not seen any measurements of flatness with a tolerance.
Well, welcome to flat Earth within a particular tolerance, Dazza.
Yeah. Well, what is the
tolerance? You finally figured that out?
Reality.
What is the tolerance? That's all I'm asking.
Beyond
how about the folks that measured Kansas flat? So what was their tolerance?
So did you see my link before? Is it Old Ross talking? Yeah. So I've got
that's not my name. I think you might be blind or a borderline illiterate.
Right. I haven't got my glasses on, so Anyway,
Shut up, Dazza.
I posted a link a little while ago of the measurement of flatness of the Bolivian salt flats, and they're flat. So they had a 10 centimeter tolerance or better, and they measured that to be flat compared to the datum, give or take. I think 1 meter was the biggest deviation over 45 by 45.
The Earth isn't the blue marble you've been led to believe it is, Daza. You're slow on the uptake, aren't you, bro?
But you wanted to measure. You wanted a measurement of the surface,
dude.
Right?
Are you slow on the uptake?
What is the Earth?
It's where you stand, where the worms are, you dig a hole, put seeds in it.
No, I was asking the guy who said it's not the blue marble. So if it's not what they tell us, then what is it?
Oh, the blue marble is an artist's rendition. Is something that is on a screen.
I was asking the other guy.
What is going on?
Daza's an illiterate, and this guy's deaf.
The blue marble is a cartoon, bro. A cartoon.
You agree with this picture on celestial navigation?
I heard stories about Daza that he double speaks a lot.
Yeah, so
the guy asking about the blue marble, the guy that the creator of the blue marble.
I know that, bro. I was asking the other guy because he's a glober. Me and you are both flat earthers, so I don't think.
When you say the other guy,
the guy who brought up
there's many guys.
The guy who brought up the blue marble.
Yeah,
that was old Ross.
Pinchy, we're home. What is Earth?
Did you say it works, Daza?
What works? Sorry, Tito.
What Radwin just posted. He said, "Do you agree with this?"
Oh yeah, you can do that if you want to. Yeah.
Right. So you can reference the surface of the Earth as a plane in order to get an angle measurement.
No. Oh, you can. Yeah. You can have a local plane, perpendicular, vertical.
To flat Earth.
So you agree with the second picture I posted then, right? Where you got the right angle indicator in the bottom of the triangle, and that's to the guy. You agree with that?
No. No, I don't agree with that one. No.
The right angle. It's not a right angle.
It is a right angle, but if you have a right angle to the ground position, then there's a curve between you and the ground position.
Oh, you can't have an angle off a curve. You said that B was not a triangle.
No, I did not. Yeah. You need a tangent to make an angle off a curve.
Take it away, Jedi.
It's all right. It's okay.
But this is the thing, right?
Oh, it's the thing. Go on then. Tell us the thing.
Yeah. So I just saw your Amish's image there. I thought it was from you, Jedi, but it's from Amish. The circle of equal elevation there to some triangular thing, right? You can draw that if you like. It's a good kind of mental picture as to how the angles look, kind of. But when you go to actually do the geometry and try and calculate a location, it doesn't work. And which is why all of the celestial navigation, the angle that you really need to know is the one from your vertical to the star. That is the co-altitude angle, and that's the one that directly correlates to the distance along the ground. The horizontal is only there because it's a convenient reference to find a good vertical from.
Co-altitude angle, so the stars are at the same altitude, forming a box between you, the ground position of the star you're measuring, and the two stars, the one you're measuring to and the one at your zenith. It's a square.
No, it doesn't form a square, no. I don't believe it does.
Well, you don't believe
it just doesn't believe.
Because we're measuring angles within that, aren't we?
Well, you can draw the box, but then you won't have all the information you need to solve the triangle, right? You need to know that distance along the ground from the angle, right? Because, which is our 60 nautical miles per degree, right?
Yeah.
Miles linear?
Yeah.
But that doesn't correlate with any triangle. So you've got some magic then. So you've got some magic around where...
I'll tell you what, Daza, 5 minutes, you get me the vertical mirror on the sextant.
Bubble sextant is what you use there. You don't have a mirror.
I need a vertical mirror on the sextant.
Who are we talking to here?
Says who? You know who? No, it says two. So you're going to give me 5 minutes. Get me the vertical mirror on that horizon, that sextant.
I don't really give a flying fuck what you want, to be honest.
There we go. Okay, well then guess what?
Interrupting the conversation.
You're going to go bye-bye. Bye, Deza.
I don't give a shit.
Give me that vertical mirror. Why are you getting so upset?
Because
hold on.
You're piss weak. We were having a reasonable conversation until you came along.
Just start crying. Maybe stop swearing at me.
No, I don't give a fuck.
Your faint dulcet tones ran aground.
Yeah, what happened?
Oh dear.
By being a bitch.
You annoy the crap out of me, basically.
Who cares?
Enjoy it.
Who cares? Quit flipping out, dude.
Care either.
Calm down.
Something for you.
Nearly every time that you mute me, you've made a dick of yourself just before. So.
Calm down. Just relax.
Asa, I just posted something for you. Is that black thing a triangle? That's celestial navigation on a globe.
Yeah, no, that's not a triangle either.
So that's how you do it, right?
That is not how you do it.
Isn't that ground position of the star 90 degrees to the surface of that ball?
It is, but
it's not 90 degrees though, and you said it is anyway.
Yeah, your star is too close to the Earth.
You can't hit it.
So you need a couple more lines there, Radwan. You need to draw a vertical above the observer.
I don't need to draw anything else.
And you need to draw, No, that is not the geometry of celestial navigation.
Here, let's see if you can handle this one.
Okay.
You guys. That's not how you do celestial navigation. Is that what you said?
Yeah, 2 seconds, I'll find the...
How do you... So what is it? You can't use this? You can't use that, then?
Where is it? Well, you could use that. You can actually... I've actually done this before. You can actually use a plumb bulb and a protractor to do celestial
Awesome. So we're going to be measuring angles then, aren't we?
Yeah, the key angle is the angle between vertical and the star.
Yeah.
You can derive a horizontal from that, or you can use a horizontal to derive it.
No, we're interested in the ground position of the star that we're measuring to.
Yeah. So did you see the diagram I posted?
I'm looking right at it now.
Yeah. So the ground position there is vertically above
not
on the Earth. No, the ground position is on the Earth there.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
And the viewing position is on the Earth. The lines between the viewer and the star and the ground position of the star are parallel. And the angle between the zenith and that line is the same as the angle between the observer and the GP. So that's the fundamental geometry that is behind celestial navigation.
No, the fundamental geometry is an angle. It's two straight lines because you're interested in the ground position. You're just invoking tangents because you think you're on a fucking ball.
Yeah, so when you work out the baseline of your triangle as 60 nautical miles per degree, where is that from? Do you have a geometric cause for that distance?
Geometric cause for that distance? What are you talking about, mate?
Yeah, a geometric or physical cause for why there is 60 nautical miles for every degree of elevation change. So does your sun move, or does something cause the angle to change? So we're not using straight lines anymore.
We're using straight lines. Are you talking about the sun moving, like a solar elevation angle?
Yes. So if you make one of those measurements and then you move away 60 nautical mile, the angle elevation is relative to horizontal, right?
Which is a linear distance, those miles, right?
Yeah, but you can't have one triangle that solves all of that for everybody at once, right? So I could draw another observer for that GP, and I'd have to just draw another parallel line. Whereas you guys, if you draw another observer and the same GP, you have to draw a whole new triangle.
Hey, you can't have parallel lines on a ball.
Okay, now that's correct, actually. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, you don't have a horizontal on a ball either.
But these
linear
lines,
distance over a surface, and you're like, yeah, we got that. So, I mean, sounds like we're good to go.
Yeah, but you can't get that linear distance from any triangle, and you know that, right? Because the triangle has to change its height with distance to get the angle.
Nobody here is making that claim. This is celestial navigation. We're talking. We're not using that function, and you know it. I don't know why you keep trying to smuggle this in here, Doug. It's pathetic.
The 60 nautical miles per degree.
I'll tell you what let's do. You tell me who here actually claimed that we were using that trigonometric function. Go ahead.
No, I was asking where do you get your baseline from? You need to have a distance between you and the GP, right? That's the ultimate aim, is to work out how far the GP is, so you can draw your circle.
Yeah.
And you
Right,
only have an angle. You don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have an angle. So what's your point?
Yeah. So how do you get a distance from just an angle? If you've got no other
60 nautical miles per degree.
How do you get a circle of equal elevation on a ball?
Well, because we know that because it's a ball and the stars are far away, that we get 60 nautical miles a degree.
How far away? All right. How far away? How far away are they?
Elevation.
One person.
So
how far away are they?
Know,
Daza, don't breeze past this question. Daza, shut the fuck up. Don't breeze past this question. How far away are they?
They're very, very far. The distance doesn't matter, other than they're very far.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
So it's further than the sun. Okay, how far away is this?
I think it's about 93 million miles, isn't it? And sorry, Amy.
Okay, how was that derived?
Triangulate the sun.
How was that derived? How was that derived?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. Transit of Venus or something, or some other related astronomical measurement. I can't remember.
Like
I don't know.
Scam.
Somebody measured
Sounds like a
Venus.
scam.
Amy
somebody
shows
measured Venus in order to do that.
And no, you can't triangulate the sun, Amy.
Mic up, and he has a very pertinent question. He wants.
Yeah, no, you can't triangulate the sun.
Why you asking us?
Oh, somebody else has a question? Who else has a question?
Amish, can you hear? You keep asking, but that you cannot triangulate the sun.
So why are you asking us to do it?
There you go.
You're claiming that you do.
No, we're claiming that we fucking don't.
Well, you just drew a diagram with a sun at the end.
Shut up. This has been pointed out to you ad nauseum for the last 2 fucking years. We're not interested in the distance to the fucking sun. Its ground position is what we're interested, because we're navigating the fucking surface. You fucking liar. Fuck off.
So
sounds like a scammer.
Off.
Daza, you're scamming.
Show yourself out, Daza.
The 60 nautical miles per degree, Jedi. That's all I'm asking.
So were you trying to sell a scam, Daza?
Yeah.
Not interested in the distance to the sun, are we, Daza?
No, you're not. But you need to know it to solve your triangle.
We need to know it to solve. Not in celestial navigation. We don't, sunshine.
No,
you don't.
Because you've got 60 nautical miles per degree, which is the arc length of a sphere of radius 6,300 miles.
You don't have a radius.
It's a straight line distance from you, the observer, to the 0 point along the horizontal line on this pretend protractor that we're using. A measurable distance of approximately 6,000 fucking miles.
Okay.
Straight line distance.
Okay. So you do claim a position for the sun in your triangle?
No.
I'm confused.
Are you? Yeah. I'm not surprised. We've been trying to tell you this for the last 2 fucking years. And yet you still keep coming in. Shut up. You still keep coming in with the same fucking bullshit. Stop it.
Yeah, we know you're confused. Daza, why do you think we use a rule and a parallel rules on a navigational chart?
That's a good one, Sonny.
Local parallel lines, right? So in which context are you talking about coastal navigation or celestial navigation?
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck you're talking. It doesn't matter if you were navigating in a playground, you don't know the difference between navigation. So it's a simple question. Where's the curved part of my navigational chart? Where's the curved part on the flat ruler and the parallel rules that I use on my flat navigational chart? Where's the curved part of that chart?
The charts are restricted in area so that you can get away without worrying too much about curvature.
Avoiding it. Where's the curved part of my chart? You said that your location and your horizontal is a tangent to a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Where's the tangent? Where's the exact spot where that tangent is on my fucking navigational chart? Let's say from my position to another position 200 miles in the distance. Where's the tangent on that chart?
Effectively, the chart is, all of it is a tangent surface, right? It's a projection, right?
No, it isn't. It's a flat horizontal navigational chart. So where's the tangent to a sphere on my navigational chart?
You don't have a tangent on a flat chart.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth. Get a fucking clue.
So you don't. You also don't solve the celestial navigation problem on a flat chart. You need to use maths, or you need to use special charts.
Because you guys are supposing that the purpose of navigation or celestial navigation is for something other than what it's actually used for. Is to find your location on a flat surface that mimics your fucking chart. You're traveling on the fucking surface, not up in the sky somewhere.
Yeah. That's cool.
That sounds like you're selling a scam, Daza. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to scam people?
You can try.
Are you a scammer?
You sound like you're quite experienced. Is that old Hoss, or was that says who again? I can't tell. But you should try it. You should
concentrate on the real thing, not on the scam, bro. Forget about the scamming. Concentrate on the realist level, on the thing you're actually trying to do.
Yeah. So what Red One's just posted is a coastal navigation.
Sonny,
you wouldn't do celestial navigation.
Sonny, good point, Sonny. Talk to him.
Yeah, so I want to know if the navigational chart is flat and my ruler and my parallel rules are flat and I'm navigating and I'm figuring for a distance on the surface of that chart, where's the curve come in?
The curve is embedded in the projection of the chart, basically.
No, it isn't. It's a flat chart.
So you
fucking rectangular coordinates.
Yeah. But have you ever tried to put a whole bunch of these together? I've done this before. We've had so where I'm from, you can buy these 1 in 10,000 topographical maps, and they're all rectangular grids, but you can't make them line up if you have the whole set. Yeah, they do not join together.
So don't try to answer the question.
So I'm saying that each map is a small area that you can treat as square and rectangular.
Yeah, so what?
Within that area?
Where is the fucking curve part on my chart?
It's in the projection of the map.
You can't do small areas of square things on a ball, so you lost that one.
So why aren't I using a curved chart table with a curved chart and a curved parallel rule?
You already blew it, Sonny. He said yes, those are rectangular for small areas, but you can't have that on the surface of a ball. He's done.
Yeah, so you can't get a map of the whole Pacific Ocean.
Nobody
draw
said
a straight
that.
Line across it.
Nobody said that.
So what I'm saying is that each map is a small area. Within a small area, the curvature is insignificant, so you can treat it as locally flat.
What's the area of the map? What's the area of the map?
Most of them are typically like, just trying to look at this one that Rad One's posted, which looks about the same size as most coastal navigation maps, but I can't read the scale. Normally they might be 80 Ks by 80 Ks or something like that, or even smaller.
Well, like 200 miles? 500 miles?
This one I might be able to read. Not quite get that one either.
Yeah, so why isn't the drop over distance? Why isn't the drop over distance noted, or why aren't you calculating for the drop over distance in, like, let's say 500 miles?
In 500 miles. So if you're going 500 miles, you need to use more than one map to actually plot an accurate course.
Where's the drop over distance in those charts?
You don't need
one map. Put one map next to the other one. Where is the curvature between those maps? Where is it?
Well, the curvature will show up, Jamesy, if you do it with enough of those maps. They'll stop joining together. So if you've got T-Dub's map here of where is it?
And then between those two maps, you bend the ruler. You grab the ruler and you bend it with the bendy maps.
So that map that T-Dub posted is one of a series, right? There'll be 20 maps above, 20 below, 20 to the left, 20 to the right. So if you got the map above and the map to the right, and then brought the whole series up the top, they would diverge over time, or they would cross over. They would not remain parallel as you joined all of the maps together on top of each other.
So are you saying that the curvature is negligible in smaller sections of the map?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so negligible is negligible. So fine. So let's say in 50 to 100 miles, then you don't have the required curvature of your globe, period.
Over 50 to 100 miles, parallel lines are pretty well parallel, so you can get away with it. Yeah.
Yeah, so negligible. So there's no drop over distance in that distance. Thanks.
Hey, Daza, on that drop, what is the water like flowing with the drop? You know, like the water. You know, when you have water on, you know, like you drop water on a curving surface and it flows.
Oh yeah.
Is the water doing that while you're navigating? Is that what the water's doing?
Yeah, it's we need to get into a bit of physics for that one, Jimsy, but that's all right.
Physics. Physics of water. That sounds good. Like, you know, when you grab water on the sphere, you put it on the sphere, the water flows away from the sphere, goes to the floor, splash, splash. That one?
Yeah.
Those physics?
Yeah, but so what do you know about vertical, right? So the globe model reckons that verticals diverge. What do you know about hydrostatics? Hydrostatics is perfectly happy to have curved water if verticals diverge.
Whoa, globe model.
So what?
Where's this globe model at?
Globe model?
Yeah, we want.
Yeah, you said globe model. On the globe model, this is what water does. I want to see that globe model, please.
Curving due to gravity, not other molecular forces, right?
It's Amish. Yes, the molecular forces play a part in making the water behave as a fluid, but the hydrostatics.
So curving due to gravity is your claim, and not molecular forces, right?
Yes. So the molecular forces cause the fluid behavior. Well, gravity causes the shape. Yeah.
Due to gravity and not molecular forces, because there's no molecular model of gravity or gravitational model of molecules.
No. So yeah, gravitational just applies to masses in general, right?
Well, unfortunately, gravity has made all the water on Earth flat and stationary because if I'm at a location, let's say out to sea, 50 miles from a lighthouse, and the person at the lighthouse can zoom in and see the boat, and then the person on the boat can zoom in and see the lighthouse, they're both at the same level.
Hey, Sonny, that tangent that he was saying is there. Isn't the water supposed to be? If you're looking at the tangent, the water should be going one part away from the tangent and the other part coming towards you from the tangent.
Yeah.
Like there should be water going both ways. If you follow the physics of water, you know, because if you pour water on a sphere and it's hitting a tangent on the sphere, some water will go to one side and some other water will go to the other side, you know?
Exactly.
Flow. Why isn't that happening, Daza? Well, you're saying it's curving, but we don't see that. We don't see the water doing that. Why? So no curvature, no water behaving the way it should be behaving in physics. So where is this?
You're talking about your ball again, aren't you? You're not talking about the Earth.
But you're saying the Earth is a ball that has water on it. But like you haven't shown the curvature. You haven't shown the water doing this magical stuff. And let's not even talk about the rotation of the whole thing.
Land is flat.
Like it's like it does that. You know, scammers that claim all these impossible dreams and they sell you dreams. You sound like a scammer, bro. Selling dreams of impossibilities. Why are you doing that? Why are you selling a scam?
End of my teeth, dude. I can't speak at the minute.
Yeah, also he's trying to sell a version of celestial navigation, just like most Glovers, a version of celestial navigation that nobody uses.
Yeah, a scam. Obviously, you're not gonna use a scam in reality. It's a scam. That's the whole point. If people know you're
So
scam,
you're kind of right there. That most people don't use circles of equal altitude directly, right? The most you'll use something like the St. Hilaire intercept method, where they just work very locally, where they can use tricks and shortcuts through the Nautical Almanac to find their location. But yeah, anyway, I've got to go. But the key to celestial navigation, you can say everything you like about what I say, but I can guarantee that if I gave you a sample star fix, I would be able to solve the position you would not using the triangle geometry without using some globe evidence, right?
I thought Brian Leakey already solved that.
Sorry, you dropped out there. What was that?
Didn't Brian Leakey solve it and do a huge presentation? I didn't see it.
No, I saw that one.
Brian F.E.
Yeah. No, he was taking. So what he did was for each GP, he made an azimuthal equidistant projection of it, right? And overlap them.
What's wrong with that?
So that's using the globe model, right? So you're basically taking the globe.
Well, you know why he is using a globe? Because you demand a spherical coordinate system.
You could do it in any coordinate system you like. The coordinate system doesn't change the geometry.
Well, how do you hack where you are and where everything else is if everything is being done with the same celestial coordinate system?
So
I mean, you're basically asking people to come up with their own coordinate reference system and map it to terrain, something that nobody's really done outside of using the celestial sphere model or outside of select coordinate reference systems that might be in use by the military.
Yeah, that's it. So if you want to communicate your location with somebody else and have a common understanding, you need a common coordinate system, right? But they all
that can be arbitrary.
Yeah, it can be arbitrary, but they all boil down to the same physical geometry.
So the globe is a preference.
No. The globe is the geometry.
That's a really good point, Amish. Wow.
No, the globe is the geometry. The coordinate system is the coordinate system of choice.
It's the geometry of the sky. Yeah, and it's a useful convention. Yeah,
it's been backed up by other methods as well, right?
So he's selling a scam
that means you don't have proof with this method. It's not exclusive.
The scam that he's selling is his preferred coordinate system. That's the scam.
The exclusivity is the 60 nautical miles per degree, right? That there's no physical or geometric explanation that I've seen that makes that work on a flat Earth.
Those are linear miles, so they're not curved.
The miles are linear across the surface, right?
Yeah, and so for you to have this work on a ball, you have to assume a curving surface, and that all surfaces in the sky that you're getting coordinates from are flat relative to the Earth globe shape.
No, there's
you
not
realize
actually
that,
any.
right?
There's not any.
Yeah, that's how you have parallel light to every point that touches the globe. You can't have parallel light if it's not coming from a flat surface, right?
No, if the surface
because it's flat relative to the globe size. You're saying these surfaces are effectively flat because they're like 50 bajillion times bigger than the globe Earth. And so you say, well, these surfaces are globes too, but they're just 50 billion times bigger than Earth, so they're flat. And that's where you have a flat surface and preserve the geometry.
No, the shape of the surface that the celestial bodies make is irrelevant because we only need to know the angle.
Why do you claim parallel light?
Because they're very far away.
From the sun.
Yeah. So if you have a point in space, just a point, right? So if you've got a point in space, then if it's very far away, the light from it will be effectively parallel. Right? A very, very slender triangle.
It has to be bigger than the Earth for it to be parallel, to blanket all of Earth and bathe it in parallel light, right? So the surface it's emitting from has to be effectively flat compared to the curving Earth.
No,
yeah, that's what parallel light does to you. And you don't even see parallel light because it doesn't occupy your entire field of view.
I think you've hit on a couple of interesting points there. So the parallel light thing, right? If you had a very, very bright point light source,
if all these ifs and very far if away.
Yep. So if you have let's take a real example, so Radbon doesn't get too upset by hypotheticals. I said if again, but anyway, because say if because
assumptions inbound.
Yeah, so
his preferred
if I'm watching an aircraft
way of doing it.
If I watch an aircraft fly away and somebody 20 kilometres away from me is watching the same aircraft, we will see the angle that we would measure between us and the aircraft decrease over time, right? And if that aircraft was bright enough, the angle would effectively become zero, and we could say that we've got almost parallel lines between us and the aircraft.
You said angle?
Sorry?
Did you said angle?
Yeah, angle.
I posted an example for you.
The globe is done.
For you, a bird flying away.
The globe is finished. Everything you've been saying, everything is debunking the globe. Everything, bro.
Just quickly, you're coming in a bit low there, Radwan. Sorry for talking over you.
My bad. Go ahead.
Posted his airplane flying away so we can measure that.
Yeah.
That's so this globe that you're trying to this preferred version of the grid is just like a preferred thing that you have. It's something you like to sell this, but not everybody has to like it. Not everyone has to like it, right?
If you want to tell someone your address, you've got to use the same street names, right? Otherwise, they'll never find you. So that's all that long is. It's just a common way. It's got some useful references in the sky that help us line things up, but that long is just a common way of communicating. And I've seen
for you to feel kind of like happy that people use your cartoon about going places.
Yeah, it makes me feel very happy, Jimsy. I love it.
So you feel good that people are using your depiction, your cartoon, but still the place is there in reality. People don't need your cartoon to be in the place.
That's it.
The place was there before the cartoon, wasn't it?
Absolutely. You just didn't know how to describe it. That's all this stuff is. It's about a common way of describing it.
The real water was water before you painted it in a cartoon and said water looks different in the cartoon because you preferred it like that.
Jimsy, you love your cartoons, but anyway. Anyway, I got to go.
So just tell your boss you didn't make any sales today. No scams today. You couldn't scam anybody today.
No. Well, I think a couple of people might have realised that which is the scam.
The US scammer.
Yep.
Just fuck off, Dazzler.
No worries. You want me to post a celestial
No, we don't want you to do anything. You said you had to go.
We know the geometric
just
trick.
take your scam with you.
You take the flat Earth that we can measure and you move the flat surface to the sky, to the star, to the sun.
Okay.
And you preserve the angular relationships.
So why don't I have a distance to the stars in my calculation in celestial navigation? If it's flat,
because in your worldview, it's a flat surface that's infinitely far effectively and infinitely wide effectively. And that's something that you can't measure, you can't validate or test. We can test the flat surface that we're standing on. So I'll go with those geometric assumptions instead, because they're not assumptions.
Did you see? Did you see the thing I posted a while ago, Amish? The survey of the Bolivian salt flats. You'd like that.
Yeah. Have you seen how much distortion there has to be if that's a curving surface for it to be optically distorted in the manner that you think must exist if it's a globe? The distortion begins at about 0.69 miles away from you, which is well under the 3-mile horizon limit for an observer that's standing on the Bolivian salt flats. You should be able to see a distortion much sooner than the claimed geometric horizon curve.
What kind of distortion are you talking
about? Law of reflection.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about the optics of what's going on there.
Yeah, well, I do. I can tell you about it later.
Size.
Cool. Yeah, have a read of that paper.
Amish, you'd see changes in apparent angular size, wouldn't you? Relative to
that's
the
why
reflection, to the thing being reflected.
That's why we measure those things,
the
right?
apparent angular size of the thing being reflected.
Yeah. The guys here, anyway, they did a GPS survey. They got it down to within a 10 centimeter error.
So they're using spherical coordinates. So they're assuming it's curved in the first place.
Yeah, they're
these guys
depiction.
These guys
can they do the survey without assuming a fucking ellipsoid datum and get a curve? No, they can't.
No, they did. So this is what they did. So these guys collected the raw. The guys collected the raw GPS data and post-process it to get it better.
They're using spherical
margins,
coordinates. Right? They begin with spherical, they end with spherical, and they assume curvature all the way. If they chose a different coordinate reference system, then they wouldn't have any sphere, potentially. It depends what they're using and assuming.
So here's what they did. So they started in ECF coordinates. They measured the dimensions in ECEF, right?
They started in ECEF, huh?
Yeah, that's where you start in GPS always. Your first coordinate you get in GPS is in ECEF, always. Then they converted those to elevations relative to WGS84 spheroid.
ECEF, huh? And so they used ECEF in a local tangent plane, huh?
No.
Why'd they have to do that? Yeah, you use ECEF broadly, right? Because it assumes Earth has a radius.
I posted the plane they did for you.
Yeah, thanks, Red One. That's the one.
ECEF assumes Earth's radius.
No, ECF only the origin, right?
In fourth-dimensional spatial geometry, it assumes Earth's radius exists in a fourth spatial dimension.
No,
imaginary radius.
Radius length is a fourth spatial dimension where fake curvature exists. Because the reason why they actually do this is so that they can have an absolute point of reference to every point on a plane XY.
Yeah.
And have it be the same length distance to every point on this plane XY. You can only do that in higher dimensional geometry.
Yeah.
To have an absolute point of reference.
3 dimensions.
Point of reference.
GPS locations are solved in 3 dimensions, not 4. The fourth dimension you're talking about is a specific
For you, they are solved in 3 dimensions to uphold a globe. But they use an absolute point of reference in 4 space. Yeah, that's Earth's point of origin in the middle.
Yeah,
so
something altogether.
So Amish, basically they start this reference from the radius, they draw this imaginary globe, and then they drag the actual horizontal plane and wrap it around this imaginary globe.
Well, the horizontal plane is like running. It's like if you take a hamster ball. Like ECEF is like if you put a hamster ball in the water and then start running over the top of it, but you're running on a flat plane of Earth, and it's rotating underneath your feet and mapping projection points onto the flat Earth below your feet.
You're confusing the Euclidean geometry of the Earth with an alternative 4-dimensional description, which is non-Euclidean, right?
You think Earth is non-Euclidean?
No, I think Earth is Euclidean. It's a Euclidean sphere.
So with spherical triangles and everything, huh, buddy?
So those spherical triangles are Euclidean in space, right?
We're gonna have to go back to kindergarten.
Can I explain?
Give him the triangle test, Radwin. Give him the triangle test.
Radwin, you're up.
You've done the triangle test. Can I explain?
No. Giving the circle test.
So a spherical triangle, in spherical geometry is a 2-dimensional thing, but it also has meaning on the surface of a Euclidean sphere. So that's why spherical geometry is so powerful, that you can simplify operations on a sphere, right?
I got your animation from your thing, and it just looks like a bumpy surface to me. Up and down. There you go. Nothing to do with curve.
Yeah, Yeah, no.
That's how the
Amish is
scam
confused
failed.
about the
That's a.
Amish is just confused about the difference between a spherical triangle and a sphere. He doesn't understand the difference between spherical
I know what a
geometry
sphere
and a
is.
sphere.
I know what a sphere is. Yeah.
Yeah, so you know that if you take a sphere
you think you live on a three
and treat
sphere.
the surface, yes, a 3D sphere, yes.
Yeah, three sphere. Yep. And reality doesn't bear that out, does it? You can't do celestial navigation on a 3 sphere.
You can do it. Celestial navigation on Euclidean sphere.
You have to invoke higher dimensional geometry every time you do that. Nobody can measure, right?
No.
And you have to make assumptions that nobody can validate, like flat stars and flat suns relative to a curving Earth, a curved
And
surface that
center of
nobody
Earth.
measures, and a flat sun that nobody measures. You have to have these for your celestial navigation assumptions.
No, you invoke lower dimensional geometry when you do celestial navigation. You treat the surface of the Earth using spherical geometry. So you take the sphere of the Earth.
Geometry, huh?
Yeah, so
Is it
spherical
two-sphere
geometry,
or
two-dimensional. Spherical geometry is two-dimensional. Okay? And you can, because it's derived from the surface of a sphere. And so you've taken the three-dimensional sphere, you've removed the radius dimension, and you've come up with a geometry that describes properties of things on that surface.
A flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. You just described how celestial navigation begins with a celestial sphere and corrects it flat. It's a projection that is done in real time by the navigator, mathematically.
But anyway, I really do have to go. I'm going to be late. But yeah, I'd love to talk about this more one day, Amish. But we've had a few chats over.
What's Euclid's fifth postulate?
Yeah, I was about to go there. Good on you.
Tell the boss no scam cells.
What's the postulate? I don't know. I probably know, but
Me either. I'm asking you.
Yeah,
you know
I don't
more
know.
than me.
I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Non-Euclidean geometry doesn't exist in real life.
Correct. So your four-dimensional thing is not real life?
No,
Spherical
it's not. That's
geometry
yours.
is not real life.
Yours four-dimensional thing's not real life.
No.
Your ECEF bullshit's not real life.
I've told you
I'm just telling you how it's done mathematically.
ECEF is a three-dimensional 3D coordinate system. It's a Euclidean
How is it created?
system.
I'm telling you how it's created in the mathematics. And I've described
how they define the center. So if you want to define a sphere in ECEF, it's just an ordinary sphere. You're talking about something.
It's basically taking the celestial sphere and putting it under your feet. It's no real.
No, there's no celestial sphere in ECEF.
Right, it's putting the ball below your feet instead of above your head.
No, the ECF coordinate system is three-dimensional Euclidean. That's all. But anyway, got to go. Have a good one.
Finally.
It's not 4 dimensions when you incorporate the local tangent plane to give you your local coordinate system, dipshit. That's done on. It's called an LTP in ECEF for that reason. For fuck's sake.
So that's got exposed in so many different ways. Damn.
Yeah. So spherical geometry doesn't satisfy Euclid's fifth postulate, apparently, which is basically that all straight. What is it again? Straight lines. Parallel lines do not intersect. That's it. Yeah. So therefore, spherical
They have to
geometry
invoke all this.
can't be considered to be Euclidean.
No. Well, so they play these mental gymnastics games where they say, well, you know, it appears Euclidean to us, but we know it really isn't because you have to go way above Earth to see it. You have to use all these calculations. You have to incorporate this and that, you know, using measurements and of things you can't really see. So we calculate them instead. It's all imaginary. You have to assume that the sun is infinitely far and so big and round that it's flat compared to a globe. That's how you get parallel light from the sun.
You have to imagine. Yeah, you also have to imagine that water can be on the outside of a spinning ball and doesn't go to the ground and go splash, splash.
Yeah. And the gravity pulls gas molecules and compresses them and heats them up.
You also remember above the water, you're breathing air, gas pressure, and it's not contained. You gotta. You have to just believe all of these things. And voila! The scam. Just buy it.
The mathematics are intense. They're complicated. I don't understand the half of it. But I'm starting to figure out enough to see and point out where the scam lies. And I'm hoping I'm getting better at articulating it.
The math is that the scam is 50% off. And the other 50%, I mean, just imagine it. And it used to be there, but it doesn't have to be. It's just, it's numbers. That kind of adds up to, when the Robert Simmons says that we get the data, we get all the flat data, and we wrap it around the sphere. Is the navigation point is almost like they have this, like you were saying, they construct this mathematical sphere and then they put it on top of the flatness. Above and below the flat disk. Something like that. You guys brought so many good points. You gotta listen to that recording again.
I probably could have said a couple things more accurately, like it's not really like the celestial sphere below your feet because you're really in the celestial sphere, you're not under it. But they basically shift it down entirely below you. And you're basically at altitude from the radius of the imaginary ball.
It's the same argument that I've been making since the beginning. It's the straw man of, there's no linear relationship, blah, 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 and you can't have that, what's the height of the sun? It's like, dude, we've already been over this, and you guys are just wasting time. The stars are an infinite distance, and it's just annoying.
Yeah, when you're talking about celestial navigation and the idiot Glober brings up a plumb bob, I'm still looking for the fucking maritime navigational plumb bob. Where is this thing?
Yeah, the vertical
plumb bob out at sea, and so they're not charting their plot along the chart. They're plotting their chart along the stars. That's what they're saying. Catch them when they do it.
Well, you can't have vertical on a ball, but they're going to say vertical is in relation to the center of a presupposed spherical Earth. There's that one. Then you can't have a GP on a tangent plane. There's that one. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a million different ways to just tell them to shut up, but they don't shut up. They just keep doubling down, lying. annoying.
Dude, have you heard that guy, U.S. State Department? He does nothing but scream, talk over you, gish gallop.
Wow, I've never heard anything like that in here.
I mean, to his extent.
Fallacies even. You don't say. That's unbelievable.
I know, it needs to stop.
And completely not expected for a room like this.
I know.
Especially when people come in and change the subject for no reason. That's a dig, by the way.
Yeah, be careful. The people don't know about that guy. He's just 100% trolling, trying to get a rise out of you to mess with the VC. So just mute him or ban him or something.
He doesn't speak British. He's Russian. He doesn't know what a dig is.
No, I don't speak British English, dude.
You're in Canada, aren't you?
Yeah.
Speak English and Russian and French and Spanish.
I speak English, Polish, and Russian. I don't speak any French.
And Spanish.
No, I don't speak Spanish.
Come on. That was a good conversation, actually. I know Dasa is just trying to whatever he's doing. I don't know what the heck, just selling the scam, obviously, but it's
See,
good to. Yeah, exactly. He's pretty chill. I think State Department is actually doing the sea lioning or whatever. That's how it's a little different. That's how it's actually pretty technical, and he can just do the mathematics. And someone like me or other people that don't know much about the mathematics and don't have someone in the team that can point the obvious things, he'll get them. That's Dasa. But the State Department guy that is just messing around, he's not gonna be like Dasa. They're different. Dasa is very technical. He'll defeat you by technical knockout.
State Department reminds me of HARP, just as a Glober. It's kind of funny.
Just throwing random crazy stuff at you so you get upset. And you punch yourself out.
Well, when they say linear relationship, therefore curve of the Earth, I mean, all the things you guys mentioned are legit, of course, but also, aren't they claiming a geometric horizon with that?
When they start invoking tangents, yeah.
Yeah, they're saying you can only see so far over this surface, and then everything appears to decline over it because it's curved. That's geometric horizon.
Yep. So we should be able to go out onto Earth and, outside and verify that, which is what we've done. Game over.
I mean, it's already game over at the linear distance, Miles.
Yeah.
Exactly. Horizontal plane that you need to acquire the angle. I mean, the GP, yeah, how are you going to do that with a tangent over a ball? All those things. But this is another thing, too. They're really kind of subtly claiming that there is a geometric horizon without coming out and saying it. It's sort of like a sleight of hand. Right.
But to make that claim, Amish point out that they're presupposing the radius already. So they're already saying it's a globe, boys, and that's
Well, and also refraction goes away with that too. Suddenly you do see the geometry of the ball, and it is blocking things exactly how it's supposed to, right?
Which they have to actually correct for refraction in their own geodetic surveying manuals. But they can never see how much there actually is to know how much to correct for.
They get the ball first, and then they correct to the ball.
Yeah, they correct it flat. All their corrections are taking a ball assumption and flattening it out using Herculean mathematics that would make the devil smile.
Well, they said that what it looks like on a normal day is that other black swan, where the horizon is somewhere probably around 5-6 miles. So I did the math one time. It was something like somewhere in the tens of thousands, like 27,000 mile radius or something like that. So I guess that's what they have to correct for. Maybe it was 6. I can't remember exactly, but it was somewhere in the tens of thousands.
Isn't all of that just goes out of the way, gets blown out by, let's say, submarines putting the periscope up and seeing ships, I don't know, people say 100 miles or beyond that, or even radar that can be at the coast and go over, people say 500 miles or more. I don't know. I know there's so many things about the globe that doesn't add up. And
Name one thing.
Name one thing. The impossibilities. All of them.
Lack of curvature.
Name 4 things.
Lack of curvature, lack of motion, the fact that you can't have a molten iron core produce a magnetic field in the vacuum of space.
That's 4.
What about water on the outside of a spinning sphere?
Can't have that if it's in a vacuum.
Can't have the gas pressure. Can't have the pressure that keeps the water in a water state.
Yeah, you can't have any of that stuff. I know, like QE always says, he chops them down in the 2 mediums. You need the boundary. You can't call it refraction otherwise. Sometimes he just says, well, let's just grant it to them, and then he does a different argument. I would say if you want to grant them atmospheric refraction, then you just take away their atmosphere because they can't have that to begin with. There's no gas for anything to refract through. It's in a vacuum.
What the heck is going on in this world? Why the heck are they doing this?
But most of their claim, most of their proof is like, well, listen, I could throw up a ball and it'll land, from where it began. And they'll say, well, throw it higher. Oh, okay, and then, or I can see something that's a 6-foot elevation, and I'm at a 6-foot elevation. I say, well, you got to see further. Everything is just it's just right there beyond your grasp. You can never quite touch it.
Wait, can somebody tell me why some planets have more gravity than other planets?
Yes.
What's gravity?
You mean when?
Yeah. What's that?
You mean like in the movie, like the guy goes to Mars and he can jump higher than on Earth?
No, isn't it the other way around? There's more gravity on Mars than there is on Earth because Mars is bigger.
Well, what is gravity? What is this gravity that Mars has?
Gravity is a force pulling towards the center of the Earth.
You're 108 or whatever it is years out of date now.
Someone call Einstein. He's wrong.
You're an Einstein. You're
why do I stick to the ground? Why don't I float away?
Why would you think you would float away in the first place?
Why are you asking me a question? You're the one making
because you're not a cloud.
Explain it to me. Why is that true? Why?
You need some of that drink from Willy Wonka.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. You said Mars has less gravity than the Earth. I asked you what gravity is. You gave the wrong answer. You gave an out-of-date Newtonian definition. It's out of date with the current paradigm of space-time and all that. And then you started asking me why you don't float away. So I guess, is that it? Are we done?
Yeah, I want to know the answer. Why don't we just float away?
Yeah, okay, you're tapped out. All right.
You're not gas.
Where are we going to float to?
Does a rock just float away? Do rocks just float away?
No, but why don't they?
Yeah, because they're denser than the medium surrounding it.
Yeah, ask your 8th grade science teacher.
So if something's dense, it just goes downward.
Yeah, it's why boats float. They're not as dense as the water that suspends them.
It'll be relative density disequilibrium icon. That's kind of what the. So it's like the rock doesn't go down when it's sitting on top of other rocks. It goes down.
Wouldn't Earth be denser than what's surrounding it, like space?
Oh my word!
Yeah, we're not in space. Earth is not in space.
Oh, we're just we're just tied to something.
Earth's not in motion at all. It's contained. It's a flat, stationary topographical plane, and it has containment.
Okay, but why doesn't it just? So is it just constantly like moving downwards?
It's not moving anywhere. Do you feel it?
But then, but the Earth would be denser than everything around it, so it would have to somehow move.
No one's been outside of Earth to tell us what's around it.
No one's been outside of Earth.
No one has ever been outside. Yeah, it's a contained system that means physical barrier that keeps the gas pressure in.
So the physical barrier.
Yeah, nobody's been outside of it to tell us what's outside of it. So
that's like glass. What's it made of? How did it get there?
I hear you gawking about this. Have you been outside of it?
I've definitely been in a plane. I can see the spherical.
Oh yeah. That's definitely outside of the Earth system. Yeah, you get it.
I haven't. I obviously haven't been outside the material holding the glass, and I've never been outside of that before. No.
So you're just believing the story that someone told you?
No, real quick, bro.
Scientists, yes.
No, you asking some good questions, but you gotta try to think about it from starting from the realist level, from reality, and kind of scale it up to come to some conclusions about the whole thing. Because right now you're thinking from an outside perspective. You're thinking about Earth like the way you draw it. With the crayons, and you draw Earth like a circle, and you painted it like in the vacuum of space, and you're thinking from an outside perspective, but you never seen this. Nobody that you know ever seen this. Nobody that you know that they know have ever been to this place to look at Earth from that perspective, and that's not what Earth is. This place is not that cartoon that you think it is.
I have a question for everybody in this chat who's a flat earther. Who here has like a degree in physics or like geography or climatology or anything like that? Does anybody have any certifications?
If you don't have that, can you learn? Yeah. Do you? I mean, yeah.
Well, I'm curious. I'm really curious.
To start with you, do you have any of those degrees?
I don't. No.
Right, okay, you don't know what the hell you're talking about then, by your own standards, right?
No, but there are people that do have these degrees, right? And I trust them.
Without the degree, can we understand these things without the degree? And if we understand it without the degree, icon.
Why would I trust you guys?
I'm just asking, can we
any degrees in any of this?
Wait, is that what you're looking for? Are you looking for a person to put blind trust in?
Opposed to the other people.
Yeah,
I'm asking you a question.
Are you looking for somebody to put blind trust in, or do you want to think it through for yourself?
I'd be okay with putting "quote unquote" blind trust.
I gotta point out, I gotta point out, bro, that there is. I gotta point out, bro, that there is.
Why'd you stop talking?
I think he got a. I just want to ask you, icon. If until he comes back, without the degree, can we understand things without the certification and the degree? Like, could I understand?
Well, everything that you guys believe is completely outside of every piece of accepted. No, let me finish.
I didn't tell you what I believe.
Outside of every piece of accepted
I got to stop you right there. Everything that
physics.
You guys believe, you don't know us or everything we believe. So false premise.
I didn't give you a single thing that I believe you. You don't know if I'm a flat earther or anything. You have no idea. I'm just asking you in general.
You believe the Earth is a flat?
You don't know everything I believe.
But you guys all believe the same thing, right? It's all the same thing.
Yeah, but you definitely don't know everything I believe, let alone everybody in this room. And there's no point in trying to define that thought anyway. We might as well just deal with the topic at hand and what we can possibly know about it, and try to reach a conclusion that way.
I'm asking you, why should I believe you guys over the
you shouldn't. You shouldn't just come in and ask somebody on the internet for somebody to believe. Like, I don't know why you're doing that anyway.
Okay, so that's why I think that your theory is bullshit.
There's
what theory? Nobody's posted a theory, dude. You're not listening or paying attention to what's going on. Nobody's even positing a theory. You're in your head right now, just imagining shit, dude. Nobody's putting a theory.
Icon, if I gave you a cup of water, Icon, and I was like, listen, I need the cup to hold the water. Is that a theory, or am I just showing you a cup of water containing, the cup containing the water? Is that a theory? Can we understand that's required, or do we need a degree? What's going on?
Yeah, it's a theory.
I can't just show you water in a cup.
No.
We can't even get up off. We can't even get off the ground. We can't get these guys with degrees off the ground because they need the degree to even get off the ground before they can observe the cup of water. So that just eliminates all the guys with degrees, because in order to have the degree, you had to first have the degree. I mean, what are you doing here?
Basically, you're checked out from reality. You can't know anything about it through your own experience.
I'm checked out from reality. I'm checked out.
To some dumbo on the internet with a degree, right? If somebody has the right certification by their name, then it's like, okay, I'll just think what that guy is.
Who've spent their entire lives dedicated to this stuff, and you guys
dedicated
are just
to what?
Everybody spends their lives to everything. Globe.
Okay,
you guys sit here in this Discord server and jerk each other off. And
who are you even talking about? These guys dedicated their whole lives to what? So
you mean
you're
like
just gonna just name one of these guys that you.
Sure, yeah. Let's take Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, you just appeal to Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever he says.
Well, no, it's just one example, right? That's just one example.
Okay, well, I mean, he said that the Eratosthenes sticks and shadows method of deriving the radius, it can be applied either way, to a flat or a globe.
Oh,
okay.
He also says that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the height of the International Space Station. Man who said that you've been in an aeroplane.
The curvature of the Earth from a plane.
Yeah, I know, that's why I fucking brought it up. So the person that you've appealed to, I'm going to use as a hostile witness, and when he applies the mathematics, you can't see curvature from the height of 35,000 feet. You have to be further away than the International Space Station.
You have to be higher than the International Space Station to see the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you just said?
That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. You can't see it.
Okay, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson's wrong.
Well, I was your hero a second ago.
Oh well, I'm just saying he's somebody that has he's dedicated to the science
of on a flat plane or a globe too. He also said that, and that's supposed to be where this all came from originally. So
I promise you that Neil deGrasse Tyson does not give any merit to flat Earth.
Yes, he does.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess he does.
Eratosthenes, you can do that on the flat Earth just like the Chinese did over 2,000 years ago. Don't keep up with your priest much, do you?
How did you guys get sucked into this call? I don't get it.
Because they said that we can go out there and test. Like, science is testable, right? And we can go out there and test it. So you can go out and do the same thing Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you to do, and then you can know it for yourself. You're saying it's impossible. Like, it's impossible to know things and to test things. I'm not taking a side here. Just your rhetoric.
That's not true. That's not where the science points. It's just not where the science points.
Yeah, the science is a test that proves something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then they said, here's the test. Go and prove it to yourself, weirdo. You can go and prove it to yourself, right? So then we can go out now. We can do the test, and we can know it. And so you can know it too.
Ragnar, do you want to help me do this test?
What test are you going to be doing, first of all?
I don't know. What one do you guys suggest?
Well, I mean, you're the guy who already believes it's a globe and that we're some crazy cultists, so you should already know the answer to that.
No.
Why don't you test Pascal's principles? That'd be interesting.
Or if I do the light experiment, I'm going to do the light experiment.
To physics and understanding the behavior of water, hydrostatics, etc., etc. Maybe test his idea that the surface of liquid in multiple communicating vessels will be at the same level in a straight line, in a horizontal line.
And pressure as well.
And pressure.
Seems like pretty basic physics to me. So go ahead, Jenny.
You can test if water's flat yourself. Very simple.
Shaggy posted Neil deGrasse Tyson saying it's flat. So there's your hero.
Yeah, and based on the water physics that you guys are talking about, water cannot be on the outside of a spinning ball next to a vacuum.
Yeah, you can't have that either. Yeah.
Real physics.
The gas pressure and the
Demonstrate
liquid water would disperse and fill that vacuum. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Demonstrate for us Pascal's principle using liquid on the exterior of a sphere with no walls.
He gave up. He's gone. He just wanted to tell us that we're cultists because he's mad.
That's just projection.
You guys got too physical.
Yeah, he was talking about physics. He said these guys, whoever
wanted
they are,
degrees.
their whole lives, their whole lives studying physics and stuff, and we just touched upon it. Yeah, a bit of basic physics, and he runs away.
Guys, when I said physics, I meant fantasy physics, not the real ones.
Yeah, it's not actually physical, testable, measurable. It's about how much of your heart have you dedicated in your life to this, to caring. Like how much. That's what he meant. You know, how much have you dedicated to love?
I was gonna say, based on the physics of your eyes, a 6-foot man looking across water, a 6-foot boat, that boat will disappear. Based on perspective, it will disappear at 3 miles. You won't be able to see it anymore. Because 1/3 of the boat, or maybe more, is under the water, and then the rest of it, you won't be able to resolve it. Based on the physics of your eyes. It could be said better, I know, but just saying physics. The physics of your eyes. That coincidence with the say boats over the horizon because of globe, but you can't see that boat. Based on perspective. Two feet of the boat is under the water, 4 feet above the water. You cannot see those 4 feet of the boat anymore. In 3 miles.
Can we not get one single Glober coming in here making a claim in the chat that can stand up and back their claim up? Can we just get one, please?
Can you
back running away like a coward after you make statements in the text is not globe proof. Okay.
I can back up my claims, but can you back up yours?
You're up. You were called upon, Ragnar, so it is appropriate that you step up. Your buddy did call on you. Go ahead.
What's your claim?
Where? Who called upon me? Where?
The other guy said, Ragnar, get in here and make your claim.
Your buddy said, Ragnar, can you help me? And then he ran away.
Yeah, so what's the claim, Ragnar?
Was AFK.
He threw him under the bus. That probably wasn't a friend, more like a friend to me. He knows that Ragnar's dumb as shit. He's like, hey, watch this guy scramble like a...
A, I wasn't here. I was AFK. B, why'd you call me a dumb person? You don't even know me.
Yeah,
you're just,
dude, I've talked
you're just
to you
engaging in ad homs because you're mad that I disagree.
knows you, though.
Shit.
Period.
If you're a Glober, you're probably dumb as shit. So bring your proof.
Dude,
So you're saying the majority of the world is dumb as shit, but you small fringe type of people.
They sure the fuck are,
the
because
server admin.
So all of the scientists and all the
get me
physicists in the
removed
world
from
are
the
basically
server 'cause I
dumb, but
DM'd
you
you
retards on
after you
Discord.
DM'd me.
Sorry, you're in a
smart
category
people.
error.
That's
Sorry, you're
kind
in
of
a category error.
ironic.
You're already in a category error. Science and physics isn't a tool that you would use when you try and figure out the
I
shape
can't
of an
understand
object.
what you're saying. You have to speak with normal English because you have like a heavy accent. I can't understand you.
Oh, dear.
It's a language barrier.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
worry
it's
about
definitely
that.
a
He
language
wouldn't
barrier.
understand
Yeah.
it even if it was plain English on the speak and spell.
He doesn't speak British. It's not his fault.
Yeah, I don't speak British. Like a bottle of water, I don't understand what that means. I need
You
actual.
do understand there's more than one fucking accent in the UK. We all don't say bottle of water. You fucking idiot. So just going to point out to you, I'm going to speak slowly for you, that you are in a category error when you suggest that science and physics denotes the shape of an object. Do you
they do.
understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
They do though. They literally do.
Okay,
So
how?
Every scientist that works at NASA knows that the Earth is a globe.
Excuse
None
me,
of us
young man.
say that.
Excuse me. Are you aware of the scientific method?
Oh, here we go again.
Are you aware of the scientific method?
He's not.
Alright, brother, what does the scientific method have to do with anything?
He's not aware.
Enlighten me. What's the scientific method?
So you don't know what the scientific method is?
Oh, there we go. We don't know what the scientific method is. Ergo, the Earth is flat.
No.
you don't.
No.
Amazing.
If you knew what science was, the scientific method, you should understand that the scientific method is only interested in cause and effect relationships. What causes other phenomena to happen?
Brother, what does this have to do with that being flat?
You can't explain any phenomena. Literally.
Shut the fuck up. It's a shape of phenomena.
Any of the phenomena.
Excuse me, it's a shape of phenomena.
Are seasons a phenomena? Is night and day a phenomena? Are time zones a phenomena? Are tides a phenomena? Or
Why are you responding with questions, dude? He asked you a question.
You're asking
Try
a
and
question.
answer.
I'm answering questions back. You can't answer.
Yeah, okay, it's a
anything.
shape of phenomenon.
What?
It's a shape of fucking phenomenon for like the
Doesn't
third
matter.
time.
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
It
doesn't
does.
matter.
It doesn't.
Does
it doesn't.
because you're saying that science and physics proves the shape of the Earth.
Yep.
If you
they literally
understood
do.
what science was, you'd understand that it doesn't answer this question.
Random
If you want to figure out the excuse me, ignorant cunt, shut the fuck up. I'm going
You're
to
so mad.
educate you. It's probably best you sit down and shut the fuck up. Or
You can't educate a toddler. What are you talking about? You think the Earth is flat? How could you educate anyone? You're ridiculous.
Dude, you don't even understand what the scientific method is, do you?
You don't know what science is. You don't believe in science.
do.
You don't think gravity is a thing.
yes,
What are
I
you
do.
talking about? How can
Yes,
you
I
say
do.
you believe in science if you don't even believe in gravity? Don't be
Dude.
fucking retarded, dude.
Dude, you don't
I can
understand
play
what the
this game all
scientific
day.
method is. Oh, look. He has to speak to avoid his embarrassment. What a poor, poor little child you are.
You can speak all day and not make a single point. Doesn't matter.
Okay, you're in a category area where you suggest science figures out the shape of objects. If you want to figure out the shape or surface description of an object, the scientific method isn't the tool you're going to use. You're going to use observation and measurement to figure out the dynamic of a shape.
There you go. You said it.
That's fine.
Observations.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
observations the entirety of the scientific method?
I didn't say it was the entirety, but it's part of it, right?
Yeah, but not the entirety of it, you fucking idiot.
Doesn't matter.
If you're going to complete science, you're going to do the whole method, aren't you?
Again, you're just random,
You're
spewing
just
right now.
upset that you're being educated by a flat earther.
You can't educate anyone. You don't even know the distance to the sun. You don't know how high or how far the sun is. You can't
Sorry.
answer basic
How do you?
questions.
What,
You
what's
can't
the
answer
distance?
basic questions
Sorry.
about your flat Earth.
Sorry, maybe you should ask a coherent
You don't know
question.
what the South Pole
instead
looks
of
like. You don't
trying
know
to
the distance
masturbate
between
all the way
countries.
through me.
You don't know how flight paths even work. You can't explain anything on your flat Earth plane, and you're here lecturing me about educating me about science. You don't know a fucking thing. What are you talking about?
I know more than you do, Sunshine.
You don't know how far the moon is. You don't know how big the moon is. You don't know how to explain eclipses. You can't explain anything.
Yeah, you don't know any of that either. And
Notion.
One second, guys. One second.
But you can't explain anything. You can't explain a single phenomenon.
It's okay, bro. Jedi, he told you that you don't believe in science because you don't know what gravity. You don't believe in gravity. So those words that he used. You don't believe in science because you don't believe in gravity. There's a lot of problems right there.
I know. He probably wouldn't be able to define what gravity was. Shut up.
What's the problem with that? What's the problem with that?
Belief and science don't go together.
I'll tell you. Define gravity for me.
Here, let me redefine what I said. You don't think that gravity exists, therefore you don't believe in science. You don't think science is actual.
Wait, pussy. Define it.
What's an actual tool that you can use because you believe that science exists?
Yeah, unfortunately, you speaking isn't going to stop me from asking
this question. You always try to bait me with a stupid question about what fucking gravity is, as if I don't know what gravity is. But you're missing.
Define it then.
Well, define it then. Well, I can use Newtonian.
It should be
gravity.
really simple. It should be super easy for you.
Okay, you can use Newtonian gravity for applying certain calculations on how the world works and how objects move in our.
You already fucked up. Doesn't exist within the modern space-time paradigm of Einstein. Sorry, you already fucked it up.
You think
so you don't even know what gravity is. Listen, what you just said gravity is. What you just said gravity is. Shut up.
You don't even know how to explain Einstein's general relativity.
What you just said gravity is. You shouldn't believe in that. If you're subscribing to outer space and black holes and an expanding universe and all that stuff, that's Einstein. Okay, then don't tell us it's something that you know it's. Okay, I'm going to shut you up. Don't tell us it's something that you already know it's not. Then tell us what it actually is. Try again. Oh, that's all I was trying to say, and that's how much work I had to do to do it.
This is literally what you do every single time. I literally.
Yeah, okay, so tell us what it actually is, not what you already know it's not, because you know that's false within the Einsteinian paradigm of space-time. So go ahead.
So anytime you're going to stop muting me, I'll continue the debate. Until then, I'll just consider the fact
just fuck off.
Owned. Fucking owned.
Just fuck off.
You got owned. Yeah, that was easy. Easy tap out. Thanks.
He couldn't even define the beginning of his premise. He couldn't even give a definition for the first word in his premise. I mean, that's like a loss. It has to be a loss.
Yeah. And then he starts defining it the wrong way, which he already says he knows is wrong. What the fuck? You know it's not Newtonian.
Are scared. You guys are scared to talk to that guy. What's up with that?
Sorry,
you guys don't run from fights.
Wait, Tommy. Not scared to talk to him, but now that you've entered...
Well, you're muting him every 2 seconds. That
because he wouldn't shut up just like you. Now, would you like to step into the arena?
No, I'm just commenting. I'm commenting how this sounds to an outside observer.
We don't care about
your little echo chamber with all your flat earthers. You may think that you're winning, but people who look at this from the side just see how absurd and how ridiculous you guys look when you mute everyone who disagrees with you.
Yeah, that's what you're doing by talking over us. It's called fundy muting, right? So you're supposed to go back and forth in a normal conversation. You tards are absolutely incapable of that. So it comes to a point where it's like, I got no choice but to turn your microphone off so I can get one fucking sentence out of my mouth. You don't look normal to a bystander. You look fucked up, dude. Stop projecting.
No, basically what happens is...
Look, we don't actually really mute people that much unless they act like you do. Other than that, we just want to talk to people like you would normally, right? I say something, you say something, it goes back and forth. You're incapable of allowing that to ensue because you're afraid of what we're going to say, I guess.
You people and people who disagree with your ideas. Got it.
Well, I've just asked you questions. So far, you've just been asked questions.
No, you don't ask questions.
What is...
You don't debate.
Okay, so first of all, you divine our thoughts. You come and you tell us what we believe, what we don't believe. We ask for clarification. Okay, what is gravity that we don't believe in? You won't give the answer. Then finally, you give an answer. Then you say you know it's the wrong answer already within the paradigm of space-time that you're supposed to believe in if you think you're in outer space with black holes and shit. What's the point in talking to you, dude? I know more about your paradigm than you do. I might as well just talk about it.
Pretend like you know something, but...
Okay, then what's gravity? Give us the proper answer this time, not the Newtonian one, which you already know is an approximation that is actually in physical reality false if Einstein's correct.
You're trying to sound smart, and it's making you look.
Okay, yeah, don't
Just
talk
answer the
about me,
question.
dude. Just talk about the fucking subject. Yeah, see, this is why I'm turning your mic off, because you don't have to say anything about me to answer what gravity is. I don't have to come into that at all.
You're turning my mic off because you don't want to hear my answer.
Yeah, so you're talking about me again. That's why I'm turning your mic off. I just told you that. If you'll get on topic, I'll leave your mic open. And if you let other people speak, I'll leave your mic open. Super easy. If you can't do those two things, that's on you, and the audience can hear that, by the way.
The audience can literally see you're muting me. I'll debate you if you want. I don't have to debate 5.
Okay, yeah, okay. What's gravity?
Are you going to stop muting me or not?
You don't have to worry about that. You won't be
No,
muted.
I do
if
have
you
to
just
worry
answer-
about it.
Okay, yeah. So you're going to continue to talk about the thing that isn't the thing I told you to talk about to keep your mic unmuted. So I mean, this is your disability here, not anybody else's.
So you can't hold a debate.
So you can't tell me what gravity is. You asked us, do we believe in it? You said we don't believe in it. Whatever. What is it?
So you can't have a civil debate. Got it.
Dude, what's gravity?
When you're willing to debate, let me know.
Yeah, what's gravity?
I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right.
Okay, why do you keep talking without answering anything that's actually being said? What's gravity?
Let me know when you want to have a debate. I'm here.
Okay, well, you're useless, dude. We'll just get Grandpa instead. Nah, we won't. He's as useless as you.
Who was the guy who wanted to step up? He said, "I'll be next." To who was it? Where is he?
Well, it's another guy's just going to do the same thing. It's Grandpa Fiddlebone. He's going to go, man, you guys can't have a conversation. You muted him. And we're going to be like, we don't want to talk about mutes and like talk about us and whatever. We just want answers to the questions. What's gravity, Grandpa?
Gravity. Sorry, does gravity exist on flat Earth?
Would you please?
It's the father of politics said that he was going to embarrass flat Earth.
Yes, brother. You are not very smart. All of you.
Okay, that matters because why?
None of you are smart. Just from that conversation.
So none
I
of us
had
are smart. Okay, now what? Now what? Step 2.
You want me to prove that?
No, we'll just take it and we'll just hand wave. I'll just use the same magic wand you used and just wave a magic wand. Now, some people over here aren't smart. Now what? What's step 2?
Well, the next step is disproving all of you easily. So, what do you like?
Just prove yourself. What you here to prove, mate?
To prove the spirit card.
Go on then.
Well, the spirit card. How do you measure that? First of all.
No, why are you asking me questions, dude? This should be something that you should be
can answer. You want me to answer for you?
Father, dummy. You're the one that should be proving the sphericity of the Earth, so do so.
Okay, look in the chat, please. Are you aware of the horizon? Are you aware of the horizon?
Don't worry about any questions. All questions you have.
Okay.
Just fill in the blank. You have the answer already.
Okay.
Everyone here's stupid. So if you add any answer from any of us, you've added stupid to your proof as cited by you. So I advise you to not ask any questions. Otherwise, inside your worldview, you've only added stupid to your own proof. Or you're in a deep-seated logical break with reality, and that would have to be troubleshooted first.
Okay, brother. For sure. And look in the chat, please. If you see the horizon, it gives the example. And you know what happens when you're at the horizon with the ship?
Sorry, the horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yes, brother.
As depicted in your... Yeah, we don't observe that.
Yes, we do. So I don't know where you got your information from.
No problem. We just give me a moment and we'll go through this premise of the observable horizon, physical and geometric, being at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. Just to be clear, if I had an observer height of 8 foot above the surface of the Earth, the horizon should be 3.46 miles away. Do you agree to this?
Yes, I do agree.
Okay, so just give me a moment. I'm going to show you something, and then we can all move on from there. Dear me, these people. All right, do you see the image that I'm just about to load into the side chat?
Yes, I see it. Yeah, I already
Cool.
know
So
that.
you see you see the oil rigs, right?
Yes, I do see the oil rigs.
So this is taken from an observer height of 8 foot. According to the maths that you've invoked, that means the horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. The reason why the oil rigs are in the observation is because we know the distance from the observer. The furthest one away is just over 10 miles. Can you tell me in relation to the oil rigs where the horizon appears to be? For example, it's behind, yeah. So according to your mathematics, it should be at 3.46 miles away. But according to the observation, it is more than 10 miles away. Do you understand that this rubbishes your claim?
That is not my claim. No.
Sorry, you just posted it.
Yes, I did post it, and it is correct. So you calling it rubbish does not prove your point.
Sorry, you've just invoked a physical curvature of the Earth at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But we don't observe that in the image that I gave you.
We do observe that. Do you not see it?
Sorry, where's the horizon? Is it at 3.46 miles away?
Yes, of course.
No, it's beyond the oil rigs, and the furthest one's 10 miles away, and the horizon's beyond those oil rigs, so further than 10 miles away. Question.
Imagine basing your whole worldview off of an optical illusion.
Question.
Imagine basing your whole worldview off of that. That's crazy.
Shut up. Question. Is 3.46 miles the same as more than 10 miles?
And of course.
You don't see the horizon in that video? You don't see it?
Kilograms. Settle down. Like the globe believes that everything's an illusion. So I mean, that's your worldview. But he's talking to the other guy.
It is an illusion, brother.
So, Father, question: Is 3.46 miles away the same as more than 10?
Of course not.
Awesome. But according to your mathematics that you invoked, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles away.
And
why isn't it? It is not.
It is at the same time. Yes.
Sorry, how many horizons do you see?
One horizon.
And that is beyond the oil rigs?
Yes.
So further than 10 miles away?
Correct.
Good. So how the fuck are you going to square this circle? Are you just going to talk bollocks again?
No, brother. There's two. It can be both at the same time.
Sorry, how many horizons do we see?
Let me correct myself. I mean, there's one horizon.
How can we find the other one, dude? How do we find the other one?
There's no two horizons. No, that's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying two things to be true at once. Do you not agree?
Sorry, where do we observe
two things can be true, not two opposite things.
They are not opposite. No, 3.4 miles and 10 miles.
Listen, you can't be simultaneously two quantities, right?
You can, in many instances.
Two quantities of the same value, right? So you can have a jar with 30 beans and 60 beans in it simultaneously?
Of course. Yes, you can.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to embarrass us? Sure.
No, you don't understand it. No, you don't understand the concept. Yes, you can.
Yeah, I don't understand retard. You're correct.
No, you are a retard, actually. So, no.
No, dude, you're embarrassing yourself. This is really the best you can do. So here's the real problem.
You don't understand the argument.
So here's the real problem with that image. Here's the real problem with that image.
Brother,
look very closely at that image. Look very closely at that image. Right? Okay. Very closely. Look under the oil rigs.
Okay.
Do you see light? The light's reflecting off the water under the oil rigs?
Yes, I can see it.
That water is supposed to be on the other side of the curve. So how is the light reflecting off the water and reaching the camera? Because the law of reflection says the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. That water is supposed to be curved away from the camera. So how can it reflect to the camera?
It's just the camera. It's the camera.
Yeah, you can take over, Jedi. I want to think about that for a second while his brain melts.
My brain's not melting.
He won't think about it. He's going to invoke a horizon at 3.46 miles that we do not see. demonstrating that his claim of mathematics to a geometric horizon is something that we don't observe. We see a horizon depending on the optic that we use, because, you know, binoculars exist and high-powered zoom cameras exist, and the meteorological conditions of the day. We do not see your Earth curve. Do you understand?
We do see Earth curve. What do you
Sorry,
mean?
where is it in the image?
No, the Earth curve is right there. I can show you
Where?
multiple images. Not in that
Where?
image specifically, of course, right? But I can show
Sorry.
you multiple images where you can observe Earth curve.
Go on then.
Okay. Okay.
So you're gonna post cartoons.
No, it's not cartoons. No.
How do you know that? How do you know they're not cartoons?
It is a real life image, and I can
Yeah,
prove
how do
it.
you know that? I'm asking how you know that.
It was recorded in.
Yeah, how do you know that the thing that they say they recorded is what they actually recorded?
Okay. How do you know that thing that Jedi just sent is real?
Because people have replicated it, and you can go there yourself, and you can do that yourself.
How do you know they replicated it? Here?
Because
How do
there's
you
a
know they
guy, he
replicated
goes down there. He's been going down there every 3 days for like 2 years now, to this
Jedi?
exact same place. Not Jedi. I've done my own observations. I don't have to rely on that.
Okay, hold on.
What observations have you done?
Multiple. Just looking, with my eyes.
You looked at a screen?
No.
Yeah, you looked
I
at
use
the
my
screen.
eyes. You know, eyes. I looked at my eyes, and I looked. I used my eyes to look.
Dude, told you you were just gonna troll. Just like I said, dude, you've done everything.
How am I trolling? Where is that troll? Where is the troll?
Okay, because nothing you say is coherent. And you know it's not coherent. You looked at your own eyes?
No, I use my eyes to look and
To
see the
see
curve.
what?
Right there.
From where? From where?
From the sea. I can see it at the horizon.
So the horizon is the Earth curve?
Yes, you can see the curve in the sea.
Okay, that didn't answer my question. Is the horizon the Earth curve?
No, it does
Or
not.
are you claiming are you claiming you see curve left or right?
Of course not. That's not the curve. No.
Which is the Earth curve that you're looking at? What does it look like?
The Earth curve is everywhere, brother. You got to use your eyes.
Yeah.
Right?
You're a
I'm trolling, dude.
Okay.
What's the troll?
Father of politics, you've probably got no place here. No, seriously, you're just incoherent and making no fucking sense. You haven't addressed anything that you said. You've just said we see a horizon at 3.46 miles away, which is a fucking blatant lie.
That's a lie.
Yeah, your assertion was that my proof that we live on a globe is going to be this equation, and you showed an illustration, which would be well and good, right? So then you take that calculation of a geometric Earth curve out into the real world, and it doesn't occur. And then you still said, even though the reality it doesn't depict my picture, it's still the case. And then we ask why, and you're just like, because.
Yeah, of course, because you can't see reality. And that's sad, right? You can't see reality.
Then what are you defending? Do you think we want to hear from someone that thinks reality is a big fucking illusion? What are you going to tell us?
Well, I'm going to tell you.
What can we learn from you, dude? Tell us what we can learn from you, the person that thinks reality is not real.
Yeah. So, what do you mean reality?
Go back to your hookah, dude, and go back to sleep.
If you could laugh more to cope, that'd be great.
Yeah, I like to point out sometimes the terminology "cracking up," father of politics, it derives from somebody like what you're doing right now, losing your mind. You're cracking up.
Do you think that you sound like a Nancy, son?
Oh.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, Nancy's giggle like that.
Well, no, because it's comical that you can't
What's
see reality.
comical? Let's get specific on what Indio said. What was so comical about that? That you're a glue sniffer. That's why you're a glue sniffer. That's why it's comical.
No, I'm not a glue sniffer.
I'm a dumbass clone card.
No, it's funny because you can't prove any
You're
point
a
at all.
clown. Get out of here.
You can't
Go
prove
back to
any
your
point
cake
at all.
decorating threads, Nancy.
Hey, brother. No, I'm not after this.
Crack must be really cheap where you live.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Bonehead.
I mean, this is
No,
a loser that was sitting in the chat saying he's going to embarrass the flat earthers with facts and evidence for his point of view and his worldview, and then he came in and got kind of smashed.
Embarrassed? He couldn't embarrass Little
How
Miss
did I get
Muppet.
smashed? Can you prove
He
to me
couldn't
that I got
shut him
smashed?
up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. You're the dumbest person in here. Shut the fuck up. Go back to your Nancy cake decorating threads. You're a clown. My word.
So Jedi, crack used to be cheap where he lived, but he bought it all, so now it's expensive.
Yeah, he cornered the fucking market. Poor lad. Hasn't got a fucking clue where he is.
He debunked himself. He said, listen, if the Earth were a globe, this would be the case. And now it's not the case. Therefore, the Earth's not a globe, but that's it. I mean, that's as far as he went. He's like, I'm not willing to accept my own proof. I mean, who does that to themselves?
Retards.
And they like to make the statement that somehow they're in the majority. It's just funny. I was scrolling. I follow like a carpentry page on Facebook. I was scrolling down it earlier today, and it was somebody just put in a helpful tip about a water level, and the first comment is on there, and the first few comments are practical evidence that water is level, i.e., flat Earth, and it's just doesn't seem to be a minority view.
There's nothing. Everybody's muted. Once again, what the hell's going on in here? Nothing productive happens in this chat.
How'd you feel
No
about
real speaking whatsoever.
It is. It's Donald Trump.
Keep it going. Well, if you're blaming others for your own problems, you're having a dichotomy, and you should not do that.
Mr. President, you mama so fat. I took a picture of took a picture of her in 2008
by using censorship to get your own way as well. It's a whim of fascism. It's a whim of the old authoritarianism.
Based. Yo, what's for my nigga Trump?
Oh God.
25 and 47, bro. He's chat legendary.
Got it.
I knew who Jordan Peterson was. I knew who Trump was. Who was that guy?
Oh, Johnny left.
Mr. President, I have a proposal. We should call turkey from now on. We should call turkey chicken. And if they have any issues and they got any beef, we'll call them beef.
Beef is what's for dinner tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We have my precious.
Ooh,
that's right. That's right, baby. We got the ribeyes on the grill in 5 minutes.
I made a mama joke. Your mama's so fat when she wants Chinese food, she just falls through the earth and gets it.
She just crawls through. That's not bad. Yeah, mama's so fat. When I pictured her in my mind, I broke my neck.
I'm texting it to my daughter right now.
That'll be about enough, man. We spent all day yesterday doing mama jokes.
we need new ones.
I got a load of them, man. I mean, the best of the best.
One more.
You want me to do one more?
Yeah, we need an encore.
I don't think I said this one before. Yeah, but I don't think that one's good. Yo, mama's so fat she has to iron her clothes on the driveway.
Where's Robert Jr.? He probably got mama jokes.
He might be Robert Jr. I mean, he might literally be his son.
That's just a master debater with Robert Jr.'s accent.
You talking about brother Utah?
You just yell at his son a minute ago.
Was that his son?
Well, he was telling brother, the horizon is at 3.4 miles, brother.
Was that him, the father of politics right here, this numpty dipshit?
I am here to destroy you, flat earthers.
You couldn't destroy a soup sandwich.
Well, I called my daughter and I said, "Why did Frog cross the road?" Because he was towed to, and she hung up on me. So I called her back and I go, "Why did the frog cross the pond to get the other fly?" She hung up on me, etc., etc. And I finally said, "Why did the frog get run over?" Because he frog out to look
That
both
sounds
ways.
reasonable and everything, but Collapse was about to collapse the flat Earth theory. I think, right? Collapse. You had something.
Guys.
Well, the final experiment did.
How can you even come back here after Jedi tore you to pieces the other day?
Yes, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. I listened to him.
He started screaming on the mic.
Screaming? Yeah, because you're a moron.
If that's what you think, destroying me.
No, it's not what I think. It's demonstrated. I don't even know why you're here.
He started
It's not just demonstrated, it's recorded.
Show me where he
And also you gotta know something, that your mom is so fat
and I ask
she's
you, show
black.
me. Stop running, buddy. Show me where he destroyed me, please.
Hey, listen. Let me get the last one.
Show you guys, and then you guys just repeat the same thing. Oh, you got beat, bro. You got beat. But
Okay,
then
go
you
ahead.
guys end up denying evidence.
Well, your mama is so flat; she looks like the shape of the earth.
Sorry, Sunshine. Do you want round two?
Listen,
round two.
These jokes are funny.
Let's go to round two.
Real humor.
Oh, I was here yesterday. I destroyed one of your boys too, and he didn't.
You couldn't destroy a soup sandwich. Your delusions of grandeur, Sunshine. Let's go to round two with Jetty. Go ahead, Jetty.
Come on. What is it this time? What is it this time?
You know, I almost feel bad for you, but
again, let's just get to brass tacks. What have you got for us this time?
I have more evidence.
You didn't have evidence last time to negate more. What the fuck?
Again, I mean, you could just pick at things and say I don't accept him. But
Pick your nose.
1 + 1 = 2 is irrelevant. The truth is the truth, regardless of you accepting.
Okay, so how do you have gas pressure without a container? Let's start there.
Whoa!
Yeah,
am I the one being questioned? I thought I was the guy coming here to destroy you guys. What's going on?
Oh, okay. Then destroy me. Demonstrate how you can have gas pressure without a container.
You know what I'm going to demonstrate?
Gravity and density.
No. A second ago, you said, hold on a second. I want to say something. A second ago, you said you presented evidence and we didn't accept it. So now present that evidence of gas pressure without a container. Evidence? You're going to post evidence.
Wait. So you twist my word into saying something that
None of your words are twisted. I quoted you verbatim, okay? Show evidence.
I'm dealing with babies.
Gas pressure without a container. No, you've been peacocking, and now you're going to talk about us. Just show the evidence, dude. It's real simple. You said you have it. Let's see it.
This is unrefutable evidence.
Irrefutable, not unrefutable.
Okay, then post it. Unrefutable.
I'm posting it right now.
It's going to be some dumb meme or something.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
How is that unrefutable?
Yes, meme. Oh my god.
That's it. You lost already.
How is that I want to ask you, how is that unrefutable?
Because it's the picture.
So what?
That hasn't been edited. That hasn't been.
How do you know that?
To me.
Hold on. How do you know that? How do you know this isn't a picture of a painting?
Because I know it. It's because from NASA.
You know? How do you know that this isn't a photograph of a painting?
I measured it. It's
How
flat.
are you going to ask me?
Fred and Jen, shut up. Hey, mods, keep control of this.
Yeah, so I just want to answer. How do you know that isn't a photograph of a painting?
Because it's very improbable that it is, based on the information that I have.
Okay, what information is that?
This picture is from NASA.
Yeah, so what?
NASA is an agency that is.
Yeah, so?
Main objective is the exploration of the outer space.
How do you know any of that? You're just making shit up, dude. All you're doing is making declarations of faith. That's all you're doing.
Oh, so NASA is not specifically made for the
No,
exploration?
I don't care about. Listen, it doesn't matter what I think about NASA. Okay, I'm asking you. You said this photograph is irrefutable. Now, according to you, the evidence that's irrefutable is I trust NASA. So NASA's irrefutable?
Yes.
They're above reproach.
They're above.
They're above reproach. They don't make shit up. They don't lie. They don't do everything. Everything that they say is absolute.
They don't lie. They do not lie.
How do you know that?
Because
I just want to explain this to you.
There isn't a single evidence to suggest they lie at all. Everything they have.
Other than them lying?
I didn't hear you. You said when?
Other than them lying?
That's funny because you don't have a single. It's not a single example of them lying.
I'll give you an example. Don Pettit said the sun sets from the ISS in 11 seconds. But there's video from the ISS showing it takes 2 minutes. Is that a lie?
There's more to the context.
Okay. So what's the context, dude? There's a big difference between 11 seconds.
What the conversation is about. So,
okay, he's giving an interview.
Context.
That's going to be a whole different conversation, right? So,
yeah. So I just demonstrated. So there's another example where there. This actually all this comes from Robert Pisano. I'm going to give you another example. Of
you made it up, though.
They have on their website. So you're going to talk over me? Is that your plan? Bad plan.
Are you going to keep making stuff up as evidence?
I'm not. You're saying I made that up?
Yes, you did.
I'll post a video of him doing it. I'll post a video of him saying
it. Go ahead.
So, and after that, I'm going to post another video where they show a guy that was the mission commander for the space shuttle, and it says in their thing, hey, this guy didn't do a spacewalk. The spacewalk was scrubbed, but they have video showing him on the spacewalk. Is that a lie?
I need the evidence.
Yeah, okay, I'll post it in the chat.
Go ahead, I'm waiting.
So yeah, I'm gonna. So after I post this evidence, you can be like, NASA lies, this picture ain't real?
No, I'm going to explain the context to you because you probably don't understand something.
You're going to explain the context. Are you the lawyer?
Do I need to be a lawyer to know what context?
Are you their lawyer? Are you NASA's lawyer where you have to fucking cover up for their bullshit?
Cover up their bullshit? You make it seem like there's an intention for them to lie.
Dude, make an argument already. What are you doing? Wasting time.
I'm waiting for the evidence. I don't know if you were here for the past 2 minutes, but I'm waiting for the evidence.
His argument is faith-based. Okay, he has no argument.
So your whole argument against me was the NASA lies, and I told you to provide one example.
No. I'm refuting your claim that they don't lie, dude. That's not my argument that NASA lies. I don't have to decide whether they lie or don't lie. Okay, I don't have to make a decision about them. All I know is what they present as evidence is fucking impossible.
Notice how you changed your answer. First, you were like, I'm going to provide evidence, and now you're saying, actually, I don't care.
I am. I just posted it, and I'm going to get the other one. Evidence that NASA lies, dude. You said that photograph was irrefutable, which is a retarded thing to even say.
Oh, God, he posted the planet. You posted Robert.
Yeah, Robert, yeah.
That video the day the Earth stopped moving, you posted that?
It's funny.
Yeah, explain that, Collapse. Right there at 32 minutes after the hour. Can't wait. Get your popcorn out. Yeah, bye. He took off.
He did? Yeah. And he's going to come back in, right, in a couple of days and say, we just denied his evidence. That's what he's going to do. He's going to repeat. He's going to reset.
He's an Elmer Fudd sophist dumbass. Fucking people.
Apparently the only important thing going on in this chat is Huey talking about his Precious. What about your Precious, dude? I'm starving.
And fresh mushrooms. I'm not snorting them either. I'm eating them.
Are you growing it?
Yes.
Who would snort mushrooms? Can I try that? I might have tried that. I can't remember.
I think you've tried that before.
Mescaline, yes. I don't remember the mushrooms. I mean, maybe that's why I don't remember.
You dry them out and then snort them. That's what Baltards do. Daily.
Hey, Quantum, you're overcooking the steak, bro. Get him out.
No. I'm sorry. My wife's cooking them. She's on the mission. I taught her how to do it.
Oh, okay.
But there's a ton of people in here, man. What's going on? What's going on, says who? Where's that Bo at?
It's supposed to be here tomorrow.
Sweet.
Yep. The Bears going on eBay tonight.
Wait.
Yep.
What color? Green.
Yeah, green. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pumped, but I know everybody else didn't want to hear about it.
Yeah, I did. We can move on from it. Weather's down the tubes, man. It's bad. So next shoot, March 1st. Got it?
I got it. I think there's actually one around here too. I'll have to get the details of that, but I'll let you know.
March 1st. That's what we're shooting for. We're shooting for anything above 50 degrees, no wind. No sun either, man. That glare was killing me last time, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to get an umbrella or something.
Does your scope have a hood on it? I don't remember seeing one.
Yeah, it does. Doesn't matter, man. The way the sun was positioned, because it's at a lower angle this time of year. In the summertime, it's not that big a deal.
Right.
Hey, one of my favorite Globers is in the VC. Go ahead, India.
Where? No, I was just going to tell QE I tried to get freaking AI to make a image of a soup sandwich and it couldn't do it.
Oh, I got one. Betty made one for me. Hold on.
Yeah, I just did one in chat, damn it.
Yeah, but that looks like a regular sandwich. That's soup and a sandwich, but he's talking about a soup sandwich, dude. Where the bread is soup, the middle is soup.
Oh, it's not like that. Where did I put that damn thing? I put it in there.
Let's say, do you eat it with a knife and a fork or a spoon?
Where'd it go?
Who's in the chat, Jumsy?
Knocking Foots. He's one of the best Globers ever.
He's a dumbass.
Top tier. Get him, Knocking Foots. He called you a dumbass. Get him.
He's one of the best dumbasses ever.
That's what I'm saying.
Back of the napkin drawings he makes for us.
But where did this thing go?
Yeah, I wish you had been here earlier. You could have pounded Dazza the doofus. We already
making napkin drawings.
That's
he like a waitress.
That's old news. Already dealt with him with reference frames. He's a moron.
Yep, sure is.
There you go, Indio.
That was pretty funny.
All right, I gotta go check on progress.
Soup sandwich with the can. So, did Father of Politics ever come into the VC?
Yeah. In with the Black Swan when he invoked a geometric horizon at 1.2, blah, blah, blah. And then he started crying in chat. I asked him to define the horizon. He said the line that separates the earth from the sky. I asked him if that line was horizontal. He said yes, and I welcomed him to flat earth. Then he sped off.
Oh, that was easy. Holy crap.
It's like fucking shooting fish in a barrel sometimes.
Yeah, we've had several of these drive-by Globers. They come in and spout out some nonsense. And then as soon as they get we draw attention to what they've said either in the text or whatever, and then they just leave.
Yep.
All right, Ben and Jen, that's your cue.
It's
Go
like
ahead,
this,
Ben.
Jetty.
Ben
It's
Jen
like
doesn't
that.
say anything good. It almost doesn't even matter what the topic is or whatever room it is. Ben and Jen doesn't say anything.
Ben and Jerry's.
That's what you'd think. I guess the most, I don't know, the last thing he was saying was that he was getting rejected by his daughter or something. He was saying it's just I don't know, why he opens his mouth.
Oh, that was the one talking about the mama jokes.
Yeah, he said, I tried talking to my kid. My kid was like, get out of my face. I was like, oh, let me talk to him again. And then my kid blocked me or something. It's like, come on, bro. Think about how little sense you make to anybody. I guess he's not here right now. I thought he was here.
So is there any Glober that has substantial evidence to prove that the Earth is a spinning, goblin-headed spaceball flying from every spinning void of darkness?
No, but I like your enthusiasm that one day there will be.
We have
appreciate
Ocean.
that, yeah.
Ocean Fliss. Go ahead, Ocean Fliss. That's your cue.
I'm sorry, I just got here. What happened?
You have some substantial evidence that the Earth is a spinning, goblin-headed spaceball flying from every spinning void of total darkness?
Evidence of what? You catch that as a globe?
Yeah, spinning spaceboard.
Listen, we don't know. Oceans flies might not even believe in a globe. I mean, you didn't even ask him.
You're right. Do you believe that you live on a spinning, wobbling-headed spaceball flying from every expanding void of total darkness?
That's better.
I'm sorry, I don't know about all that other stuff you said, but when you said a spinning globe, that part,
yeah, that flies from an ever-expanding void of total darkness. I mean, it's not that hard, isn't it?
It doesn't have to fly. I mean, it's just there, right? It's just in the universe.
Well, according to the theory, it's shooting from an ever-expanding void of total darkness, flying, shooting, hovering, however you want to call it. It is accelerating and deaccelerating. So again, do you believe all that nonsense? All that?
I would say that I presuppose. Sure.
Okay.
I would presuppose that the Earth is spinning and that it's revolving around the sun and that it's yeah.
Why would you presuppose
and that gravity exists?
You presuppose it, so that's your
you could say I wouldn't say. I'd say I presuppose that I just believe in it. Like I'm not saying it's an axiom. I'm not saying it's self-evident because that would be a fallacy. But yeah, I just presuppose. Right? I just
suppose it is the case.
I just believe in it. I just believe in it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Is there a good reason for why you do that?
I mean, what's your religion?
The fuck's that got to do with the surface of the earth?
I mean, I could take that, like anything that you may believe or presuppose, and kind of give the same. And
Did you just admit the globe is a religion?
You wanna?
Clay, hold on, Clay. He had just admitted the globe is his religion. That's the analogy he thought of.
That's not absolutely.
Then why are you using it as an analogy?
I was going into like presuppositions. I didn't say it was supposed because I know many Christian.
You said you believe it, so what's the difference?
Not because of
It's religion.
Because I appeal to authority. That's why. Because I presuppose it because I appeal to authority. I appeal to consensus.
Well, that's a fallacy. So do you have any
of
arguments
course,
on
but
your
I'm not in
own
here. It's
behalf?
not like I'm in. Of course, it's a fallacy, but that's why I don't debate flat Earth. I'm in here to listen to you guys debate.
That's true. Listen, I go easy on this guy. He doesn't. He's not being an asshole.
I am going very easy and chill on him. I'm not even raising my voice.
Well, I mean,
anything.
he
I'm
admitted
asking
it. Like
questions
some
so
people.
far.
Well, people believe in religion based upon consensus and authority too. I mean, if you're going to say those are reasons, then like it's just as legitimate to believe in religion than the globe because this has the same foundation.
Yeah, it's not like I'm saying it's not like I'm saying. Well, yeah, it's not like you can definitively with 100% certainty prove that God exists, right? But you can't do the contrary either. You can't.
I can. I already did it.
And the only way you can do it is by just changing or having your own little definition of what proof means. So which is
don't assume, Crown Muncher. I already did it. It's on my website.
Crown Muncher. First off, I don't.
Yeah, you're a crayon muncher. Don't tell me what I did. Don't tell me what I did.
I prefer the Air Force.
Shut up. Shut up.
Ocean, just relax, bro. Bro, you made a claim. Someone replied to you that your claim. I mean, his claim. He's telling you that he already proved that God exists, but you're not even looking at the evidence and already denying it.
Is he thinking of Tag? Are you thinking of Tag?
What are you talking about?
When you said you already did, can you justify that?
I can justify it, Crown Muncher. I'm going to give you my website to it right now.
Let's go.
And I triple dog dare you to even try to attempt to refute it.
First off,
you have no idea what you're into now, son.
Okay, dude.
There you go.
What is it? The Kalam? Is it
shut up.
Yo, calm down.
Shut up, dude.
Dude. You're not acting very Christian like that. Ocean, this isn't anything you've ever heard before. This isn't like what you'll see on YouTube, Jay Dyer, or fucking Jim Bob, or any of that shit. It's a completely different argument. So you've never heard it before.
Okay. We'll see.
No, there's a number of arguments and scientific evidences for it. But I'm going to have to roll out here because I got my precious and I got to go right now. So can somebody defend this? Probably not.
But I'm down to see. I'm down to steal a man.
I personally will never. I just even though this is off topic,
Scientific
I personally
proofs
would.
of a creator.
Hello, I'm talking. Thank you. So even though this is off topic, I just want to clarify, I will never ever put any human being in the seat of authority to determine whatever evidence he might approve of that would prove to him that God exists. In the word it says that everybody knows that God exists. So that's the point. You will never, in my world, sit on the throne of authority which is above the knowledge of who the creator is. You're not the one who is approving of anything that proves that God is either real or not.
All right, thanks,
get that in your head.
Thanks. I got to go. Indio, can you defend
that's a fallacy. Because I can make up with God and say the same thing.
I have an idea. How about he just catch himself up on it, read the freaking website, and then he
just
can
go
talk to
step
you
by
about
step.
it.
Let's see if he can debunk it. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not familiar. I haven't heard you present it in a long time, so I'm not really super.
Can you pull
fresh in my memory?
Can you pull the website up? That's right there.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
All right. Hey, sorry. I got to go. There's steak being served, man. I got to go.
Yeah, every second counts or it'll be done too much. Go, run.
Thanks, man.
Later, Quantum.
Yeah, this isn't the typical. This isn't the typical tag argument or even variation. It's nothing like that.
All right. I'm guessing in here we got like a mix of like Muslims, Christians, and Jews.
Lots of people.
Yeah, I don't know. We can take a poll, dude.
I mean, in this VC.
Yeah, lots of different
We didn't take a poll, bro. We didn't. We could be all Jews. I don't fucking know, dude. Like,
sure.
I would bet though that because it reflects the demographic of Western civilization. Majority are Christians, small percentage are Muslims, and there might be a Jew hiding somewhere.
Probably.
I mean, if I was Jewish, I wouldn't want to stick my head up nowadays, man.
All right. We'll see.
Just on based on cause and effect relationships and antecedents, necessary antecedents to actual demonstrable phenomena that we can verify, you can deduct that there is a creator.
Oh yes, it sounds like tag, but with extra steps.
No, because you're breathing air. You're breathing air. I mean, you're gonna go through that one, but I'm gonna give you my simple one, which is you cannot deny, because you're breathing air. The antecedent to the gas pressure or the air that you're breathing is a container, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. And the antecedent to the container is a designer, a creator.
It's a tag-like argument because it uses the necessary condition argument. But other than that, it's not like tag. I mean, I don't even think QE knows anything about tag, quite honestly. I mean, he might. I'm not going to speak for him, but I've never heard him make a tag-type argument other than the logical form is the same, I guess you'd say.
I'm sorry, whoever just gave me their argument verbally.
But he's not using transcendental categories, so he's using empirical evidence, right?
Yeah, the one that you're reading in the website is gonna be more detailed and probably not the one that I made, but the one that I make, we can definitely go into some details to make it to the container, which is the antecedent to the air that you're breathing, based on natural law and demonstrable reality. But then I went a step forward and I said that the container has an antecedent, which would be a designer.
Okay. So
it's an argument for design.
Let me hold on. Let me just say, as far as I know, the argument's like this. Because of quantum mechanics, we know that prior to observation, nothing exists. Therefore, there must be a knower for anything to exist. Right? We know this from quantum mechanics. So, a knower is a necessary condition of reality itself. So how did reality come into existence if there was no one to know it? So the transcendental argument is how are there transcendental categories? But this is a materialistic argument, right? How does the material world even exist without a knower? Because according to modern science, without a knower, the collapse of the wave function makes particles come into existence, right? You have to have an observer. Like Schrodinger's cat and all that shit, right? So his argument is an empirical, materialistic view of. It's kind of like from the materialist paradigm that there would be no material world in the first place. Whereas Dyer and the typical tag argument is there would be no transcendental categories like mathematics, the laws of logic, etc. Those things.
Yeah, that is so wrong about quantum mechanics. It's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, what was the wrong part?
You think that somebody has to observe something for the wave function to collapse? Do you really think that? Yeah.
Do I think that?
Wrong.
Well, I don't. All I know is in the quantum mechanical formalism, before the measurement, before the input and the output, nobody knows what happens.
That is correct. It's in superposition.
What does that mean, though?
It's in a variety of probabilistic states.
Okay, what does that mean now?
Oh.
The behavior. How many?
Yeah, I know what it means, but I just want you to say it because I know the fucking goddamn spin. Okay.
Okay, good.
So I
So
want
then
you to phrase it. What does that mean? What does that mean ontologically?
So you know that it's not an observation.
What does that mean ontologically?
Right?
What does that mean? I am well aware of that, dude. I knew it before you were ever alive. So, ontologically, what does that mean?
I've already given you 2 answers.
I know.
If you don't like either one of those, maybe you should provide the answer.
No, I want to know: does a probability amplitude exist?
It's a wave function, yes.
Yeah. So a probability amplitude exists.
The wave function contains an amplitude, yes.
A probability amplitude of the result of a measurement. So it's a probabilistic equation for I'm going to get some measurement value at some point in time. You're saying that probability has its own existence?
It exists as a mathematical construct.
Okay, so it doesn't have an existence. So that's why I want to know, what is your ontology, dude? What exists in the real world? You think I'm inventing this shit? John Bell talked about this shit.
I think what you're inventing is
ontologically, you can't say what exists between the slits and the screen. Nobody can.
I think what you're inventing is the claim that somebody has to know or watch the collapse of the function. That's not true.
If there's no measurement outcome, can you say what exists?
Prior to the measurement? No, it's a probabilistic function, as we've covered.
Okay, and you said that's just a mathematical construct.
Uh-huh.
So nothing exists.
And so the question posed to you is, what causes the collapse of the wave function?
The measurement.
A measurement. Really?
In the Copenhagen interpretation, it's the measurement which causes the collapse of the wave function.
No, that's false. You should study quantum mechanics.
Then you tell me. Then you tell me.
Interaction.
Then correct me. Interaction with what? Interaction with what?
Anything.
The measuring device?
It could be a measuring device, or it could be a photon.
Measurement in this sense is the broad term. Okay.
So does bumping into a photon count as a measurement?
It doesn't mean a device, a specific device. Hey, it doesn't mean that. When
does
you say
bumping into a photon count as a measurement?
Yes.
It does. Oh, okay. So you're just throwing measurement out to mean literally any interaction with anything.
That's how it's used. That's how it's used in the field, dude. That's how it's used in the field of quantum mechanics.
No,
measurement means any interaction with any. Yes, dude. Listen, I'll give you a reference, dude. Read. You know who John Bell is?
Yes.
Okay. He wrote a paper. It's called Against Measurement.
He wrote a paper that defined measurement as what it doesn't mean.
It's called Against Measurement. Read it. He goes over the literature of what a measurement means.
And according to him, well, I want to check you on this. According to him, a measurement is any interaction with anything.
According to the citations that he gives in the freaking what he wrote.
Okay, so if I go and read what he wrote, I'm going to see him say that a measurement means any interaction with anything. He's going to say that.
Oh my gosh.
Verbatim? No. Not verbatim.
Well, paraphrase, but the idea of bumping into anything, that's a measurement according to him.
According to him, a measurement is an interaction with the environment. Whatever it is. Photon, electron, a fucking whatever.
So I'm going to go and
when
look
the
for
wave
this.
function collapses.
I'm going to go and look for this. And if I can't find it, will you admit you're wrong?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
If you listen, your inability to find it does not necessitate that I'm wrong.
Okay, well, why don't you find it then and present it? Show us the paper where he wrote that.
You'd have to read the whole thing and then comprehend it, right? So the whole argument in Bell's argument, he gave plenty of talks on this, that there is no there. There's no ontology, and there's people still talking about this in the philosophy of science. I know that the philosophy department is fucking, fucking your head will start spinning. It's like walking into a fucking church or a Satanist, right? I know the philosophy department hurts you, but guess what? It's well known that nobody knows what happens between the screen and the quote unquote measurement, right? The screen and the slit. Nobody knows what happens. There's no quantum. You can't figure out what happens. There's a probability amplitude, which ain't real, right? They'll call it beables. What are the beables? What actually exists in nature, right? We make the measurement, the quote-unquote wave function collapses, and we get a result. And then, but what existed before that? What existed between the emission of, say, a photon, electron, and the detection at the screen? What happened in there? They can't
Do you
say.
speak to your mother like that?
Do I speak to my mother like that?
Are you done? Because all of that was irrelevant to what we're talking about.
No, it's not.
We're talking about what constitutes...
It's relevant to my point. Without an observer...
Well, actually, if we use what you claim to be Bell's definition for measurement, then that rules out your argument for God earlier.
Oh, no. The argument is that things at the quantum level don't have an existence without an observer. That's the argument.
That's false.
Okay, you can say it's false, but how do you... Listen, okay.
Quantum mechanics does not require an observer.
How does the wave function collapse?
Interaction.
Okay, so...
It's not somebody looking at it.
What?
Anything. We've already covered
this. How do you know an interaction happened?
Because it's suddenly measurable.
By what?
By any measuring device that we employ.
And then what?
And you observe it.
And then it's observed.
Then you observe it. A human being observes it, right?
Now that we humans exist, yes, but that observation was not required for the wave function to collapse in the first place.
Who put the measurement device?
So Schrodinger's dead or alive cat in a box is his argument against quantum mechanics. The cat has a definite state in the box. It's either dead or alive. You just don't know until you open the box. It's observer dependent. You're trying to rewrite history.
It is not observer dependent. No, you are misunderstanding quantum mechanics.
Is the cat dead or alive in the box?
It's undetermined.
Undetermined.
Correct. Prior to a photon entering the box and bouncing off the cat, its state is undetermined. If that photon goes into nobody's eyes, it's still a solidified state.
Okay, when does it become determined? As soon as it's observed, right?
No, as soon as the photon bounces off of it.
No. We're not talking about the photon. The box is fucking closed, dude. The box
you open the box. You open the box.
Is the cat dead or alive? Is the cat dead or alive?
Prior to letting any interaction occur, it's undetermined.
Okay. So you don't know. It has like this imaginary state.
Correct.
And that imaginary state doesn't become real until someone looks at the cat.
False.
Oh, really? So
I don't know why,
even though nobody... No, because everything you're saying is wrong. You can't verify a goddamn word you're saying unless there's a human being to observe it.
False.
Dude, then who is making them? Who is validating that the interaction occurred at all?
We're not talking about validation. We're talking about the collapse of the wave function, which only requires an interaction, not an observation.
How do you know an interaction happened? You don't know unless there's an observer, dude.
That's exactly my point.
You're trying to disconnect the observer from the interaction, dude. And it's a value network.
They are completely different. They are completely different.
In what way? What's up? What distinguishes them? What's the distinction?
A photon entering your eye is the observation. A photon bouncing off the cat is the interaction. If no photons that bounced off the cat go into anybody's eye, nobody sees the cat, but the cat's state has been solidified.
Okay, is the photon entering the eye, does that have an interaction?
Yes, the photon interacts with the eye.
Okay, so how do you know that's not the interaction you're observing?
We're talking about the interaction with the cat.
Isn't... Well, how do you... Well, that was one interaction with the photon, but then a photon hits your eye, and that's a different interaction, and that's what you're seeing. Right, so you're actually not seeing the interaction with the cat. So nice try. Eventually, there's always going to be an observer.
So you probably read an article or two about quantum mechanics.
You don't understand that was an argument. You don't understand. It's not an argument, dude. Refute what I said.
You've watched a few YouTube videos about quantum mechanics, and you think you're
refute what I said. Refute what I said. Stop talking about me. Refute what I said.
Okay,
refute what I said, right, BB.
Here's the refutation. There is a difference between interaction and observation. The collapse of the wave function requires interaction, which any quantum mechanics textbook will tell you. You're thinking that it's an observation.
Is interaction observation?
Observation occurs after an interaction.
Yeah, but is an observation an interaction?
And it's an observation is an observation an interaction? No.
Yeah, shut up. We're done. Fucking obfuscation.
Back to ocean. Do you know that ocean flies? Ocean flies. Do you read the website?
The whole website? I was
just the part
I was
that you
focused
were
on the
interested.
which hours. I'm focused on what y'all were saying.
Okay.
It is. It could have probably been explained much more simply. Because goodness gracious, this is a. I don't like naturalist arguments for God's existence. Just because you could just deny that, an atheist could just avoid all of that by saying, like for example, with the Kalam, they could just be like, "Yeah, but I don't believe in the Big Bang." I don't think there's enough evidence for that.
The Big Bang wasn't discovered; it was invented.
Right. So it's like, the Kalam argument just goes down the drain. I prefer like contingency, to be honest. I mean, I guess you
didn't read the whole thing, so you might be missing some important points.
It's a lot to read, man. This is 20 pages and a.
Wait, for the God argument?
The link that I clicked. Globeterminator.com.
Yeah, there's a lot of information in there, but they're separated by different topics, and one was God's proof, a scientific proof for creator, I think.
I'll look at it. Oh, there's different art. It's not just one. It's scientific proofs of the creator.
That's the one that you were supposed to be looking at, but another conversation
You're
took
good.
a turn with someone else.
You're good. But yeah, I mean, I guess one could try to argue for the big. How would one argue for the Big Bang? I do believe that there had to have been a singularity, but I don't.
The number one thing is redshift, they say.
So we got the cosmic, we got the radiation, right? That is.
That's the other one. Yeah.
That's not what you're reading. You're making an argument for the Big Bang or something at the moment?
Yeah.
Those are the two main arguments for it.
I'm going to read it.
And then the third one is expansion, like we're expanding.
And I assume if they were extra like skeptic, like super skeptic, you could probably just get into tag from there, because this argument probably wouldn't do anything to someone who doesn't even believe in like predictive success or like logic or something like that, or like you can't really explain it. Just like a skeptic.
Yeah, just to dismiss it offhand, you say, "I'm standing on the ground; it's not moving."
Like, how would you approach an absurdist?
You can't really. I mean, tell them things.
You're annoying me. Okay.
What do you mean by absurdist?
Absurdist, as in like a. So when I say an absurdist, I'm referring to like the worldview where it's like it's a philosophical view where human beings, like, it focuses on their natural desire to find meaning, purpose, and order. It's basically like, how do I explain this?
Why don't you better concentrate on maybe empiricists here in this room?
Empiricism?
Instead of, yeah, maybe towards that lane.
I'm not an empiricist. Definitely not.
I mean, No, but you're thinking about atheists, you said, and I mean, we're making the God argument, but you're like trying to make an argument from a perspective that you don't believe in.
The Big Bang. I don't make a claim on the Big Bang. Just because I don't believe it. I'm agnostic on the thing. I'm not gonna say I don't. I'm not gonna say it doesn't. It's like an agnostic that says that he's not gonna say that God doesn't exist, but he's not gonna say that he believes in a God either, right? So it's like that's kind of just agnostic on the Big Bang. But I could see a good argument be made, considering like I think that an actual infinite regress, like if we know the universe is obviously expanding because of the cosmic. I mean, we have like there's two main arguments that the other guy was
Not
talking
too
about.
obviously, because we have a gas pressure, and there's a volume involved in that. And if that universe was expanding, you wouldn't be able to breathe, because the gases will be expanding with the volume, and the gases will be escaping your lungs.
All right. Well, okay. So I make a cosmological argument for. Well, it's something that science. What we do know in science. What's it called? Microwave. Wait, what's it called?
The microwave background radiation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shows that we are at the center. Or the earth, or we have the ground below our feet.
You're talking about geocentrism.
Well, that might be a term that people use, but the ground is below our feet. And then we have the heavenly bodies above, and those layers above. So geocentric.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the Copernican principle, Ocean?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is. That the Earth does not have a unique position in reality, universe. Insert, word for everything.
A unique.
Unique. It's not unique. It's
unique
like it's not.
A lot of things.
It's not unique, as in it doesn't have a unique preferred position in the universe, dude.
The Earth having a preferred position? No, I don't think the Earth is an embodied mind that could have preference for things.
So the previous idea was like the Earth. Well, Ptolemy's idea was that the Earth's in the center and everything orbits around it, right? And then Copernicus came along and said, "No, Earth does not have a unique position. We're orbiting the sun. The Earth's not in the center, right?" So, but along with that, Earth is not in the center. Is that it's not a unique thing? It's like everything else in the sky. It's a planet, and it freaking orbits the sun, and it's like a little ball, like all the other balls.
It's the but there was a about the cosmic microwave background radiation.
Yeah, from the observation of that, it appears we're in the center of everything because of the distribution of the radiation.
People also use it to argue that we were once in a very dense state, that the universe was once in a hot, dense state. That's kind of where the Big Bang. Yeah.
Well, I mean, so the idea was, the CMB was accidentally. I have issues with the whole CMB thing. I'm just telling you what mainstream science says. They accidentally discovered it with it was like the fucking Haruni horn antenna or something, and they accidentally discovered it. So they were like, "Hey, this might be the echo from the Big Bang." And this is a prediction of the Big Bang. I mean, they go through all their models. This is what we should detect. So they measured it in all directions, and it appears as if we're in the center of the radiation. As if we're dead center. They call it the cosmological axis of evil. Why they would use the term evil is, it says it all, right? They think it's evil. They don't like it.
But the explanation for that is what? That expanding fucking tea cake theory or balloon, whatever, isn't it?
Yeah, the raisin bread theory.
Right, raisin bread, that's it, yeah.
They use all sorts of little analogies. Imagine if you had some dough with raisins in it. The raisins would all expand away from each. Yeah, okay. And no matter what raisin you were, all the other raisins would expand away from you.
Right. But so even if you accept that, right? So you're left with this dichotomy, right? So what gives them the justification for choosing one over the other?
Moral superiority.
It's just a philosophical preference. That's all it is. There's no justification for either one, quite honestly.
It's like free will and determinism. I mean, it's.
You could also add a third variable. You could say, okay, you the observer on the ground, geo, under your feet, or the medium around you is one thing. But you the observer, observing the, they're saying observing the universe, looking above, looking to the sky, looking to the heavens above. That doesn't necessarily mean that the luminaries above or the heavens above are geocentric, because you could argue that the luminaries above are centric to whatever system is above, and the floor is below. Above is above, below is below.
Yeah.
So it's not. You don't have to say the luminaries are geocentric. They might be. When you look at you could look at a clock, and you could be looking at the hands of the clock. That doesn't mean that the clock is your house centric or your floor centric. You could be looking at both sides of the clock, from the front, from behind it, from the side.
Yeah. It's not just CMB. It's also Hubble's law as well. It's another thing. It's a reason why I do believe in that at least at some point there was the universe was in a dense state.
But there's a lot of interpretation, and when you actually scale it down back to the realist level, because remember, there's observations of the luminaries above or the heavens above, or whatever those layers are, and we can interpret the observation, the observed phenomena, the movement of the luminaries, like they move like clockwork, hands of the clock, the sun, the moon, wandering stars, the planets, and the stars. We can depict it on a piece of paper and come to conclusions. I can come to one conclusion. Oh, I think the luminaries move heaven-centric. I think there's heaven at the center, the throne of God, and the Most High is up there controlling the luminaries, and there's angels controlling, moving everything or whatever. I could come to that conclusion. And then you, next to me, come to a different conclusion. I think those are balls of fire, trillions and billions of miles away from each other, and all of these things. And the next guy next to us can come to a total different conclusion. And if you look in history,
little flies got stuck on the ceiling.
You can look at all the ancestors from all across the world, and everybody had similar but different conclusions, right? So it's up for interpretation of whatever the luminaries are doing or the heavens above. But then when you come to the ground and the medium that we're in, you can check and verify a lot of things down here. And you can also falsify certain claims, like the ground and the waters across this place are curving or dropping away to a geometry that is a sphere. You can falsify that, because when you check for that claim, check for that drop of the sphere, it's nowhere to be found in reality here across from the realist level.
So you like to take a shit?
Only on the weekends.
Okay, so
Does taking a shit makes it a ball?
Makes it a ball?
Anyways.
Yeah, only if you're a freaking dung beetle.
So the oceans across the surface, right? We have this water, ocean fly, right?
Yeah.
When we measure the oceans based on when people do navigations, when you look across the ocean, you see a horizon, a horizontal line, and the waters across are not curving. They're not dropping based on the claim, right? The globe claim that is dropping to a certain geometry, 8 inches per mile. That claim can be falsified. So I'm just trying to bring you back from our perspective instead of going towards from an outside perspective and trying to make claims about how the universe works and how the black holes and how far they are, and how big and what they're made of, how they taste, what's the color of them or whatever. Because we can make many conclusions about that. But from here, from the realist level, you can come to some really solid conclusions that will falsify certain claims and will actually verify certain things that make sense and you already know. Like the water is not curving, the ground is motionless, and many things that you know. Go ahead, guys. I'm on mute for now. Sorry, I've been speaking too much.
No, you're good. I'm looking at the website still. Just it's kind of. I'll get more in detail some other time. I usually do that when I'm alone, just do my own thing. But yeah.
Ocean, you know that from the eastern United States, Marconi used a radio signal and across the Atlantic Ocean towards Scotland, tower to tower, direct line of sight, and he connected tower to tower. It was almost 3,000 miles across the Atlantic Ocean, and also from England to Australia, over 10,000 miles. A similar feat was done.
Not surprising at all.
Yeah, in reality, it doesn't surprise anybody, but it debunks the claim that we're standing on a curving surface.
If they were doing that in 1918, why the fuck do we need satellites?
And since your name is Ocean, that water could be on a cup, on your bathtub, the pool, a lake, or an ocean, and that water is gonna have a horizontal flat frame of reference, and you know that it's not curving on the outside of a spinning ball because it will do something different than what you see it doing.
Splashing and going in all directions.
Yeah. Obviously. You know that already.
Yeah, but I feel like that, that's not really an objection. That can happen, like, if the Earth really is round, right? It wouldn't do anything different. It just depends on what it's landing on.
Well, the thing is that when you already know this about the physics of the ball, right? If you grab a ball, right, then you grab a cup of water, and you already know that if you pour the water on the spinning, and you spin the ball and you pour the water on it, you know the water is gonna fly off it, like ocean fly, water fly, your name, and then it's gonna go to the floor and do splash, splash, right? You already know that. But then, if you try doing this in the vacuum of space, you won't be able to demonstrate the claim of the spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Why? Because you wouldn't have the pressure on the outside of the spinning ball, and you don't have you will not have the pressure to have water on the state that is in reality. Because in the vacuum, the pressure will fly off the ball, and the water will evaporate in the vacuum. And you also need a container. So you need in reality, we have the liquid water that requires a pressure. We have the gas pressure, and the antecedent to the gas pressure is containment. It's a container. The ball claims the opposite of everything. The globe claims all the opposite to that. That the ground that you don't feel moving is in motion, so complete nonsense. It claims that the horizontal line that you observe as the horizon is actually curving. That's contrary to the observation. Long distance observations, laser tests, Even perspective shows you, based on all these observations, you can tell that the earth across or the waters across are not curving, conforming to the claim of the geometry of the ball. And then the second law of thermodynamics, you have gas pressure, you're breathing air, that requires a container. The ball claims there's no container, and it's next to a vacuum. So the gases that you're breathing, there will be, the entropy will increase, and the gases will go towards that available medium. But in reality, that's not happening. Why? Because the realist level determines certain things like the containment, the gases, the water, the horizontal frame of reference. It's just a bunch of pieces that you could put together, and it makes sense. Reality makes a lot of sense. But then the globe is the contrary to that. It's complete nonsense. There's many demonstrations. We have a server called is the home server. I'll send you a link, and that one has like many channels of information. It has like terabytes of information. Laser tests, long distance observations, many topics, scientific method, different things that you can look and check into the topics.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's not a big. If I'm being honest, it's whether the Earth is flat or round isn't like important to me. So I don't really.
Flat and round are not mutually exclusive, because you can have a flat round table.
Well, regardless of what positions this person takes or this person takes on the Earth, it's not. Yeah,
it's not important.
Like, yeah, not to me. It's like, it's okay.
If it's not important, why do they push the globe so much? You see the globe everywhere. Global war, global warming, global politics, globe on the TV, globe in the video games. It's not important, but not everybody, but
what would you say about the GPS? Because like with GPS, it relies on the globe model in order for it to be accurate.
Hello?
Really? Really? Is that true? Let's see the globe model.
Quantum, you can't prove the globe model.
No, I mean, like, it relies on a model. It's like saying...
No, it's number one, you don't know what a model is. Number two, you don't know what a scientific model is. Number three, there is no globe model. So your entire claim...
It's not a
Wait, there's no globe model? So you're denying the globe model?
Yeah.
You can't deny. We're talking to one person, not to two. Wait a second.
No, like I could be talking about the oscillating universe model. I could talk about the singularity theorems by
Let's go. Post it. No, you're not gonna friggin' gallop me. Post the globe model in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord right now.
Wait, what the heck?
Yeah, you're a village idiot.
Oh, you need
you make baseless claims that you can't. Don't overtalk me.
Are you Darth Dawkins?
I'm telling you, don't overtalk me, dumbass. Village idiot who makes. Just fucking mute him.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Fuck out of here.
I don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to get any intelligence.
Some rebuy.
Fucking clown. And then you had fucking father of an idiot down here piping in, interrupting, because that's what these globetards do. And then he jettisoned himself, right? He took off. Fucking clowns.
Oh, Huey, you missed it, man. So we were talking about giving a synopsis of the argument, basically. Because there has to be collapse of the wave function for anything to exist, there has to be a knower. That's basically the argument, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Dude was saying there doesn't have to be for the wave function to collapse. Not this guy, some other guy. Who was it? Knuckin' Futz. And he said a measurement is not an interaction.
Knocking
Dude, it was so dumb, though, bro. Like, if you were here, you'd be going fucking crazy, dude.
Knocking butts. He can't even spell quantum. Fucking idiot.
It's KW, right? Quantum with a K.
Say again?
I said it's quantum with a K, right?
KW.
if there's no such thing as,
oh, go ahead, sir.
If there's no such thing as a globe model, and what are they showing us if it's not the globe
What
model?
are they showing us? Show us. Let's see. Post it.
I mean, who was us, dude? What are they showing you?
Yeah, post it. Let's see.
Just showing the public at large. I mean, you know.
Let's see it. My God, are you deaf? Show it. Show it.
All right, hold on.
Can't wait. Then we'll define a model and then a scientific model, and we'll see if they match.
Get ready for more cartoons.
This reminded me of Jerry Maguire. Show me the money.
It should be really easy. Kindergartens know how to do show and tell. Shouldn't be that hard to show, then tell. Not tell and never show.
Hey, Ocean Fly. I know the tonalities get a little high, but don't. I mean, concentrate on the actual arguments and don't worry about the tonalities, dude. It's not against you personally. It's more about the claims and their arguments.
He's just a village
about the
idiot.
information.
He makes baseless claims and don't support anything. So he's a village idiot. Simple. That's what the village idiots do. You go down there, you talk to them on the street, on the corner, right? They make baseless assertion after baseless assertion, and they don't support anything. What's the difference between them and him?
No difference. And Ocean, you did make a claim. You said there's a globe model. That's what we're asking you for. So instead of text skanking, put in the globe model instead of wasting your time. Where's the globe model you mentioned?
And Ocean, you said that it doesn't matter, but you should be probably looking at the actual arguments that are being presented and the information instead of trying to defend the belief that you hold in at the moment, because that's actually what you're doing. You know, the globe model and this belief. I mean, you already try to hear the other side, maybe, to see what you find.
Well, he says he's not an empiricist, and then goes on about Hubble law, dude, which would be empirical. Like, I don't know. No, it's not empirical, but hypothetically it would be.
And if it doesn't matter, just try going around telling everyone you're a flat earther now.
Did we get the globe model yet?
No.
Yeah, the globe model stat.
I love when you ask for the globe model, then they post like an image, right? And you're like, so you're saying that that's not a photograph and that's just a model of an Earth?
Exactly.
Mush Kane, where is it? Post it.
He almost got his name right. If it was said Mush Brain, then that would have been correct.
Yeah, Ocean, you did make a claim. You made a claim of the globe model. The one we're waiting for.
What are they showing?
He said GPS would not work without the globe model, or the GPS is based upon the globe model, something like that, or needs the globe model.
Anybody want to reply to the GPS question by any chance?
Oh yeah, the answer is no. It doesn't even use a globe model. It uses a coordinate system called Earth Center, Earth Fix, which is a plane.
Yep.
I posted the NASA model in the chat.
Cartesian coordinate system. No, we want to see it. It's your job. You go get it and you post it in here. Not going after a link. Post it. And then you're going to define what a scientific model is.
It's like an interactive thing. It's not just a picture.
Somebody's got the live stream up. We're getting an echo.
There's some echo. Just control your mics.
So, say that one more time.
This is an interactive map model. It's you can like interact with it, so it's not just like a picture.
No, maps aren't models. That's a reification fallacy. Do you know what a scientific model is?
Well, it is a model, but it's not just a picture. It's not a picture.
Is it a scientific model?
I don't know what the strict definition of a scientific model is. It just
that's why you posted this horse shit in here. That's not a scientific model.
It's a globe model.
No, it's not. That's not a scientific model, son, unless you can define it. Let's see.
Well,
define it, and then let's see. Maps are not scientific models, idiots. They're maps.
Not a map. You asked me for the globe model, and I told you which one, and then I posted it.
It's not. Are you fucking retarded? Are you a retard?
It's a globe model.
It's not a scientific model again.
You didn't ask me for a scientific model. You asked me for a globe model.
Isn't it fucking implication of it? What are we talking about here? It would have to be scientific. You're going to post a runway model in here? You fucking bozo?
Science fair model?
What the fuck?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What can we do with this good old 3D animation you threw in there? What can we do with that? What predictions can we make? What can we use it for? What's utility is it? Can I navigate with it? Like, what can I do with it? Or is it just a fucking cartoon like Grand Theft Auto? I'm going to walk through this fucking 3D environment.
Yeah, it's just a representation. Of what the Earth
How do you know that? So how did they make it?
Mark G, you've got to be an abject retard, dude.
Yeah, someone just took a fucking Mercator map and wrapped it around a 3D wireframe of a sphere, and he thinks that's the globe model.
Maps are models. That's a standard unification fallacy, you glue sniffer. Maps are maps.
Wait, so how the heck did they create the GPS? How the heck did they do that? How did they do that? Can you answer me how to do that?
Forget GPS. We're working with the model
we're just
here.
Gonna, so we're not going to have an answer at all.
We're going to see the model first, and then you're going to get your answer. Model first. Let's see it.
What if we don't ever get a model? Are we ever going to answer?
Then you have no claim.
I never had a claim.
You said the GPS, the globe model, is a requirement. You're recorded.
Nope.
No,
I got it. It's in the chat.
Fuck off.
There's no evidence of a flutter.
Mute him. Just mute him.
Yeah, mute
He's a
the
liar.
truth.
Shut the fuck up, Ben and Jerry.
I Googled it.
Ocean Systems. Why isn't he muted? He just lied.
I didn't lie. I said I never made a claim. I said
you did. It's fucking recorded.
Can I tell you what Can you please send a recording?
Mute him.
You better send a recording.
I think we might have two people confused. I think that was Mush Kane. I think it was Mush Kane.
No, it was Ocean Slurf dumbass.
Can I please ask? What I said earlier.
No, you can't ask shit, liar.
No, you lied. You're
liar.
Dude.
You're the lion.
I hope you're not religious.
Bitch. Shut the fuck up, retard.
You're trying to throw me under the bus, T-Dub.
Yeah, it wasn't him. So, Mushchain, back to the topic. What is a scientific model? Let me post it in here. Let's get rid of this.
Yeah. I don't know what
all the crayon munchers in here from Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker, I'll bring him back up, introduced is that the explanation of a natural phenomena, i.e. model, they have theory there too, fucking glue sniffers, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. End of citation. That's it. It's not a map. Maps are maps. You fucking glue sniffers. It's like...
It can be tested.
You're fucking retarded.
It can be tested. You could try
Shut
navigate
the
using the
fuck
map.
up.
That would verify.
Shut the fuck up. Do you know what an experiment is, Muschamp?
Yes.
Yeah. What are the three
Experiments aren't the only way
constituent
to
parts of
falsify scientific models.
Shut him up, Mark G. The retard.
Mark,
Shut the fuck up. Muschamp. What are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment in 10 seconds?
So first, you got to have an observation.
No. That's not the one of the three constituent parts. You'd fail 5th grade general science. Just shut the fuck up. Okay? Thanks.
So
shut the fuck up.
Wait, you have to have an observation
Shut the fuck
first.
up. I asked you, what are the three constituent parts of an experiment? Observation is not one of them.
Okay. Well, then if you're not going to observation, then you need a variable. You need an independent variable.
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay.
Independent
So this is
variable,
remedial.
without
Let me correct this, dude. Okay. So observation is part of the scientific method. It's not part of the experiment part. Okay. So that's where you fucked up.
So, you want a second chance? The first one is the independent variable. You got that right. Go ahead.
All right. You need an independent variable.
You already said that. That's one. Go ahead.
And then you need a dependent variable.
That's two.
And then you would need I can't think of what the third one would be.
You'd fail 5th grade general science. You're a pretender clown. That's it. Sorry. So you don't have a model. You don't know what a model is. You don't know what an experiment is. What do you know?
An experience is happening.